Good morning, everybody. It is Wednesday, August 26th, and we are here for the last witness of the Lindsay Clancy trial. So let's get to it. Well, today's the day, everybody. It is the last witness will be heard. I don't know. There's something about this guy that's testifying now. The state's final mic drop BAU expert who there's a lot of stuff he says that I don't get. And I feel like he's trying to insinuate stuff that I'm, I don't want to go off half cocked about, but I'm hoping that Red touches on. Like, I'm trying to think of what a couple of them were. I had some in my mind that I was thinking about that I wanted to talk to you guys about. So one of them was, I know what it was. It's something the Commonwealth said. The whole crushing of the pills, the lemonade. So I didn't realize the only way they got that information about the pill crushing was from Patrick. So, and was it actually in a wine glass? Or was it I think I was thinking maybe it was like in a regular glass, and did they check the kid's blood to see if there was anything in it? I assume that they probably would have. But Jaded for Justice says, did you see Runkle's pill crusher short? I did not. And I feel like, Runkle, I don't have to ask. He'd let me share his pill crushing short, but you know what? Let me not overstep. But I'm sure it's relatively easy because I got, I got to do it you have to do it for your kids, like when they're younger. And some of them are a little harder if they have like a real thick coating, like sometimes Advil, because it's got that outer shell, but prescription pills don't have that outer shell. It's like that's done so that people can swallow it real easy. But before I get sidetracked, what I was going to say about this. So I should just bring it up. Assuming I can find it right now. Let's see. So the part I'm looking for is when the Commonwealth asked him, was it atypical, or was the fact that it was atypical to have lemonade in the house an important fact to you? And he's like, I don't know what you mean. And I was like, is she going to argue in closing that part of the premeditation, part of the plan was going to buy lemonade? Maybe I'm just inventing this whole scenario in my head. Let me see if I can find it while we're waiting. See, the problem is I've tried to use Court TV's transcript thingamajig, and it never takes you, like, it's wrong every single time. So let's see. Put in lemon. But I can read it. So that actually works. But let me try this and see if this is what he's talking about. Okay, no. So here's what it says, okay? No, don't sync with anything. Just let me scroll. Why won't it let me scroll? All right, 6:45. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, the dog. He's a barking. Might have to go down. it sounds like it's just a howl, not like I'm stuck. It's like I see something out here. All right. What did I just say? 6:45. So sequential decision making. She went in the kitchen. Stand by, people. Okay. All right. So it says that evening, talked about coming home, mentioned on the bedside table there was a wine tumbler with powder in it, medication. There's still some wine in the tumbler. It's like impossible. Like even the transcript. Okay, so also in what Lindsay Clancy told me that she had lemonade in that wine tumbler when she took the overdose. And when I asked Patrick, here we go. He told me they didn't. He told me that they did not. He didn't think they had any lemonade in the house. Okay. Oh, that was not typical at all. Okay. And then, doctor, what was the significance? And then he read interjected finish. Okay, so she says, and so doctor, what is the significance to you, if any, of this atypical use of lemonade? You said, what is atypical? And that was the witness saying back. Well, I think you just said that Patrick says it wasn't typical to have lemonade. Correct, correct. So, is there any significance to you to the fact that there was lemonade in the cup? So, this is the part I'm getting at. Is she trying to argue? And then one more time he says, "Oh, sorry that there," or she says that there was any significance to the fact that Lindsay Clancy told you there was lemonade in the cup and that Patrick's, I don't know. So it was him saying that the bitterness. I all right, I'm coming back to the chat because I'm just talking to myself over here. And he seems like he's making stuff up. Iceman Cometh says, "Hey, Allie, what up, though? What up, Iceman?" So I don't know. This is what yeah, atypical lemonade. Ain't so plain, Jane says. Thanks for your continued support. 8 months. And Iceman, thanks for your generosity. Thanks for the jewels, Charlie. Be good. And lovely Gigi and Shannon Cooper. And then Jaded for Justice says, "Oh, he won't mind it's all the things. It's an onion." Okay, so here's something that happened yesterday. Apparently, I somehow missed some of the supers. So let me see what I got here. Wait, here it is. Okay. So one for sure that I know I missed was a super chat from Keg 0830 or KEG. And let's see if I can see the time. Well, I think it says this witness said yesterday that she didn't remember what happened when she woke up and that she was informed of it. Do we know who informed her? I mean, that we have to assume that it had to be doctors, right? I mean, she wasn't allowed to talk to anybody. So but it's a very good question, and one that wasn't that wasn't cleared up. I think I actually remember thinking that, like, well, what do you mean she was informed of it? She was told what she did? That's kinda like, isn't that like a no-no? You wait till people develop their memories back and they know what they did? But I'm sorry, KEG or KEG. And then I grabbed some others around that same spot just in case I missed one. And I don't remember reading a rooting for Jesus. Oh no, I did. Because I'm new here and I got to know what's your pupper's name. Okay, I did get that. And then I did get Erica in Arkansas. So I think I got all the ones around kegs. Yeah, I did. I did. So somehow that was the only one I missed. I'm sorry. Apologies. I guess sometimes they sneak through. It was not intentional. Rebecca says, wait, let me put up the courtroom. God forbid we're missing something right now. Is this today? Yeah, no, day 20. Go away, day 20. That was me going to try to. Oh, wait. This is definitely a wrong day. All right, hold on. It is day 21, right? Okay. All right, I got it. I got it. Let's share it. So we know we're not missing anything. We make it big. We put on the 2 times. Don't turn off the closed captioning. Sound is up. We are live. Okay, ready to rock and roll. So Rebecca says the retelling of her story 3 years later. And what if it's liquid IV or, I know, in the glass? I don't think they tested the glass. Never mentioned. I didn't hear anything about that. I don't know how the fuck this guy is relying on things that there wasn't any testing. So Patrick saw residue in a cup. I'm assuming they did test the kids, like as part of the autopsy. So, but it was a wine tumbler. You're not going to give the kids anything in a wine tumbler. But yeah, it's like, why are we just, if she said everything else, why wouldn't she have said that? And why didn't he say how she took it? Like, there, it's up to the Commonwealth to put in the words that she spoke, and they're intentionally not putting in the certain words that she spoke. And I don't know if there can be an argument on that they should be able to get the rest in on certain parts. But if it was important enough, I'm sure Reddington would try to do it. Thanks for your generosity. Mallory says, and if the powder in the cup could not be a drink packet, yeah, it's the same thing that she was saying. And Patrick also stated it was there the night before. I mean, I don't remember hearing that, but if that's the case, like, that's even more bizarre. And thanks for your generosity. True Crime Addicted said, heard Judge Erskine on STS say motion for mistrial was with prejudice because Red used the word intentional. Well, no one's going to go against Judge Erskine. She knows. Boo-boos, thank you for the jewels. And Brenda's says, appreciate you. Unsolicited reminder to eat. Thank you. And appreciate your generosity. I don't know. So I'm coming back over here to you guys in the chat just to see if anyone said anything about, does it seem like they were trying to say that she went out? It seemed like the way that the Commonwealth asked the question, like they're trying to say she went out and bought lemonade for the specific purpose of crushing and swallowing pills that she never intended to cause her, life to end. Gerda says, Allie, do you have two different color eyes? I have hazel eyes, so they change. So one might be catching light different, or I don't know. You guys can see the color of my eyes. That's too much. I'm staying a small picture. But thank you. I'm just saying, says, can we compare the Massachusetts clarification of awareness of right and wrong? Yeah, I mean, I've got it right here. I always have it up. Unless I popped off and went to involuntary manslaughter. Wait, but I should have another window up. Or just go to it again. Let's just go to it. Okay. Oh, right, because it's not going to be in the homicide. So do I have it open? Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, no. I opened murder in both of them. All right, let me just go to... all right, criminal responsibility. March 2026. So here's what it says here, okay? And I'll just share this tab. Oh. All right, so this goes, we've got both of them. I'll just do them both here.
Represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we start, can I see everybody at sidebar?
All right, here we go. Perfect time. So let's just pop back over to this. All right. All right. The word appreciate. Okay. And that goes to like appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness. The word appreciate means to understand rather than merely to know. Criminality means the legal significance. Wrongfulness means the moral significance. The Commonwealth must prove that defendant knew and understood that his conduct was illegal or that it was wrong. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to show that the defendant merely knew or was intellectually aware that his conduct was illegal or wrong. Now, that goes to, I think it was Resnick specifically said, although that she had some sort of intellectual awareness. And it seemed that Dr. Kirk said that back. So I don't remember what he said. Wait, let me see what we're talking about here. Yeah, okay, we are talking about awareness of right and wrong. So when he used his very, very careful wording, though, well, let's just finish the sentence, and then I'm going to come back to it. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a mental disease or defect did not deprive the defendant of a meaningful understanding of the legal or moral significance of his conduct. The defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that his conduct was illegal or wrong. But let me go back to the comment. Let me switch back to the screen. I think what Kurt, because I don't know, is it Hellebrun, was being very, very careful about was to say, because it was a serious and lethal attempt at unaliving herself, X, Y, and Z after it. I think it was the pairing of the two. But I appreciate it.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Thanks, E-Chase, for the jewels. Aussie says, thanks, Allie and DD family, for keeping me company on replay. Lots of hospital tests, appointments, and 20 hours of driving in the last week. Fucking leukemia. Oh, I'm so sorry. Everybody send healing vibes, and I don't know what other kind of vibe to Aussie.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the
Sorry to
continuation
hear
of the
that.
jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. All right, it's nice to see everybody once more unto the breach, as they say. We're going to continue with this trial. So I appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to ask those questions, and I'll go a little bit into today's schedule and kind of where we're going to go on this. So first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right. Second, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to address at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do, as I said yesterday, we're going to continue with the testimony of the doctor who was on the stand yesterday. And it's anticipated that that is the last witness in the trial. And then we will then take a break, because before we go to the next portion of the trial, which is the closing arguments and the legal instructions, the court has to make some arrangements. They've got to speak to counsel. So it takes a little while. So I'm going to excuse you at that point and have you come back tomorrow. All right. So we're going to finish the evidence today. We're going to excuse you. I'm going to then deal with counsel. And then we will do, hopefully, arguments in charge tomorrow. All right. So again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody's dedication and commitment in following those instructions and being here every day. So that's kind of where we are at this point. All right. And so with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth if you could have the doctor retake the stand, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's not like they were right after the judge, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give before the judge and that announcement between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Watch the step, please.
All right. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Tree Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we left off, you were testifying about the decision-making process of the defendant and what she told you about that. Going to what she told you about the voice and what it said to her, did the defendant tell you if that the voice told her where to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her how to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell
Yes.
her what to use to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what order to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her where to try to kill herself?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what way to kill herself?
No.
The fact that the voice, according to the defendant, the voice didn't tell her any of those things, but instead just said, kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is that significant in your evaluation in any way?
Yes.
How so?
Well, in the small amount of time that Ms. Clancy had in the home without her husband, it was important, in order to carry this out, as well as her suicide,
to do this quickly, methodically, and the like. And so
And
this
the like.
is
What's the like?
having no instructions as to how to do it, but being able to execute those decisions, including being able to get a phone call and then return it to her husband in the process of all of this. Certainly the phone call was not expected. That is surprising that she was able to accomplish all of this without any other kind of direction or plan.
Does that indicate to you that she was making decisions about those things, about where and how and when?
Your Honor, this is, again, for the record, direct examination. It's leading. I object to have a standing objection.
Yeah, if you could just rephrase that.
What does the fact that she was able to do all of that indicate to you, if anything?
Well, it indicated that she had control of the sequence of what she was doing throughout.
Doctor, you talk in your
I'm sorry, but control of the sequence is not the same as conform your conduct to the requirement of law. Because she had the ability to make decisions on how to do it doesn't mean she could control herself to not do it, to not carry it out. I know that I mentioned yesterday that, it's something that gives me pause, like that she made all those decisions without the voice kind of giving her any sort of direction, But from a legal standpoint, I can't see how it means that she could have not done it. Could she have done it a different way? Sounds like that's what you're saying. She could have done this a different way, but that's not what you're here to decide. You're here to decide, could she have not done it at all? Like, these are two different things.
report about interpersonal psychological.
Go back.
Doctor, you talk in your report about interpersonal psychological theory of suicide. What is that?
Well, that has to do with the decision-making process or the capability for someone who attempts suicide.
And are there three parts to that theory?
Yes.
And what are they?
Well, one would be called aloneness, or the sense of isolation, people not understanding. So that is a real difficult challenge for people to face. They feel that they can't fully share with others. Another is burdensomeness. If someone feels that they are a burden to others, that is also something that we find is a component to those who make serious suicide attempts and completions. And third is what I would call capability. So you can have that sense of aloneness. You can have that sense of burdensomeness. But if you don't have the capability of taking your life, you can be very suicidal, but not ultimately accomplish the suicide. It does not mean that you're not suicidal. But that issue of capability is one that's very difficult because we have a natural will to live. And that is the most difficult thing for people to overcome.
The thing that's the most difficult thing to overcome, that's the capability of actually committing suicide. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And this theory in the three parts, did you compare what Ms. Clancy told you and what you saw in the records to this theory and have any conclusions about that?
Yes.
What's
And what were they?
critique for this?
Well, certainly, the documentation from the medical and mental health records demonstrates that sense of isolation she felt, even in the company of others. That sense that she was just having a problem that was difficult, difficult for her to understand, difficult for others to understand. And of course, the suicidal feelings that came about, and then ultimately those feelings about harming her children. This is not something that she could share. The sense of burdensomeness, she had planned to go back to work, as she had for her first two children, Cora and Dawson. And the time that she was expecting to go to work kept extending because she just did not feel mentally healthy enough to be able to return to work and to function. And so in some of the documentation where she filled out concerns and was asked about the kind of stressors in her life, she indicated that financial was one of the stressors that she was encountering. So to believe that her brain had been damaged, that she was not able to do what she loved, which was labor and delivery nursing, but also not in a position to help support the family, really was would be a burden for anyone, and certainly that sense of burdensomeness was something that I believe she was experiencing. And then the last component, capability, I truly believe that her suicide attempt was very, very serious, which is why she employed 3 different methods. The fact that the use of the knife and the lacerations were not deep doesn't mean that she wasn't intending to kill herself with a knife. But oftentimes that, as I mentioned, is the most difficult thing. So I think the employment of the 3 different avenues, locking the door, and also not being dressed for the cold, indicate to me that this attempt was very, very serious, despite the fact that the use of the knife was not successful in cutting her arms, cutting her neck.
I mean,
And so, doctor, in terms of
a second expert to defy everything. Nook is getting so upset about this. He doesn't like it, but you guys know where I'm going. Everything the Commonwealth said the first half of this, sorry.
cutting on the arms and the neck not being sufficient to cause death, is that what you're referring to? Is that as someone faces difficulty or an inability to be capable of actually following through to commit suicide?
Correct.
So in this case, it's your
bleeding.
opinion that she was trying to commit suicide but struggling with that third capability
Bleeding.
issue.
Correct.
She's just twisting it into what she wants to say now.
Now, you testified.
Did she just create a way to say both? To say, I told you this was a fake suicide, but it wasn't that it was fake. It was that she really did want to die. So she's going to act like she just learned something new and now they're changing their theory. I'm like, this is an outrage. This is just such a fucking outrage. You put on one case and now you're putting on another. And if anyone believes a word you say, shame on them. Shame on them. And shame on you.
Yesterday about the intrusive thoughts that Ms. Clancy was having about harming herself in the fall leading up through December into January. And those thoughts at times, would it be accurate to state that Ms. Clancy reported at times that taking Ativan helped with those thoughts?
Yes.
And was there anything significant in your review of the case in terms of her reporting that Ativan helped her with those thoughts?
Yes.
How so?
So Ativan is a lorazepam, a benzodiazepine. This is a medication that is very helpful for treating anxiety. It also can help relax people, help them sleep, which was very helpful to Ms. Clancy. And she stated that when she had the intrusive thoughts, taking the Ativan resolved those thoughts. And I think that's significant because it's not a medication. Ativan, lorazepam, is not an antipsychotic medication. So it's not meant to treat psychosis, to make people feel more calm. And sometimes it's used for people who are having significant symptoms. But in terms of actually treating psychosis, making a voice go away, it's just not designed to do that.
And doctor, did the fact that the intrusive thoughts went away when taking the Ativan, according to Ms. Clancy, give you further evidence that it was in fact internal thoughts and not an external voice?
Oh, so he didn't say what you wanted to say. So now you put the answer in your question because he didn't say it the first time.
Yes.
Now, if someone is experiencing psychosis and is experiencing command hallucinations, can that person still know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
How so?
Well, hallucinations, even command hallucinations, when they occur, do not propel an individual to automatically obey them. And in fact, many people will engage in behaviors to stop
Objection,
the
motive.
actions that the voice is claiming. That's
We're assuming that yesterday Red made a cumulative argument, and has a standing objection on that, but this is just bullshit. Now we're hearing the same shit. I mean, we've been hearing the same shit with everybody, the whole trial.
something that makes sense, particularly when the command is just so serious and so against someone's values. So it's possible and common for people to engage in behaviors to avoid doing what a command hallucination is saying.
And doctor, is it possible for someone who is experiencing psychosis and command hallucinations to conform their behavior to the law?
Yes.
And how so? Is it basically what you were just telling us?
Yes. If someone is having a command hallucination to do something out in public, but there is a police officer nearby, it certainly is possible for that person to choose not to engage in that behavior because of the consequences. Even though
when have you seen
a voice
it happen?
might be saying this, there's other decisions.
Wait, what in the fuck are you saying? I wish there was another objection. I mean, yesterday he did say he had a standing objection to the fact that this witness lacks the credentials, the training, the knowledge to speak on command hallucinations. I do remember that. But now this is just bullshit. I know, Nook. He's saying that somebody could. Where is your example of this having ever happened before? Where there was someone who was having a command hallucination, but the cop was there, so he or she stopped themselves. I'm just saying they could. All right, let me deal with this dog.
Making going on based upon
Going back
this
10 seconds.
because of the consequences. Even though a voice might be saying this, there's other decision making going on based upon the environment.
Now, doctor, in your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not she was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I believe that Ms. Clancy was suffering from a mental disease or defect. And I felt that based upon the presentation, a bipolar 2 diagnosis seemed to make the most sense.
Another bipolar diagnosis.
Given the symptoms of insomnia that she had that were precipitated by the Zoloft. And this was just very, very significant. And while it didn't fulfill all the criteria or many of the criteria, if she were a patient of mine, I would diagnose her as bipolar 2, because I would want to make sure that any doctor who saw her afterwards would be very wary of using an SSRI antidepressant in treating her.
And doctor, you mentioned
But so sometimes you don't have to follow the strictures of the DSM. Sometimes you might not be sure you see every single thing, but you're still going to diagnose it. Or are you saying you're going to diagnose something she doesn't have just to make sure no one prescribes her a medication later? It's like, come the hell on.
The drug effects, Zoloft had an effect, and SSRIs might have an effect. Is there a difference when you're treating someone and they're taking medications between being over-medicated and having an adverse reaction to medication?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
Well, when we think about side effects, that is an example of a medication having a response. Now, sometimes we have side effects when we're not necessarily over-medicated, but we put up with those side effects. When there is too much medication, certainly we can experience those side effects. For example, over-sedation, or there's some medications that can cause stimulation.
So she was either over-medicated or incorrectly medicated. I mean, semantics.
So people are not
Daughter
able
likes
to
say.
sleep. An adverse reaction is much more serious. An adverse reaction could be, for example, an allergic reaction that could cause death, or some type of reaction that you don't see in most people, but has been reported. So there is a difference between side effects, no matter how difficult they are, and what we would call adverse effects, which can be extremely serious.
Extremely serious.
And in your review of the records of the medications that the defendant was prescribed from September through December, did you see any evidence of her having adverse effects from the medication?
Yes.
Well, the insomnia secondary to the Zoloft was very concerning to me, and it would mean not just cutting the Zoloft back, but stopping it. I would say that the Zoloft was in precipitating insomnia. I mean, she reported 48 hours straight of not being able to sleep, that was an adverse effect. And an adverse effect really requires one to stop the medication.
And that is what Dr. Jennifer Tufts did with Ms. Clancy, correct? She had her stop the medication?
Correct.
And in reviewing those records again from September through December of 2022, did you see any evidence that Ms. Clancy was over-medicated?
She experienced some significant side effects from some of her medications.
So yes.
She was given, I think nurse practitioner, Paul, gave her clonazepam, which is also a benzodiazepine. And she really had an uncomfortable reaction to that. Just woke up and felt, quite confused. So she stopped that medication, understandably. Seroquel is a medication, quetiapine,
Yes.
that at high doses can cause some significant side effects. At lower doses, it generally helps treat insomnia. At higher doses, it can have more significant effects. And in terms of just ability to think and organize one's thoughts. However, Ms. Clancy, in December of 2022, chose at that time to continue on Seroquel, a combination of Seroquel and Valium. Nurse practitioner Gelada had suggested another medication, olanzapine, Zyprexa, which she's taking now. And Ms. Clancy asked that she continue on the Seroquel at that point and the Valium. So, it's a challenge. One has side effects, but one also sees benefit in the medication. And certainly that combination at that time, I think it was around December 7th, December 9th, that was really helping her sleep. And so she asked to continue on those two medications.
So I guess when I ask about over-medication and you talk about the side effects of the medication, there seems to be a disconnect between maybe what a layperson calls over-medicated versus what the medical definition of that is. So is what you're saying that being over-medicated medically means having side effects to the medication?
Well, no, not necessarily.
So what does over-medicated mean to you in your profession?
Asked and answered. I mean, she doesn't get the answer she wants. Look at his face. So she asks it again, and she's like, you're still not saying what I want you to say. So there's what we call a disconnect in what I want you to say and what you're actually saying. So I'm going to do this, sir. Okay. I'm going to say it again. And I'm going to hope that you resolve that disconnect. You tie it up with a pretty bow. I got one here over there with my friend if you need one. Because, you got to say what I'm trying to get you to say. All right. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Look at his face. He's like, I sure want me to say.
Medicated mean to you in your profession?
I kind of said it already.
Well, if someone were to prescribe a medication that was beyond the limit that safely can be prescribed, for example.
Where's this definition?
It's possible to be toxic on, say, lithium, which is a medication that she took for a while she was at Duxbury. And
you say, sir.
If I were prescribing, say, 1,200 milligrams of lithium twice a day, and her lithium level was toxic, as it would likely be, that would clearly be an example of over-medication.
And did you see any evidence of that scenario in the defendant's records that she was prescribed too high a dose to make her be at a toxic level of any medication?
Well, you can think about it. That's a lot of thinking.
I think those who were prescribing for her were responding to the symptoms that she was bringing. There was a kind of a rapid increase in the dose of of Seroquel, and that higher dose of Seroquel was, she did not, I believe she was ultimately prescribed at 400 milligrams, and she never ended up taking that. But
This is not the answer she wanted.
as a clinician, we do our best to try and
They did their
treat
best.
symptoms.
So doctor, did you
Next
see?
question.
Wait, yeah, asked and fucking answered, bitch. If you ask him again, the judge said next question. Because if she tries to ask him this again, no, he didn't answer the way you wanted it to do. She said, oh, well, did you see any signs of that? And she wanted to know. We all saw it. We watched it happen, per usual. You're like, well, let's see. I mean, there was this and there's that. So, yeah, next answer, next question, the judge says. Move on.
And treat symptoms.
So doctor, did you
Next
see?
question.
Right.
Doctor, did you
No.
see, other than the Seroquel, any medications that the amount that was prescribed you would think would be over medication?
See, she does it again.
No.
And then the Seroquel itself, you said she was prescribed up to 400 milligrams, but she reported that she never took that amount, correct?
Correct.
And after her stay at McLean Hospital, she
not
had
what he's
been
saying. He's
weaned
doing a
off
lot
of the
more than that.
Seroquel, correct?
That's right.
And the only medications immediately after leaving McLean Hospital were trazodone and Valium, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Tufts added a medication as a result of her appointments with the defendant in January. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what was that medication?
That was amitriptyline, also known as Elavil.
And you saw that what the initial dose of that was, correct?
Correct.
What was that?
The initial dose from Dr. Tufts was 10 milligrams.
Is that a high dose for an adult?
No,
It's relative.
it's the very smallest dose possible.
And then
And why don't you tell us about the adverse effects she was having to the smallest doses of shit possible?
did Dr. Tufts increase that dose?
Yes.
And when was that?
After a week, she increased the dose from
Need to
10
go over
milligrams
that.
to 20 milligrams.
And is that a significant increase in the dose?
No.
But it was.
Is 20 milligrams a significant or large dose for an adult?
Not at all.
10 milligrams or 20 milligrams of amitriptyline, is that something you could even prescribe to a child?
Yes.
Now, doctor, based on your review of all of the records and your meetings with Ms. Clancy and your collateral interviews, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical
finally,
certainty
let's just wrap
as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 could appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
Didn't he say this already?
My opinion is that she did have the capacity to appreciate right from wrong.
And what do you base that on?
Well, on a number of things.
Just go through all this.
Ms. Clancy had just met with her psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, the day before. And in that discussion with Dr. Tufts, as documented, she denied suicidal ideation, and she also denied thoughts of harm to others. And also there was an ongoing conversation regarding future possible treatments, esketamine or TMS, which I spoke about yesterday, that could be employed to help her.
What?
Also with
Say what? And did she say something after that? Was he done? So she asked, how does she know the difference between right and wrong? And he said, because she talked to her psychiatrist about all the different options to treat her mental illness. Okay. And then I couldn't tell if there was like something happened after he looked like he was done. And was there a sound? Let's see.
TMS, which I spoke about yesterday, that could be employed to help her. Also, with regard to the appreciation between right and wrong, the planning involved prior to the strangling of her children, I thought was significant. The
Planning, right and wrong.
searches for distance of 3V, the searches of CBS, all done prior to her sending fairly late in the afternoon a text asking her husband if
He even wanted.
he didn't mind takeout from 3B and then adding on. So that planning, that preparatory planning, I thought was significant. The avoidance of witnesses. You know, a witness during a time when one is committing a crime can intervene, not just report, but also intervene. And so the fact that this was done without any witness present during a time where she had asked the potential witness to go on a longer errand, also I thought was significant. Concealment is another.
Aren't these guys the only ones that keep calling this a longer errand? What fucking world do I live in where this errand is a long errand? I mean, like, it's kind of insane. It was, longer errand, and it was, at a very unusual time. It's called dinner time. And, those are highly suspicious. Highly suspicious. If you know, you know.
Significant. Concealment is another thing that I think indicated an understanding of right and wrong. I mean, the children were strangled all in the basement. And according to Mr. Clancy, the door to his office had been closed when he arrived to the basement. Timing was really, really significant in this. There was a window of time that Ms. Clancy was aware of in which she would need to kill her 3 children as well as to kill herself, which she expected would happen. She was conscious of time and told me that she had mapped out the distance, et cetera, because she didn't want her husband to be gone too long. But in this case, I think the issue of time and her husband returning, rather than being a solution for her, was a problem. And so to accomplish all of this in the course of that amount of time that Mr. Clancy was gone.
Can I ask everybody a question? Because I thought, and I could be wrong, all right, but I thought when we got to the digital data that there was confirmation that the email was sent from the computer. I mean, clearly we all know that you can tell the difference of whether an email was sent from your iPhone or sent from your computer. I mean, they're doing a digital extraction. They're analyzing all of this. When someone says they left around 5:15, isn't that an estimate? How come this became the end all be all of everything? And then he must have sat in the parking lot for 10 minutes. Why isn't it just, well, maybe I could have been wrong about the time I left. I could have sat in the parking lot for 10 minutes. I mean, yeah, we do. People get, obsessed with their phones, and sometimes they sit there before they pull away, or they sit there when they get there. But I mean, I left at 5:15. That's like an estimate. You say, well, you know how I know it was 5:15? Because we have a clock, an old cuckoo clock that lets a little cuckoo out every 15 minutes. So I heard the 15-minute cuckoo, and then I walked out the door. I mean, well, I don't. What I feel like him. I can't make my words, but I will warn you guys. When we break for that first break, I am going to run an errand. We'll see how long my errand takes, but I got to go.
I thought was significant, really showed an awareness
Real
of time.
significant.
In terms of the weapons used, now these were exercise bands, but they were all near where the children were strangled. They were placed there. That's where they kept those exercise bands.
Oh, so it was convenient.
And the exercise bands were nearly identical. I mean, very similar in terms of what they could do as ligatures.
I mean, yeah,
And so that use of weapons that were readily available and nearby also was significant to me in terms of her
knowing the difference.
understanding
What?
of
Right and wrong.
and planning.
No. This guy.
I did not see any evidence that she had delusions about her children, delusions as to something wrong with them or something that required them, because of a delusion, that they needed to die. I don't recall that she ever spoke about her children in a delusional way. Now,
Watch yourself.
We have a question.
Sure. Next question.
Were there other factors that influenced your opinion that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
yes.
And what were they?
Well, the phone call at what, 5:34
Knew the difference between right
in
and
the
wrong.
afternoon, I thought was significant. So Mr. Clancy was at CVS and he called his wife and she did not pick up, she did not answer, but she called him back and had that ability to deviate from what she was doing to be able to respond, and so had the presence of mind to do that, but also to conceal from him what was going on.
The conceal part.
Locking the door is another example. I mean, certainly Ms. Clancy was aware of time and the limited amount of time to accomplish this.
Right
but by
and wrong,
locking the
doctor.
door, it kept her husband from being able to enter the bedroom and therefore being able to see what had happened. So delayed that time. On arrival, her husband asked her what happened, and she did not confess. She did not tell him what had happened other than, I tried to kill myself. She also did not report auditory hallucinations, but rather said that the children were in the basement. It's my belief that she expected to die, and that by the time Mr. Clancy arrived, she would have successfully been able to take her life.
And sir, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 had the ability to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Well, if we look at that day, we know that in the morning she took Cora to a pediatrician's appointment. And all physicians receive training in psychiatry, no matter what specialty they go in. That's part of medical school. And so, like other doctors who had seen her who were not psychiatrists at appointments and whatever, the pediatrician also did not notice any unusual things about her. She did not, she was able to conform, right, to the type of behavior that a concerned mother would engage in. She was able to drive to the pediatrician's office and then back. And the day was really one of significant control. The activities that she engaged in that day, spending time with her children with Play-Doh, taking them outside to build a snowman, sending photographs of the children to her mother, to her husband on Instagram, fixing lunch and also fixing dinner for the children. So the activities of that day were controlled, as were the activities in terms of the planning that we already mentioned. So throughout the day, I mean, she was methodical and quite controlled and organized, even in that space of time that was short. There was a lot to do in terms of killing her children and also killing herself. And I would say that the last point with regard to conforming to the law is that when she received the phone call from her husband, she did not report to him that she was in distress, that she was having hallucinations, that she needed help. So with that phone, by calling her husband back and reassuring him by the fact that, yes, she knew the medication, whatever, that helped guarantee that he would continue on the errands. Had she not called him back, it would likely, or it certainly was possible that he would be concerned enough that he would return home.
How enough would she know that he was calling, that this call had anything to do with or could dictate whether or not he actually stopped at CVS? This is pure speculation and supposition, and I wish Red was objecting more, okay? Because he's just talking out of his ass.
It certainly was possible that he would be concerned enough that he would return home. And so I think the phone figures in just in terms of her awareness and conforming her behavior such that
to the law,
strangling of her children could be concealed.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, when she strangled her children, was criminally responsible?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Yes.
All right,
it
goodbye.
is my opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was criminally responsible.
Move to submit Dr. Saathoff's CV as an exhibit.
Any objection?
All right,
That may be
cross-examination
admitted.
time.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Finally.
Hold on a second, Mr. Reddington.
Oh, wait, she sits down.
Thank you. All right, Counsel.
Yeah, we got to make sure she sits down.
Morning.
She's horrified of Red.
So, Dr. Saathoff, as I understand it, you conducted your investigation or examination of Lindsay by Zoom, correct?
Did you say by June?
Sorry, Zoom.
By Zoom, okay.
Television.
I thought you said because it was the 4th of June. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us when you were first engaged by the district attorney's office to assist them in this case?
I first was informed about the case, I think in January or early February of 2026 of this year. The
this year.
final contract with the university was not completed, as I recall, until April.
And is that a matter of significant import when you're engaged in evaluating a young woman that's charged with triple homicide and you're hired by the government? The fact that there's a contract that wasn't signed by your school?
Well, sometimes it's a long process that I don't have any control over.
Sure, I understand.
I've seen those kinds of things take a while, take longer than one would necessarily want.
So the contract with your school that you're talking about would be the contract for your compensation, for your opinion?
Well, I would never be contracted for an opinion.
Okay.
But
You're getting paid, right?
no, I'm getting paid a salary.
Yes.
The university is getting paid.
And the university is deriving a benefit monetarily from your testimony or working on this case for the DA, right?
That's right.
All right. And how much did the university get as a result of your involvement in this case?
I don't know what the hourly rate is that they charge.
So you don't know what the hourly rate for your time is, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money was paid by the district attorney's office to the university, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money will be paid for perhaps yesterday, today, whatever, balance billing. You don't know that either, right?
That's right.
You were retained or engaged in January of 26, right?
Yes.
This is an incident that occurred on January of 23, right?
Yes.
In January of 23 to January of 26, 3 years
That's right.
to being engaged on the case, right?
Correct.
And when you were engaged on the case, at some point, the university must have been out of the picture and you must have started to communicate with the DA's office, the police, or whoever.
That's right.
And you knew about this case. It had a significant amount of publicity, right?
Yes.
Did you know that other doctors on behalf of the district attorney's office were being hired to also evaluate Lindsay?
I didn't specifically know that, but that's usually the case.
Is it important to see someone, to evaluate them as close in time as the incident is alleged to have occurred to your evaluation, or does it matter? In other words, is it better to see someone like, within a month or two after an incident, or 3.5 years later?
Well, what's most important is the collateral information that was gathered at the time to understand what was going on at the time. Ms. Clancy's behavior during her hospitalization and the like, there are records, but certainly there are benefits to an examination closer to the event.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you actually saw and questioned or interrogated Lindsay, 2 months ago?
May 29th and June 4th.
Okay. And when you went to interview her in purposes of your evaluation, you had already accessed the collateral information, sir?
Yes.
Before I go there, let me just review a few things here on your CV, which the jurors will have to examine. You indicated to us your present employment. You have a private practice as a psychiatrist?
No.
Okay. So where do you see patients?
Well, I see patients in the prison system.
They're your patients?
Yes.
What do you do for those people that are in jail?
In prison, within the Virginia Department of Corrections, we have inmates within the prison system who suffer from mental illness and require assessment and treatment.
I see. So you don't have, when you said to the jury a little while ago, if I'm treating my patient and I would prescribe a particular prescription for my patient, and I wouldn't tell my patient to do whatever it is you said. It's not people that go to an office or see you or even on the television to be treated. These are people that are in jail, right?
Prison. Yes.
So there's a difference between jail and prison, right?
Yes.
And this would be in Virginia, is it?
Correct.
So you're dealing with people that are serving hard time in the Iron Mansion, as they say. It's not a house of correction down the street, right?
I see patients who have different varying sentences. Some have life sentences. Some are scheduled for release, in the coming month. So that really varies.
And you work on behalf of the state to evaluate prisoners to determine whether or not they are fit, if you will, to be released into society, right?
Once someone's sentence is over, the only way that they could be continued within a prison system would be to be committed to a psychiatric hospital. And I would say that in the 34 years that I've been treating inmates who are patients, I can only recall 2 times where when discharge came up, their condition was such that they required to be civilly committed because of mental illness.
And when you are talking as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator, would that be on behalf of the BOP, Bureau of Prisons?
I have consulted with the Bureau of Prisons on just a few occasions, but
Okay.
Bureau of Prisons is federal, and
Yeah, I know that.
most of my work has been with state.
Okay, but on your resume, sir, you indicate from 2019 through the present, that's a number of years, that you have been employed or engaged as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator on behalf of the United States Bureau of Prisons as it relates to probation or parole. Is that in your resume?
Yes.
And that means, sir, that you evaluate inmates that are trying to get out of jail, and you would evaluate them to determine if they're appropriate for parole, right?
No.
Okay. So when you indicate on your resume from 2019 through the present, you're employed as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator for the United States Bureau of Prisons. How many of these evaluations did you do in the years from 2019 through 2026? 7 years.
I think I've done 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yes.
Okay. 2016 through 2022, you're engaged as a consultant psychiatrist for the Alison Student Health Center. What is that?
That's the Student Health Center at the University of Virginia. So that serves students who are at the university.
And like what? I mean, do you evaluate them? Do you treat them? Do you analyze them? What do you do for college students?
My work with the university and the health center really had to do with students who were having difficulty and had left the university and were interested in getting back. And so I was part of a 3-person panel to evaluate the students to see whether or not it would be appropriate to bring them back to the university.
And what, were they like thrown out of the university, or they were disciplined or something? Why would you bring them back? What does that mean?
Well, if there was an event that caused concern, potentially was a threat, for example, then just for the student safety and the safety of all, they would leave the university in order to get the type of care that they needed. And then if they want to come back, then I was part of a panel that would evaluate these students and make a determination about whether it was safe.
So these
For
are
them
your
to come
students.
back.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Okay, these are students, right?
Correct.
In college, right?
That's right.
That have been thrown out or disciplined or suspended or something, and they're trying to get back into school, right?
That's right.
And when the parents of the students come, they retain you to advocate on their behalf?
No.
No, you work for the school, right?
Correct.
You evaluate them and then back the school up so that these kids can't get back into the school, right?
Can you ask that question again?
No, that's all right. 1999 through the present, you work for the United States Department of Justice, and the United States Department of State, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the United States Attorney's Office, the prosecutors. Like they're the state prosecutors, you get federal prosecutors, right?
Well, federal prosecutors and defenders. I've worked with both.
Well, the defenders certainly don't work for the United States Department of Justice or the United States Department of State, do they?
I was under the impression that federal public defenders were under the umbrella of the Department of Justice.
No, that's called the CJAC. That would be a totally different group of people. Those are people that defend people to try to have them not be abused by the system, if you will.
Yeah,
That's-
that question we struck.
That's an appropriate
2015,
statement.
you're a psychiatric consultant.
I mean, it's true. That's what the defenders do. They defend people to make sure they're not abused by the system. Thank you, Red. Thank you. I feel seen. Let's go back.
Have them not be abused by the system, if you will.
Yeah, that question we stricken.
2015, you're a psychiatric consultant for the Virginia Office of the Attorney General. Another prosecuting arm, right?
Yes.
2013, Virginia Department of the Virginia Department of Corrections, least restrictive measures for segregation. You evaluate people to determine if they should be in
The whole.
max or disciplinary unit as opposed to general population. Is that what you do?
Yes, I've been asked to do that.
Okay. And you certainly don't advocate on behalf of the prisoners that are being placed in seg or being placed in those closed units with higher security, right?
No, that's not true at all.
The National Security Expert 2007 to the present, Oak Ridge United Associated Universities. What is that?
Yes, that is a group that does research with the Behavioral Analysis Unit and the National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, and I have done work with them.
Okay. Critical Incident Analysis Group, CIAG, University of Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. Behavioral Analysis Unit, as you told us yesterday, for the FBI at Quantico, right?
That's right.
Psychiatric consultant to the Virginia Department of Corrections, medium, maximum, and supermax facilities, right?
Yes.
Continuing on with your experience, sir, as a witness in this
Basically
case,
an arm of the
you agree
government.
with me that you were involved as a psychiatric consultant with the Macro Task Force on-site consultation for the Australian Police Service.
Yes.
Ooh.
Former Soviet Union project, Republic of Georgia, TBILISI, Georgia. You're involved with that, sir?
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi, yeah. Critical Incident Response Group for the U.S. Air Force. You're in the assessment unit.
Yes.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support for Operation Gray Sunset, Jordan.
Correct.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support unit, critical incident response in Montreal, Quebec.
Yes.
FBI, National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, Operation New Hope.
Yes.
Bureau of Criminal Investigation, that's BCI, for the Department of the State Police. Would that be Virginia?
Yes.
You also have an interest in and have studied or written about various topics in your career, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hostage negotiations course, crisis management unit. You were involved with that, is that correct?
Correct.
That was a number of years ago, though. I guess that was like 1996.
That's right.
But you've been involved with the FBI for a long time, right?
Yes.
Fair to say that you're a government man?
Objection.
No, sustained.
Hostage negotiation course. How about
Government
Virginia
man.
Department of State Police? You involved with them as well, sir? Yes?
Yes.
Advisory positions. You deal with Islam in prison is one of your interests, right? That was a TV program or something?
Correct.
You talk about National Institute for Justice,
Is he consultant on
Standing Committee to advise the Department of
like a consultant on a television show? I mean, this guy's he's working all the angles. Just admit it. Did you have any say in Criminal Minds? What was your role consulting on that TV show?
State on unexplained health effects on U.S. government employees and their families overseas, right?
Yes.
Analysis of pre-attack behaviors of the Las Vegas shooter behavioral analysis unit for the FBI.
Yes.
Skipping ahead, papers published. Now, when a doctor or a psychiatrist, or any doctor really, I guess, publishes a paper that's of interest to other doctors or people, that's called a learned treatise, right? Peer review?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, what is peer review? What does that mean when you're dealing with a person's focus and interest in writing about what they're focused on?
So a peer review journal is one in which once an article is submitted, a paper for publication, that goes to qualified people within the same field who review it and make determinations about the quality and whether or not it should be published. Oftentimes, there will be some edits or suggested edits from those who have expertise. It's a blind process. So if I submit a paper and it's peer reviewed, I don't know necessarily at all who is reviewing it, but it's a way to ensure quality of articles that are published. Then that's just an important standard.
So it's kind of a rigorous standard to make sure that what you're writing about is reliable and would be helpful to others that are interested in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So for example, also it depends on where you're publishing it. You can put something in the National Enquirer, or you could put it in International Psychiatric something or other, right? Which would be a better
I don't think the
publication.
Enquirer is peer reviewed, but
So you certainly would agree with me that the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry is a respected source for learned treatises, right?
yes.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you've been in here telling this jury all about Lindsay and how she didn't hear voices or did hear voices or exaggerated and lied. Have you written any articles at all on the concept of auditory hallucinations?
No.
Have you read any of them?
Read any articles? Yes.
Yeah, okay. You certainly have heard of Dr. Philip Resnick, yes?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, tell me if I'm wrong, is he literally a world-known authority in your field for filicide or the killing of children by their parents?
Yes, he's well known.
And is he also well-written as far as auditory hallucinations, same stuff you've been testifying about?
Yes.
And he published an article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry, which is considered to be, if you know, a landmark article about, and I captioned, listening to voices, the use of phenomenology to differentiate malingered from genuine auditory verbal hallucinations. Now, did you read that article?
Yes.
So it is a peer-reviewed article published in a recognized journal, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would offer this under Commonwealth versus Sneed for the jury, if they wish.
Objection.
Counsel Garcia, sidebar.
Oh! Woo!
Well, I suppose. I'm finished with this guy.
I mean, what are they trying to get at here? Your guy don't know shit. Resnick knows it all. And you know, let's just go back and see what Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Oh, we've got blooping time.
Jury, if they wish. Your Honor, I would offer this under Commonwealth versus Sneed for the jury, if they wish.
Objection.
Counsel Garcia, sidebar.
All right, so he's trying to offer something that the witness has said is allowed in the field. Is
Made for the district attorney. Could I continue?
let's see.
Your Honor, while that copy is being made for the district attorney, could I continue?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, so he was
Leaving aside.
point out the only delay here is they want a chance to read it first. Okay, so they're gonna make a copy. They're gonna read it. We're gonna come back and put it in for y'all to read. Okay.
I had a peer review article, and the article written by Dr. Philip Resnick, sir, for a minute. Papers that you published, and you have in your resume, it says peer reviewed. So that's just what we were talking about, right?
That's right.
All right. Using the moral situational action model of extremist violence to assess fluctuating levels of risk in women, the relevance of risk promotive and protective factors. What does that mean, levels of risk in women with extremist violence?
I mean, you did write about it, sir.
We're looking at risk assessment in terms of violence and what may be mitigating factors. In other words, decreasing the risk or the threat, or increasing, that would be enhancing factors. But this is looking at a group in terms of research.
And it's research about women that are involved with extremist violence?
Yes.
Okay. Assessing, strike that. Using the moral situational action violence risk model for assessing women involved in extremist violence, an empirical study. Is that a similar article?
Yes.
Operationalizing theory, a moral situational action model for extremist violence. That would include guys plus women, I guess, right?
I'm sorry.
That would include men plus women, I guess, right? Because it doesn't
Yes.
say women. Suicide, terrorism, performance, violence as a public plunge. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
It's another interest. Crisis leadership and military community resilience. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Painting by numbers, capturing the pathology of socio-political conflict, dealing with depression amongst Palestinians. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Psychological challenges of bioterror. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Trauma and intergenerations transmissions in Kuwait. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
Recognizing borderline personality disorder in the family practice setting. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
Mortality among elderly patients discharged from a state hospital. It's one of your interests, right?
That's right.
Postpartum psychosis induced by bromocriptine.
Oh,
That's the one that you
That's
told the
the
jury
one.
about originally, that you
That's
published
the-
40 years ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Morality and the radicalization of women.
those
What is that?
radical women. I'd like to hear this.
What is that? What was that all
Tell us
about?
about it.
Could I be refreshed with that? I'm
Sure. It's just, I mean, you can look at your resume if you wish. I'm just going through it. It's under B, books and chapters. This one is the first one, and it deals with Radicalization of Women, a handbook, I guess, for terrorism studies. You remember that? It's only 4 years ago.
Yes.
Okay.
Tell us about it.
Application of big data for national security, a practitioner's guide. You wrote that, right?
Correct. I was one of 4 editors.
Crisis Guide of Psychoactive Drugs and Poisons for the Crisis Negotiation Unit. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
International Handbook of Threat Assessment, right? Yes. Protection of Children During Armed Political Conflicts, a Multidisciplinary Perspective, right?
Yes.
The Negotiator's Guide, like when somebody's locked in a building and they're threatening to kill people or something, the Negotiator's Guide to Psychoactive Drugs, 2nd edition. You wrote a chapter on that, right?
That's right.
The Negotiator's Guide. And it goes on and on with the negotiators and things like that. Terrorism negotiators, right? It's fair to say that's your focus?
One of them.
Correct. Well,
Well, I know you can talk about postpartum, but I mean, I'm asking you if your resume that you prepared, I imagine, well before you were hired by this DA's office, sets forth your interest, right?
yes.
Okay.
The characterization of negotiation as trying to stop killers is not accurate.
I'm probably wrong.
Comprehensive.
I apologize. You see it on TV, the negotiators, and they're, trying to help people that are being kidnapped.
On a bridge,
On
in
a bridge,
crisis,
yeah.
something like that. So
Just a few more, Dr. Panels and symposia. You'd agree with, let's see, national security implicate. I just want to run through a quick attachment theory, mental wellness as.
Seems like he's just being a little cautious. Like, I don't know, they might think this guy's like old. He's the FBI. He doesn't want to be seen, roughing him up. They're, for all we know, Red's older than this guy, but Red could be 20 years younger.
Relates to threat management, threat assessments, corrections, psychiatry presentations, substance abuse and misuse in prisons, perspective on providing medical support during conflict and chaos, targeted violence in the media, lessons from history, the profiler of poisons, understanding the female extremist, crisis operations, leadership, how to fool doctors by injecting chemicals into muscle to obtain opioids. A prison inmate comes clean. Did I read all those topics correctly, sir?
correct.
Invited lectures, talk about extremism, terrorism, the future of policing, children in long-term abductions, how to prevent terrorism, mass shooters, U.S. prisoners, religious rights, religious radicalization, terrorism and the unknown enemy.
I mean, I'm sorry, I gotta pause. I really wish he would go back to that radicalization of women. I'd like to know what maybe it was just about the methods they use to radicalize, terrorist women that help terrorists. But I'm sure there was some very strange stuff about women in there.
Basically, that's what your focus is, sir, correct?
No.
And that's coupled with your experience of the 2 people or so that you recall dealing with in your, it's not a practice, but working for the Bureau of Prisons or the state for Virginia, the people that are in jail. That is the sum total, to be respected, of Dr. Saathoff, correct? I mean, you treated 2 people. You've written a lot about terrorism and other issues that we went through.
That's not at all correct characterization.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because I read your resume right?
Yes.
Okay. And I related what you indicated to the jury, your experience when I asked you about patients or treating people. I said that right?
I've been treating patients and I continue to for the last 40 years.
Now, in all of your experience, sir, have you ever treated a woman suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
When?
In the late 1980s and also during the 1990s when I ran a unit in a state hospital.
So this would be women 1980s, about 30 years ago or 20 years ago, depending on which one, in a prison that you were...
Way
No.
more than that,
Oh,
Red.
was it?
In a state hospital.
This
State
man,
hospital.
how young does he think he is? We're 20 years ago. It's still 2000s. I mean, it's actually 2006. Okay. So, recognize how old you are. I know it's hard. It's hard for me too, but it's a lot longer than that.
Were they
Correct.
committed? Were they there because they wanted to be there, or were they committed by order of the court?
Yes,
Yes, what?
usually committed.
Okay. So other than that, sir,
30 to 40 years ago.
do you have any interest, writing, knowledge about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis?
Well, it really is a requirement when you assess and treat women to be aware of their histories and making determinations. So
That didn't answer the
that-
question.
has continued really throughout my career,
What did
men
you-
and women.
What did you just say?
Men and
Can you
women.
repeat that again? You're treating women with what?
Treating women with psychiatric problems, serious illness, psychosis.
So when you defined for the district attorney the concept of, let's say, psychosis yesterday, were you referring in any degree to a woman who has had a baby and is in a period of postpartum depression, shall we say?
Yes.
Okay. And when and how were you treating those people?
That was during the period of 15 years when I ran a unit of men and women who came in with serious psychiatric symptoms.
So
Find out what year.
what would you do? Would you analyze them? Would you talk to them, counsel them? What would you do while they're in the hospital?
Well, do a full assessment with a multidisciplinary team and make determinations about proper treatment, proper therapy, medications, and the like to treat the symptoms.
And generally, what would the symptoms be, sir, in your experience?
Symptoms of postpartum depression.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, certainly within that period of time around birth or after birth, the DSM has a 4-week period. Others expand that to as much as a year.
Finally.
But certainly depressive symptoms postpartum are similar to the symptoms that you see in a regular depression. You can have suicidality, you can have guilt, changes in appetite, changes in weight, changes in concentration, changes in physical activity. You can also have significant problems with sleep, either sleeping too much or not enough. So these are depressive symptoms that come in the postpartum period and require assessment and treatment.
Are you aware, sir, in your practice or studies of the number of women that commit suicide during the postpartum period? Are you aware of that?
I can't quote you a figure.
Do you have any clue at all?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that one of the unfortunate components of a woman who has had a baby and is suffering from postpartum depression and living with it, that can, on a dime, turn into postpartum psychosis very quick, right?
It can be rapid.
Hey,
And you indicated, sir, that there, according to the
let's
DSM,
do this again. Let's do this
Right?
again. Okay, listen up, people.
It can be rapid.
Oh wait,
Quick.
gotta
On
get
from
this. Like,
postpartum depression. A
wait,
woman of the unfortunate components of a woman who has had a baby and is suffering from postpartum depression and living with it, that can, on a dime, turn into postpartum psychosis. Very quick, right?
It can be rapid.
all right, people. So, and I know somebody mentioned it yesterday, and I even put the comment up, and we've, you know, a lot of you've been talking about it, but like, they keep forgetting, like, okay, you've got this whatever period that they want to limit psychosis to like right shortly after birth. But what about the people who have postpartum depression, aren't being treated or aren't resolving, and that can slip into postpartum psychosis? Case closed. He just said yes. So let's just keep, you know, this game up, this little game the prosecution wants to play. On a dime. On a dime.
It can be rapid.
And you indicated, sir, that there, according to the DSM, is a 4-week cutoff for symptomology, and then you mentioned that there are others. Is it the World Health Organization that you said that talks about a year?
Correct.
There are some other psychiatric organizations that talk about different periods of time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, right?
Correct.
So when a woman is dealing with these symptoms and goes to a doctor, or even you, when you're treating, as you indicated 15, 20 years ago, you were treating, is it important to take a blood test?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, my bad. Is it important to take a blood test?
Is it important to take a blood test?
Yeah, you just went through the whole thing about we're going to have the team and they're going to evaluate and we're going to prescribe. I'm just asking, is it important to take a blood test of the patient?
It can be.
Based on what?
Based on the presenting symptoms, based on the history, based on medical history. For example, if someone has recently been in a hospital and been treated, there may not be a necessity for drawing blood again, depending on the types of symptoms that you encounter. It's not a standard that everyone who presents to a psychiatrist requires blood tests.
So if you're a psychiatrist who's been practicing private practice for about, I don't know, a month, maybe 2, and is prescribing antipsychotic medications, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor medications, benzodiazepine medications to a young woman who is complaining of what the young woman perceives to be difficulties postpartum, is it important to take a blood test to find out what, if any, prescription drugs they have on board in their system?
To check and find out, did you say what drugs are on board?
Yeah, I mean, you're treating this patient, right? And they're coming off the, hypothetically with you, but they're coming off the street to see a psychiatrist for help, right?
Yes.
And if they're already been prescribed drug after drug after drug by a particular doctor with her 2 months of robust experience, is it a fair statement that you should take a blood test of that person?
Well, it really depends on the medication. There are some medications that really require blood tests because of levels and the like. Many psychotropic medications are not easily, there's not an easy test for the amount of medication in the system. So it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the medication. I mean, for example, lithium or carbamazepine or valproic acid, those are all mood stabilizers. Certainly taking a blood test would be very important. So it depends.
Depends. Can I just ask you to spell those 2 drugs that you just pronounced for the stenographer, please?
Carbamazepine.
Yeah.
Carbamazepine.
Okay.
Valproic acid, VALPROIC acid, also known as valproate, VALPROATE. And did I mention lithium?
That's not a hard one. The record has to be accurate, that's all.
Understood.
Okay. Now, doctor, are there other tests in your experience that are or can be or should be administered to a young woman or a woman who's had a baby and is coming to a doctor, like Dr. Tufts, for example? Are there other tests that can be administered to determine if, in fact, that person is suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm not aware of any specific test that specifically diagnoses depression. Years and years ago.
Oh, postpartum depression, sir.
Pardon me?
Postpartum depression is my question.
Correct.
Depression. I know you want to say it's the same thing, but postpartum depression is my question.
And you're asking if there's a blood test for postpartum depression?
I'm asking if there's any tests at all that a psychiatrist can or should administer to the patient coming to them for help.
Well, there's the Edinburgh scale, which is a self-report that patients fill out for who are postpartum.
You looked that up last night?
No.
No? You knew about the Edinburgh scale?
Yes.
You administered the Edinburgh scale?
Pardon me?
Have you administered the Edinburgh scale?
No. It's a self-report, usually given by nurses.
Nurses, okay. In any event, it's a scale that is a useful tool to determine the level or degree of depression that a person may be expressing that is suffering from postpartum depression, correct?
That's right.
And do you know what the numbers are on the scale? Like, is it 1 to 23 or is it 1 to 50, or do you know what it is?
It's a 30-point scale.
When you say
so 1 to 30, as I understand it.
And when you say a self-report, the patient would then advise what symptomology they're suffering at that particular point in time, right?
Correct.
And then the doctor would then determine whether or not there is a risk or an extreme risk or a deadly risk of this person committing suicide, harming someone else, whether it's a baby or anybody else, and determine what the level of their postpartum depression is, right?
Yes, it can help.
And did Dr. Tufts administer Edinburgh test to this young woman?
I know that Ms. Clancy, there were a number of Edinburgh tests that were given to her, so that there are some scores in her record. I can't recall which practitioner gave her the Edinburgh test, but I do recall that there are a number of scores within her medical record.
Are you sure?
And what was her highest score?
The highest score that I recall was 23.
23 out of 30, right?
Correct.
And over 15, the patient is in pretty serious trouble, right?
Over 15 is concerning, definitely.
Right. And she was 23. Right?
Yes, I believe so. I think they ranged from 19 to 23, just
Right,
from my
they
memory.
increased as time went by, right? She was getting worse,
Correct.
right? Yeah. All right. And in addition to the regular blood test, which costs like, I don't know, about $100 to administer a blood test to see what somebody's got in their system. It's not a lot of money, right, for the insurance company.
I just didn't hear you.
Blood test. It's not a lot of money for an insurance company to pay, right? To cover.
Correct.
Okay. So do you feel that it is reasonable medical procedure for a psychiatrist dealing with a woman who is expressing under the Edinburgh scale off the charts or serious trouble, who is on medication, as we went through, the antipsychotic drugs, the SSRI drugs, the amitriptylines are at the end of the period of treatment with these people, the benzodiazepines. It's helpful to take a blood test, right?
It can be.
And is that, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a step that should be taken by a competent doctor?
That taking blood tests can be appropriate, yes.
And then there's an additional blood test that you can use when you're dealing with a woman who's suffering from postpartum depression or coming to the doctor for help and they have significant narcotics or prescription drugs in their system, and that would be an enzyme test, right?
I'm not aware of an enzyme test being typically available or used.
Well, it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Like it costs a couple of grand?
I don't know.
All right. In any event, sir, are there any other concerns that one would have if they're competent and they're treating somebody that's come to them for help in addition to a blood test and perhaps enzyme test to determine the metabolizing aspect of the person's system, metabolizing or processing these drugs that are in their system, the enzyme test? Are there any other tests or concerns that you have with a woman whose postpartum depression complaints come to your doorstep?
Well, depending on the presentation, sometimes it's helpful to check thyroid function. That can certainly be a cause of psychiatric symptoms.
Did they do a thyroid test on Lindsay?
No.
That's not a lot of money that the insurance company would complain about, right?
Correct.
One of the things that I just don't want to forget, sir, is that the district attorney asked you, while we're talking about the drugs, about the Lamictal, otherwise known as lamotrigine. Did I pronounce that right?
Lamotrigine, yes.
Lamotrigine. And she said that Lamictal, it has a side effect of a rash, right? You recall that, sir?
I think I said serious rash.
No, I think she said rash. You may, it's up to the jury what their recollection is, but you may have said serious rash, but we both agree it's a serious rash, right?
Yes.
In fact, it can be fatal, right?
In very rare occasions, yes.
It can be fatal, right?
Yes, in very rare occasions.
Well, if one person out of 1,000 gets Stevens-Johnson syndrome or prurigo nodularis as a result of taking that medication, that's something that we should not tolerate as doctors, right?
Risks and benefits are something that every physician, every prescriber needs to think about.
So you've heard of, as it relates to Lamictal.
So I'm going to assume that Red has heard the people. A lot of you, and I'm not saying from this show, from wherever he's getting information or whoever's getting him information, I've been talking about that this is not a rash. This is a fatal rash. One of you even put up the name of the illness he just spoke on. So, and it seems the prosecution's doing it too, because they just had to change their entire freaking case. They're like, well, I guess sounds like we're fucking up. I guess we better change our shit. But no, getting off course. But, someone's getting read the information. This is the first time we're hearing this about him calling out. This is not just a rash.
As a prescription drug, what's called 10. You've heard of that, right? As a side effect?
Yes.
And that means what?
It is a pretty severe reaction of the skin, as I recall, causing blistering. I mean, it's very significant.
So if you have a young woman who is a nurse, an RN, who worked for 7 years in a very prestigious hospital's labor and delivery unit, who was so nervous about drugs that were being prescribed to her that she would at night sit in her kitchen on her phone and Google all sorts of side effects of narcotics, the drugs, the Seroquel, lamotrigine, all of these drugs. Is it an unreasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take that drug, in your opinion?
Wow. Wow.
It seems like you're asking, is it reasonable to decide not to take the drug?
Yeah, that's what she did. That's what you told us yesterday. That's what the DA asked you yesterday, right?
It was a decision that she made.
And
What?
in your opinion, sir, after we just went through all of this with the TENS, with the toxic epidural necrolysis and all the rest of that, and she's a nurse, and she's looking up these drugs that she's being prescribed and says, I don't wish to take that drug, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty based on your experience, is that a reasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take it?
The benefits of that drug are profound,
That's not the question.
and millions of Americans take that medication and find it to be very important for them.
Did you answer?
You're an intelligent man, you're a doctor, you've got a lot of experience dealing with the
I
prisons.
mean, did you answer the question
Medication
asked?
and find it to be very important for them.
Doctor, you're an intelligent man, you're a doctor, you've got a lot of experience dealing with the prison system. We've already gone over all of that. You understand my question, don't you? Just
Yes.
asking, is that a reasonable decision for Lindsay to make to say, I don't wish to take that drug? Based on all the side effects, whether or not it's rare that people die, whether or not it's rare that they break out on their skin with these permanent lesions and bleeding pustules, is it reasonable for her to say, I don't want to take it?
In her mind, it was.
Yeah.
What about yours?
And certainly, we don't want to leave it with the jury that she's so vain that she just didn't want to take something that she might get a little rash.
Answer the question.
In any event. Now, have in mind, there's no blood test, there's no enzyme test for metabolite test, there's no thyroid test, but we still have the pill factory through Dr. Tufts and then into Dr. Gelada for that period of time. You're telling this jury that that is, in your opinion, reasonable little drug doses that she was prescribed? Is that what you're telling this jury, sir?
That it was reasonable to prescribe?
Yeah, the drugs, one right after the other, and then stopping the SSRI, not weaning off, stopping it flat out. Is that reasonable?
Objection.
Sustained, just as to form.
Compound, maybe.
Is it reasonable, sir, in your opinion, to tell someone who's on an SSRI, such as Zoloft or Prozac, just stop it and we'll put you on something else, or should you wean it off?
In the case of
He already
the
answered that. I wouldn't ask
Zoloft
it.
and the severe insomnia, it, in my view, it was reasonable to stop it.
And then prescribe new drugs?
Well, insomnia was a significant problem, so as I recall, Ativan and Benadryl were prescribed to assist her with those symptoms.
Now, if somebody, is nervous because they have an exam coming up, or they just can't sleep because maybe they're worried about their job, there's a big difference between that and serious insomnia. Is that true?
Yes.
And Lindsay was suffering very serious insomnia, according to the medical records and her statements to her providers, right?
That's right.
And in fact, when Tufts increased the SSRI 25 to 50, she went 48 hours straight without being able to sleep, right?
That's in the record, yes.
And she went pretty much immediately to Tufts and complained about that and said, I can't sleep. It's 48 hours. I just can't sleep, right?
Yes, I think that was around the 21st of October.
And in your experience with dealing with terrorism and terrorist threats and things like that, would you agree with me that sleep deprivation is used as a torture?
It can be, yes.
And in fact, the side effects, if you will, of a person who's suffering from serious insomnia can actually lead to psychosis, can it not?
Yes, it's possible.
You're aware that while she's living
Thanks,
in her
Mommy
house with
Eve.
her husband, Pat, and their 3 kids, that by all accounts, she was a happy mother, wife, friend, daughter, all of the above, right?
No.
So as the summer progressed, is it your understanding from Dr. Saathoff's investigation in this case that Lindsay Clancy and her husband, Pat, and their kids during the summer of 22 were not living their best life, enjoying life?
The summer was very good from Callan's birth really through much of August. Through the time that Patrick Clancy was at home, that first 12 weeks was really quite good.
And then it went sideways, right? She started having some concern about anxiety, right?
She did.
That brought her to Dr. Tufts' office. Brought her to talk to Dr. Tufts on the telemedicine, right?
Correct.
And then she started getting her prescriptions, such as the SSRI at 25, SSRI increased to 50, 48 hours without sleep, went back to Dr. Tufts, more medications prescribed, right?
Yes.
Was she in rough shape in October of 2022 after dealing with Tufts for about 3 weeks?
She was certainly having difficulty, although the Benadryl and the Ativan were very helpful for sleep.
Okay. I'm just going to grab this item here. I'm just going to kind of hold it. In your investigation, and look, you did look at the text messages and all the stuff that was on Lindsay's phone. Right?
Yes.
Her life was pretty much turned inside out, right? I mean, government got access to every text message she sent, right?
Yes.
Every email that she sent, right?
Yes.
Every memo that she wrote on her phone or on her computer or whatever, right?
Yes.
Every journal entry that she ever wrote during this period of time. We have it all, don't we?
Yes.
And in October 20th, sir, did you see this text where she texted her mother and said, Mom, will you please come up and stay with me a bit? I'm really sick. Something's wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night. I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started to take medicine the doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary. And I don't. Did you see that?
Yes.
So she wasn't doing well in October, was she?
Correct.
And continued to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Gelada, right?
Nurse practitioner Paul and then Gelada, yes.
Okay. Now, in your investigation of the medical records, would you agree with me that Lindsay was not running around from doctor to try to physician shop to try to get drugs so that she could get high or use the drugs? That's not what she was doing, was it?
Ms. Clancy expressed concerns that she was not following a plan and that it would have been better for her had she tried to stick with a plan.
Is that one sentence in all of the medical records where it makes reference to the fact that she said something like, I should have stuck with the plan? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. My question, sir, was Dr. Tufts, Dr. Paul, Dr. Gelada.
Nurse practitioner Paul and July.
I apologize again. That's
all right.
My bad. Nurse practitioner Gelada. Up to that point, bringing us into November, these people and other emergency room visits that she had, she was not going out looking to score drugs off of drug prescriptions. Is that fair?
Correct.
And she, in fact, looked up Tufts, but she didn't even know who Tufts was. She went online and Googled postpartum depression and found an expert. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
But she was only practicing for like a month or two. Was she, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, an expert?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the amount of training that she received, not just as a physician and a resident, but also in the area of women's health.
So the young lady goes online, Googles, trying to get help, goes to see the expert, Dr. Tufts, ultimately deals with nurse practitioner Gelada and counselor that worked in that medical field business. Letitia Dukes, I believe is her name.
Right.
And then she had the need to go to an emergency room and went to Mass General Hospital, right?
That's right.
And she was with her husband, Pat, right?
Correct.
And she had been complaining about lack of sleep, insomnia, right?
Yes, as I understand.
She had been complaining about inability to emote, feeling hollow, not myself, right?
Correct.
And a number of other complaints that were brought to the fore. And the hospital made a recommendation that she go to McLean Hospital, which is a locked ward mental institution in Massachusetts. And she chose not to do that, correct?
That's right.
So then what she did is went back to her home and immediately hooked up again, if you will, with Tufts, right?
That's right.
In December, one of the people at the South Shore perinatal unit advised her to go to a hospital that specializes in postpartum women. That would be Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, right?
That's right.
And she went there like the next day, right after they called, right?
Yes, I think they fit her in pretty quickly. Was it maybe the 20th of December?
And her husband dropped her off for that day program, right?
That's right.
And she participated with the coloring, with the conferences or with the discussions, and evaluations with the doctor, right?
Yes.
For about 8 hours. It was about an 8-hour day, right?
Something like that.
And on that day, in December 20th, she was turned away, basically, right?
I don't know that I would term it turned away.
Did they help her?
By Dr. Diaz's notes, but.
Did they help her?
Pardon me?
Did they help her?
They felt that another program might be more appropriate, either inpatient or partial hospitalization or outpatient, just based upon her concerns about medication.
And her concerns about the symptomology of postpartum depression, right? That's why she was there.
She was having depressive symptoms, yes.
Right. And that's in addition to, everybody wants to say GAD, general anxiety, depression. This woman was there for treatment of postpartum depression, right?
She was there for treatment of depression. I was under the impression that most of the women who were in that program were much closer to had given birth to their children. And so in that respect, it was not the group that they served were much closer to that postpartum period, as I understand.
You're not going to say to this jury that because Lindsay was outside of the, let's say, 4-month cutoff, that she was not a good candidate for postpartum depression treatment? Is that what you told us, Jay?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said because of the time frame from giving birth to the time that she went to see them.
I was just speaking about my understanding from the note from women and infants in terms of their decision making.
Okay. And women and infants basically discharged her after about 8 hours, right?
Yes.
And her husband was up skiing, and then she contacted him, and he had to come down and pick her up and bring her home, right?
That's right.
And the reason that she was discharged from Infants Hospital in Rhode Island included a statement, RO, rule out issues regarding prescription medications, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And she indicated that she was going to go right back to TOPS, right?
Yes.
And she did, didn't she?
Yes, as I understand.
And would you agree, sir, that every time a doctor said to Lindsay to do something, whether it was to make an appointment somewhere, whether it was to take another drug, any advice, that she was on it immediately? Is that fair?
She attended her appointments, yes.
Well, not just that, she attended them right away. Well, she was told, for example, at McLean, you read those records, that she should hook up with her provider, and she did the very next day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't avoiding seeing healthcare professionals, was she?
No.
And she was continuing to express concern about her state of mind. She felt that her mind, her brain was being damaged. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Those are in the records, right?
Correct.
And she felt that her brain being damaged was permanent and she was never going to get better, right?
Yes.
She was complaining not just to her physicians, but she was complaining to people in her community that she was having intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, suicidal thoughts, and homicidal ideation. She said that, correct?
The homicidal ideation, as I understand, was just voiced to her husband and her mother.
Just voiced? Is that what you just said? Just voiced? Is that like talking about the Red Sox?
Objection.
She's talking about homicidal ideation of her children.
Sustained. Next question.
I asked you about her complaints of intrusive thoughts, complaining to doctors, complaining to friends, complaining to neighbors, family about dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide and homicidal ideation. Didn't she?
I just don't recall that she complained of homicidal ideation to
Okay, so-
healthcare providers.
Finish answering.
I think, Doc, you finished? Did you finish the answer? Doctor, did you finish that last answer?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Next question.
So we'll put homicidal ideation aside for a minute. Would you agree that for that period of time, short as it may have been in her life, November into December, that she was reaching out to people that would listen to her for help?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that she would tell, for example, neighbors or friends with the Learning Sprouts School, her family, her doctors, that she was having these dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide Yes or no?
Did you ask whether or not she was telling her children's teachers at Learning Sprouts?
Anyone that she would come in contact with at Learning Sprouts, whether it's another mother, whether it's a friend, whether it's a teacher, whether it's an administrator, whether it's somebody that just watches the kids in the playground, did she tell anyone that she had dark, intrusive thoughts to your investigation?
Those people that you named, I wasn't aware that she informed them about that.
When someone says, with her history up to this point in December, that they're having dark, intrusive thoughts to a professional, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does it make sense that the professional should ask the person whether or not these are voices that they're hearing in their head, or whether or not they are just thoughts that they're having?
Certainly exploring that is important.
And would you agree with me, sir, that when you have a young woman that, again, by all accounts, done nothing wrong in her life, exemplary citizen, has these issues and sees the doctors that, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a physician should do a little bit more than asking, do you have a plan? I mean, is that accepted practice, just to say, do you have a plan? And if they say no, you're okay.
I wasn't aware that that was the only question.
Okay. She was also told that counsel had asked you yesterday about other recommendations that were given to her by women and infants, and that you said that she did not follow through on that, but she did see Dr. Tufts pretty much the next day, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and she said that she was going to go see Dr. Tufts the next day, right?
Yes.
And just to mention, before I forget it, the Lamictal, I think you mentioned to the jury that she had a prescription for Lamictal that she was able to fill, right?
Correct.
But she didn't take it, right?
That's right.
And then Tufts told her that she meaning Tufts, was going to give her a script for Lamictal, and she said, no, I already have one, right?
It was Nurse Gelada.
Okay, sorry.
She had gotten the prescription and filled it from Dr. Tufts. And Nurse Gelada, when asked about the Lamictal, was very favorable about it and said, yes, that's great. That would be great.
Sir, I know. You want to tell me that it's a wonderful drug. Did she tell nurse practitioner Gelada, I already have a script, I don't need it?
Yes.
Among other things, when people are in trouble and they're having dark suicidal thoughts, whether or not it's voices in their head, whether or not it's thoughts that they can't go on anymore, they can't live life, they have to kill themselves.
There is a dog in the gallery. Bob said that a woman came in. So I'm going on a limb and saying maybe she is autistic or has one of those issues that would be beneficial to have headphones. Because Bob said a woman came in with a small pug dog wearing a kimono and headphones. So it sounds like a support dog and headphones. I know a lot of autistic people use, but I really don't know much more than that about. There's probably several other conditions that headphones are helpful to people to mute the sound so it's not too loud and startling for them.
And they're having dark suicidal thoughts, whether or not it's voices in their head, whether or not it's thoughts that they can't go on anymore, they can't live life, they have to kill themselves. Many times they're told to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes, Aspire.
Aspire. What is Aspire?
I don't know what it stands for, but it is a hotline that Ms. Clancy called twice because of her suicidal ideation.
When did she call Aspire saying that she had thoughts of killing herself?
I can't recall specifically.
But she did call them not once but twice and told them. So
But I answered the
she
question.
complained and told them that she was going to kill herself, right? Twice. Right?
Wait,
She spoke to them about suicidality.
guys, come on.
So here's a young woman with all of what she's been through who now is to the verge of killing herself and reaches out to people that her health care providers told her to call for help, said that she was going to kill herself, and what did Aspire do?
Thanks, virtual juror.
As I understand, they redirected her to her provider. They did not make a decision to hospitalize or to recommend hospitalization.
They didn't make a decision to do anything.
Objection.
Yeah, so you can form that as a question, please.
Did you read the records dealing with Aspire? Did they do anything other than tell her, no, you're not someone that we can help?
I know that they were not responsive to her suicidality because she did not indicate that she had a plan.
And did you read a transcript or listen to a tape, or how do you know that?
I recall it someplace in the documents, it being referred to, but I can't tell you exactly where.
So this are obvious.
All right, you guys, I'm starting to think that this man's got a medical issue. Sorry, a medical issue. Because yesterday we all heard the way he was talking. So for some reason, these long pauses, maybe that's a technique that his doctor gave him as a way to avoid the broken, difficult speech with the ums. Did he say he had some medical issues? I don't remember, but it seems to me that this is, he's older and it has changed the way he answers. It's taking him longer, like these long pauses, but then he's saying it much more, in a sentence afterwards. So I don't know. And now just because you guys are all talking about it. Okay. So Bob said, I said, babe, is the dog wearing a kimono? He says, ha ha, no, babe. The woman is wearing the kimono. And the woman is wearing the headphones. You guys are getting up crazy. So yeah, somebody with some sort of sensory processing issue, whether it's this disorder, PTSD, autism, whatever the case may be, and their support dog. So that's wonderful. I'm so glad that woman was able to make her way to the courthouse and get if this is, she wanted it, whatever. Now I don't know what I'm saying, but you guys know what I'm saying. Let me bloop back.
But I can't tell you exactly where.
So this, sir, obviously is a murder trial, and you are a witness for the government, and you've indicated that you've read the records. You just told this jury that in the conversation that she had with the people from Aspire that she expressed suicidal ideation and was asked if she had a plan. Where are you getting that from?
I can't tell you exactly within the records.
How about the second time she called Aspire? Why would she call Aspire again if they wouldn't help her the first time? In your opinion as a psychiatrist? Looking for help?
Continuing to seek help.
And yet again, she didn't get any, did she?
That's my understanding.
To a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty with treating the patients to the extent that you've told this jury that you have, what kind of a devastating effect would that have on a person who's ready to kill themselves that's called Aspire hotline twice and has been turned away?
Objection.
Overruled.
It could have a very serious effect.
And after being discharged from Women and Infants Hospital and reaching out to Aspire, you'd agree with me that one of the concerns that the doctor at Women's Hospital in Rhode Island had is the medication that she had been prescribed by top-end nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons
Correct.
that they could not treat her. It wasn't just that, no, we don't think that you're postpartum depressed. We just think that there's a complicated overlay involving the medications that you've been prescribed, right?
Yes.
And these
Yes.
medications obviously included selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yes. Prozac and Zoloft.
Right. And one of the things that a doctor would be concerned about, especially with a woman who's had a baby and has stopped breastfeeding the baby,
Hey!
is the effect.
All right, everybody. Is this the first we're hearing it? Is this the first we are hearing it? I don't know that this is going to be a good guy to get it out through, but all right, here we go. Come back. If you've been screaming about the breastfeeding and the hormones, let's hear it now. Finally.
Stopped breastfeeding the baby is the effect that that may have on the woman, physically, mentally, emotionally, when they stop breastfeeding a baby, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of gamma aminobutyric acid, otherwise known as GABA, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us, please, what that is, sir?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us, please, what that is, sir? What is GABA?
I believe that you're referring to Lyrica.
No, I'm asking about the actual acid in the person's system, their blood, that is
True.
gamma aminobutyric acid. It's got nothing to do with lamictal. It's got nothing to do with Seroquel. It's got nothing to do with the drug industry. This is in the body. When a woman stops lactating, a woman stops breastfeeding.
Yes.
There is a physical effect on the person, the body, right?
Yes.
What is that effect?
It depends on the individual. There's variable responses, postpartum, and as I understand, she stopped breastfeeding around October, by October 21st or so, when the Ativan was started.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the GABA, make it easy to type, is basically affects, its primary effect is on the neurotransmitters in the brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds pretty complicated. Neurotransmitters, I mean, is that like where you have a spark plug on a motorcycle and you can actually gap it and get it to kick over? It's a neurotransmitter in the brain? That sounds like it.
Well, yeah, it's more complicated than that.
I figured.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, it's still basically, you're talking about the actual organic matter of the brain, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that when a woman is pregnant, that there are progesterone hormone surges during that pregnancy?
Yes, there are hormonal changes.
Their hormone doesn't just change, it can actually surge, and it can be quite impactful to the person, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, sir, that one of the metabolites of progesterone, which has been unleashed when a woman is pregnant, with the progesterone hormone surging through their body, that you have a metabolite that actually enhances or increases the GABA activity of the neurons in the brain, right?
It can, yes.
And what is that metabolite, sir, that increases that activity in the very organ of the brain?
I can't tell you.
Is it a allopregnanolone? If you know.
No,
No, it's not, or no, you don't know?
I don't know.
Immediately after a woman has a baby, would you agree, sir, that the progesterone that we just talked about and the allopregnanolone that you don't know about drops precipitously according to the medical treatises, right?
Objection.
If he knows, he can answer that.
Yes.
And what does that mean, sir? Tell me, when it says that the progesterone and the allopregnanolone in the body drops precipitously. What does that mean, precipitously?
That means rapidly.
And a sudden drop, sir, you would agree has a significant potential of causing serious GABA dysfunction, right?
That certainly would be possible.
Hey.
Do you know that, or are you just agreeing with me?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going?
Want to take a short break?
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. Why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
All right, guys, I got it running. Come right back. I'm just gonna let it run. And I'll be right back.
This way, please.
Jurors have exited the courtroom.
All right, Counsel, can I see you at sidebar just briefly? Doc.
court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present to speak in the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right.
Court, all right, jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, when we left off, I believe the question was that, and you agreed, the sudden drop can cause significant GABA dysfunction. Recall that question where we broke off talking about the,
Yes.
The gamma? And you're familiar with the concept of, in that regard, talking about the gamma aminal butyric acid and its effect on the progesterone and its effect on the brain synapses is referred to as breaks, B-R-E-A-K-S. You've heard of that term, right?
No.
You aware, sir, that when you get to the point where you have that precipitous drop in the progesterone and the allopregnanolone dropping precipitously, that in fact it constitutes and causes significant neurotransmitter malfunction, referred to as broken brakes.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Can you tell me what a neurotransmitter in the brain is?
You're asking what is a neurotransmitter?
Sure. I don't know.
Neurotransmitters function in the brain and have responsibility for not only aspects of mood, but also psychosis. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is significant in terms of psychosis when it's too high. We need it. But the neurotransmitters function in a number of different ways, number of different pathways. When we think about psychiatry, we really think about the mesolimbic pathway and not just dopamine, but also serotonin, norepinephrine. And so depending on the disorder, there are different medications that can be helpful in treating those disorders. So really, from the standpoint of psychiatric illness and brain dysfunction, medication can be very helpful in regulating the neurotransmitters and difficulties.
Have you heard of the broken brakes hypothesis as it relates to the impact of the precipitous drop of progesterone in the enhancement of the GABA activity? Have you heard of that concept?
No.
Would you agree, sir, that when a woman is in that position of the precipitous drop of the progesterone after ceasing the breastfeeding activity, the enhancement with the GABA...
You mean prolactin?
Prolactin. The enhancement of the GABA activity, that would be a dysfunction in the brain, right?
Certainly, mood symptoms
Okay.
can be significant.
Would you agree, sir, that the dysfunction in the brain caused by those two items is consistent with intrusive and hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior? Would you agree with that?
I would say it's possible.
And that would relate to the capacity of a person to conform their conduct. If, in fact, because of the GABA and the progesterone and all that we just talked about, the intrusive, hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior would address itself to the issue of capacity to conform one's conduct, right?
No, I mean, it depends on the timing. If you're talking
Is the answer no?
at 8 months,
Yeah, hold on. You gotta let doctor finish. Did you finish that answer?
yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Next question.
So, did I hear you say that Patrick is the source, the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself? Is that what you said? Let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that?
When her husband found her on the ground?
Yeah,
Yes, or something to that effect.
something to that effect, okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was actually speaking with Lindsay as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with the broken neck and the slashes and the slits?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her response to Patrick's comment, what did you do?
No.
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as guttural grunts?
Not on that call.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. We've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes.
Is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay.
I'm just going to bloop back.
That she
because
consumed?
the sound's better on my stream, I think. Holy shit, y'all. I mean, all I have to do is applaud like you, the women out there, because I didn't know this shit like you guys knew this shit. And I'm guaranteed that Red didn't. And he has just looked into all of this and researched all this because he wouldn't have saved it for this guy had he known it before. So, round of applause to women helping women and women helping lawyers and research helping everybody, because this is fucking amazing. This is amazing. I don't know what those two are doing over there, but they must be just falling over. Okay? I blooped it back. And let's go.
To a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay. So let's put the witness testimony from Patrick aside for a minute. And you listen to the 911 call. Are you telling this jury that she had a conversation that you could discern what she was saying?
Not on the 911 call.
No. Would you agree that they were all grunts?
Yes, from what I heard.
So Patrick goes in the house, relates the fact that he found the children, and you told the jury that his office door was closed, is what he said. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Patrick told me that.
Is that in your report?
Yes.
And when he told you that, when was that conversation that you had with Patrick?
When I interviewed Patrick Clancy.
Okay. So you read the grand jury minutes, right?
Yes,
You read the police report, right?
yes,
You know that Patrick went up the stairs, and when he went up the stairs, the door was locked, right? Meaning the bedroom door, not the office door.
correct.
And then he was able to open the door, right?
Yes, with a
And
key.
there was blood on the doorknob, right?
I did too. Yes.
There was blood in the room
Describe the room.
on the
like.
floor.
Certainly, you already talked. We'll talk about that. But there's blood on the doorknob, right? Was there blood on the doorknob? If you know,
I don't recall.
do you recall there being blood drops in the area of the door itself, like where you have the threshold? But what appeared to be blood, because nobody tested it, we don't know what it is, but it appeared to be blood.
I don't recall the specific. I know that there was blood that was observed.
Okay, and you would agree that there was a lot of blood drops.
For sure.
Drips on the
For
mirror,
sure.
drops on the floor, drops on the nightstand, right?
That's my recollection.
And you looked at the photographs in your investigation and looked at the testimony, third-party collaterals, as you testified yesterday, right?
Yes,
And you told the jurors that one of the things that was of interest to you is the fact that there was a glass or a wine mug or something that had crushed narcotics or I think you used the word antipsychotic drugs crushed up inside that cup. Do you remember that?
yes.
Okay,
Wine tumbler.
thank you. How do you know they were antipsychotic drugs?
I don't recall saying that they were antipsychotic drugs.
Oh, did you say they were drugs?
I thought I said medications.
Medications. All right, so drugs, medications, and they were crushed up?
There was evidence of powder on the tumbler that Patrick told me about, and I went back and looked more closely at the photographs and saw that.
Did you look more closely at the NMS laboratory or the state police crime laboratory or any testing that was done on the powder?
Yes,
And was there a report that said that indeed it was crushed up medication?
they wouldn't.
I mean, there is.
They didn't indicate whether or not they were pills or.
Did they ever? I'm not asking about pills or powder. Did they ever test the residue?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we know that that's even drugs or medications or whatever word you want to use?
It was Patrick Clancy's observation.
So basically, when you're testifying, sir, and you're waxing on about all of the facts of the case that you took into consideration prior to your opinion for the DA in this case, you're getting a lot of it from Patrick, is that right?
That aspect he brought up to me. Yes.
Okay. So the crushing of the pills,
You
was there
factored
a
it.
pill crusher found in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any residue found anywhere in the bedroom?
For pill crushing.
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh,
So if someone's in a psychotic state and they're going to kill themselves and they're taking the pills, yesterday you said the fistful of pills, and then the DA said after a painful questioning that they were crushed, you agreed that they were crushed. Wouldn't there be a residue?
somewhere.
A residue?
Somewhere.
Yeah, you know what a residue is, right?
Yes.
Was there a residue on the table, on the nightstand, anywhere?
Not that I saw.
So there's no pill crusher, right?
Not that I saw.
There's no investigation by the police to determine what was in that powder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no indication that there's any residue on or in the actual nightstand next to the bed, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does it seem appropriate, sir, that a person would be in a psychotic state after slashing their wrist and slicing their throat and ready to propel themselves out a window would neatly put the bottles into the drawer of the nightstand? Or would they just scatter them around the bedroom floor, not caring?
I'm not aware of the exact sequence of the events in
Well,
terms
if I
of.
tell you, sir,
Acting
that
red?
a couple of days after this incident, I went into the home with Patrick and I was able to locate in the bedroom, right next to the bed, with all the blood all over the place, this drawer, and inside this drawer would be a lot of medication bottles. Does that refresh your memory on your investigation as to what happened to the bottles? They're all empty.
Yes.
Okay, so how'd they get in the drawer?
How did they get in the drawer? I don't know.
You can fingerprint them, right? Did anybody do any testing at all in this investigation? If you know, you told the jury yesterday you read all the stuff, grand jury minutes, police reports.
Leaning in, y'all. This
Yeah,
is a
I did
lean.
not read that.
It's a lean.
Is it your understanding, sir, that a person can be in a state of psychosis and I guess misremember something?
Boom.
Yes,
Thank you.
Or have a false memory?
it's possible.
Thank
Did
you.
Lindsay tell you that she slashed the screen with the big turkey knife?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, did she tell you that she slashed the screen with the knife before she went out the window?
Yes, that's what she told me.
But the screen wasn't slashed, was it? Do you think she was malingering and lying to you at that point, sir, when she told you that?
No.
Because one of the things you told this jury is that what stood out to you
Yep.
is, I think you made reference to the fact that Lindsay betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
Portrayed?
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family, is what you said to the jury?
Yes.
How she mislead her family?
Well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
How do you know it?
You kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them.
Sustained.
They
Next.
stayed at the house, didn't they?
Yes.
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overall.
Sleep over?
As I understand.
Okay, as you understand. How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No,
They came back and forth.
back and forth. Well, they stayed about 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously
Weren't visiting.
and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's my
yes?
recollection.
Answer's yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that
Misled
Lindsay Clancy sent to her mother.
She didn't send her mother photographs showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
I think there was a photograph of her and the children by the snowman.
No. Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
No.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr.
You relied
Saathoff's
on.
opinion for the district attorney, that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
Given the prior text that you showed to her mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that. That was not what happened when she sent the picture with her children, the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother?
Pardon me?
Did you talk to the mother?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? What'd you do? Call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the district attorney call him up?
I asked Miss Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I
Which one? Which one of these two?
Miss Sprague.
Ms. Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her?
Sprague.
Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
Attorney Sprague.
She told me that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Miss Clancy's family.
Okay. So did you do that? Did you reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes.
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
It would have been probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon
This
me.
is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes.
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
Yes.
Okay. And when you called the mother, did she say,
I did not call the mother.
Okay, so the
I did
answer
not
is you
call
did
the
not
mother.
call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
Miss Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Now, when Attorney Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective and all.
No.
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeatedly every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or the cops to get access to every single medical record that she had? Probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her as far as signing documents, getting medical records, doing interviews, videotaping, making appointments to talk to guys like Mac and Helbrun and you in Duxbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigations, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she
Objection.
wants to talk to you and have a rapport?
Sustained. Next question.
Did you establish a rapport?
I believe so.
She was cooperative.
Yes.
She was polite.
Yes.
She was pleasant.
Yes. And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I had asked that made her feel uncomfortable, and she responded in a positive way.
Okay. One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering, or basically lying. I guess you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
I didn't use those words.
No. You're a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
Answer the question.
Yes, the statements about the auditory
Answer's yes.
hallucination.
Excuse me.
Yes.
The answer is yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest, like I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
Yes.
Workman's comp cases, you know, a guy gets hurt in the truck and then they end up having interviews by guys like you to make sure to see if in fact they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
Yes.
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
Yes.
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the fact that the person is indeed malingering.
Yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the SIRS, also the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by neuropsychologists to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, I don't know, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe even 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr.
No
Helbrun
evidence of malingering.
did not have any evidence at all. This kid was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality traits, they pertain to her recollection, they pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So when the tests
It's going to be
were
suppressed
administered
after this.
and the results were provided, would you agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, or the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written about that.
He's done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many, many, many learned treatises, all about people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing of his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken nuggets and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photograph, sir, that's in evidence in this case about that bowl?
Quite some time ago.
Does that show any residue of chicken nuggets or green beans in the bowl?
Not that I recall.
No, it shows like sliced up residue of a cucumber, possibly a carrot, like vegetables, right?
Not that I recall.
So there are 3 kids, one of which is an infant who obviously pretty recently got finished breastfeeding, is on the bottle, so he's not going to eat chicken McNuggets, right?
Right.
So we have 2 young children that have to be
McNuggets.
fed, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 young children that Lindsay indicated that she was at the refrigerator getting the chicken and the vegetables so that she could feed the kids, correct?
Yes.
Told you that she would not give the kids chicken McNuggets and vegetables in a bowl, that she would have a plate, right?
Not necessarily.
So when she was at the refrigerator, sir, it's your understanding that she was not being truthful? Telling you that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think what I said was very inconsistent with what she had told Dr. Spinelli.
So when she's at the refrigerator and telling you in your interview, I know you imported Dr. Spinelli's report, you imported Dr. Resnick's report, you imported Dr. Zeisel's report. When you were talking to Lindsay, did she tell you she was getting food for the kids out of the fridge?
That's my recollection.
Now, with all of the understanding in your testimony, sir, about the voices, correct me if I'm wrong. You're telling this jury and Dr. Saathoff's opinion, based on your experience and all of your writings and everything, that when one hears voices, they would be internal or external? To be legit.
They can be either.
Really? I'm sorry. I thought you said that they had to be a particular type, like not internal. If they're internal, they're probably lying. But that's not true. I'm wrong.
The voice that Ms. Clancy told me about during the time of this event, she said was external.
Okay. And is that consistent with your understanding, sir, of the research on auditory hallucinations?
Well, some auditory hallucinations can be internal.
So
for people who are psychotic.
And you were aware, sir, that Philip Resnick, Dr. Resnick, did publish the article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry in 2014 in conjunction with Simon McCarthy-Jones. You're aware of that learned treatise? Yes. And would you agree with me, sir, that in fact, just that some doctors might feel that hallucinations auditory must originate from the exterior as opposed to interior? Would you agree, sir, that in this article, claim number 1, doctors may say, voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical? Would you agree with that?
That was not my recollection of the research. That
Okay.
I understood that it was a minority of.
No, excuse me. It doesn't matter what you.
Oh, hold on. Good. Next question.
I'm going to approach you with the article. We've already established. Know who authored it, read it, all that. Okay?
It was quite some time ago.
Sure. Let me put the papers over here just so I don't knock them over.
Oh, well, I hope he remembers to introduce that other one.
We can share that?
You want me to say it?
No, I want you to share it. Put it right here so I can look at it. Okay. All right. Would you agree, sir, that it said voices are typically heard? This is a claim number one. In other words, doctors feel voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does atypical mean?
Atypical means unusual.
Right. And this article is saying that there are psychiatrists that feel that voices heard outside of the head, auditory hallucinations, are indeed not legitimate. Is that fair?
That was the old original way of thinking. That was the way it was taught at one time, that they had to be external for someone to actually be experiencing psychosis.
Okay, so we agree then, as Dr. Resnick indicates, that the research evidence does not support the claim that internally located voices are emblematic of genuine AVH,
Auditory verbal hallucinations.
and externally located voices are atypical. We cite a particular word, correct?
Yes.
For example, that says, the largest study on this question, Matthew Jones, was in 2012. That's what you're referring to as the old research, right? Oh, whenever you were in med school, we talked about that too. That would have been.
I was speaking about very old.
Okay. Basically found that of 199 psychiatric patients, 81% who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia, 38% heard both voices coming from inside and outside their head. Did I read that right?
You did?
So when Lindsay indicated to you that she indeed heard a loud auditory hallucination, voice, deep, male, commanding her to do what she told you, that was external, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any issues with that. In other words, that is very likely could be legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take a young woman who, as the evidence has shown, is suffering with her medical condition and psychiatric condition and seeing doctors and being prescribed medications and reaching out to people for help and suicide hotlines and people down in Rhode Island and McLean Locked Wards Institute. If I hold an opening statement, sir, would you agree that in her efforts to maintain control, she, meaning Lindsay, withheld?
Form of the question?
Yeah, if we could approach.
Sure.
He's reading back her opening statement. He wants to know if this doctor thinks her opening statement is a fair statement.
Police report.
All right.
Would you agree, sir, based on your investigation, police reports, statements of witnesses, grand jury, photographs, videos, interviews with Lindsay, review of witness statements, all of that you told us yesterday that you reviewed, that in fact on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay made a calculated decision. She was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder for her to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Continuing on, sir, she chose to manipulate her providers, seek out a quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious, and when she didn't get what she expected, she chose the alternate route She would seek a different doctor. She would change medications after days. She disengaged from treatment that she didn't like the plan. And after only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her too. Would you agree that the evidence, in your opinion, supports that contention, sir?
Well, there's a lot in that.
Yeah, it is. Do you agree that it would support your contention, sir, or it would not?
I think that statement that you read really minimizes what she was going through.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Oh my God.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I suppose.
Sir, you
I'm
were
finished with this
asked during cross-examination about your work as a forensic psychiatrist for the Bureau of Prisons and for the prisons in Virginia. And about that work and kind of minimizing what your experience was there. What was your work there? What did that entail?
Well, I continued to work there, and I continued to teach students in that system. Seeing patients who are inmates in a number of different facilities, men's and women's facilities over the years, and doing assessments, evaluations, making determinations about treatment, and the like, gathering information. So really, treating these inmate patients as patients who have significant mental illness and really require the best treatment that we can provide in the system.
And during the course of your many, many years working in that system and treating these patients, have you treated patients with psychosis?
Yes.
And does that include treating women with psychosis?
Yes.
And how often have you done that?
I'm going to object. I didn't ask whether he said two already. He's already said twice.
Overall.
Yes,
Yeah.
my love. Is that Bob asking that? Yes, my love.
Since 1992,
Yes.
so 34 years.
Courtroom?
How many patients have you treated in the prison system, women patients dealing with psychosis, approximately?
Several hundred.
And are there certain common signs or symptoms that these women display who have psychosis?
Amazing.
Yes.
Hey, babe,
And what are those?
it's amazing.
Well, some have delusions, fixed false beliefs about certain things. So they can present as being psychotic that way. Also, they can present with hallucinations, what we call perceptual disturbances. And generally, they are, in most cases, auditory hallucinations, auditory verbal hallucinations. And they also can present with disorganized thinking, having words, making up words that have special meaning, really having a great difficulty communicating.
And you also mentioned that you all worked for a state hospital for, I think you said 15 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you treat patients with psychosis during those 15 years?
Yes.
And did those include women with psychosis?
Yes.
And in terms of your treatment of women with psychosis, were you responsible for diagnosing them with their underlying mental condition?
Yes.
Diagnosing psychosis as being one of their symptoms?
Correct.
And then treating the underlying condition and the symptom of psychosis for those women?
Yes.
And you did that for approximately 15 years, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned two specific patients, females that you dealt with postpartum.
Sorry. I just wanted to pause it real quick because I'm just saying that his words are flowing a little bit smoother now, where I was saying maybe this delay, like long delay before he answers, is something to do with a medical condition. He seems to have no problem with it now. So there's me giving this guy an excuse that doesn't work, because I really thought that must be the answer. But he can answer yes pretty quickly when he's not trying to think 3 steps ahead at, holy shit, what's my answer going to say? This is insane. This is insane. What that guy just did, what Reddington just did was just, I mean, it's too much. Cases of, like, if there were any hesitation, anybody thinking, well, maybe they established a little something like on the jury, I think it just got demolished between the hormones and all of what just happened. It's like, oh my gosh. All right. I'll bloop back 10 seconds.
And you mentioned 2 specific patients, females that you dealt with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you learn from treating those 2 patients?
So those are the 2 patients that are mentioned in the case reports.
Which case reports?
The case report about postpartum psychosis that was written.
On the medication interaction?
Yes. Are you asking how those patients presented?
Yes.
Okay. There were, as I recall, it's been a while since I've looked at the paper, but one was an 18-year-old woman who had delivered her child and had decided not to take, or that she did not want to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, also called Parladel, was given. And we found that within, I think, just a couple of days of the time that she was given this medication, she became convinced that she had to kill her child. And I believe that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations, and she was so distressed about that she wanted to kill herself and was suicidal. And that was how she was brought to our attention. In evaluating her, we removed the Parladel, the bromocriptine, and she responded and resolved her symptoms.
So missed opportunity with the Burma, whatever it's called. I think, because I said yesterday, it seems to me the problem's not the medication itself, but the cutting off the normal flow of, yeah. And I see the whole thing that Bob's talking about. I just don't engage in that kind of humor. I don't think it's funny. So, yeah, one time in band camp, but was that the medication just ceased the lactation right after birth. So that's a hormonal thing, the way I see it. So I feel like that might have been another opportunity right there to say, and because somebody said yesterday, like, you use that medication for other issues. Like somebody said they were like a lactating tumor or something. So it screams to me it's a hormonal issue that was causing the psychosis, not the medication itself. It was what the medication was doing to the normal flow of the hormones. I don't know, but maybe I'm wrong. I am just kind of making that up, but it's a logical thing that I see, but it's pure speculation.
Psychotic symptoms, and we were able to discharge her back to her family. The other case, I believe, was another female, a bit older, maybe mid-20s, and she was also given this medication and also became psychotic. For her, it was more a manifestation of mania. She was hypersexual with her husband. She, I think, was quite hyper-religious, and she
And
was...
Doctor,
Sorry.
in terms of her delusions, those were more of religious delusions?
Pardon me?
Her delusions regarding her child were religious delusions?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And once that medication was removed from that woman, did her symptoms subside?
Yes. I think in that case, she
Right
was
away?
also given...
Like magic?
She was so disruptive on the ward, taking her clothes off, et cetera, that she was also given antipsychotic medication
Sounds like
for
Bob
a period of
farted.
time, and her symptoms resolved.
And going back to the first patient that you described,
Easy,
you said
babe.
that she had voices instructing her to harm her child. And was it as a result of her feelings of guilt for about those thoughts and voices that she was suicidal?
Yes.
So she wanted to kill herself instead of killing her children, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked by Attorney Reddington about your curriculum vitae and focusing in on terrorism, and is that your sole focus? And you said no.
Right.
What has been your focus over your career?
Well, from the time that I finished my residency, I've been very interested in public psychiatry. And so upon realizing
This guy can answer
the
questions.
seriousness of mental illness within the prison system and the value of teaching psychiatry to students within the system, I began doing that while I was also doing work with the state hospitals, seeing patients, whatever. I would say that of all the things that I do and consider myself, what is most important to me is working with patients. And it's the value of also being with students and having them learn from these patients is going to make them better doctors, even if they don't choose to go into psychiatry. So I see my identity actually as a clinician, and I have
Not asking about your
patients I'm
identity.
scheduled to see.
I mean,
I was supposed to see some yesterday, and also I'm going to...
I mean, there are people who identify as a cat, sir. We're not talking about what you identify as. We're actually talking about what your actual career has been about, what you have literally done, not what you identify yourself as. I mean, a lot of good that does us.
see patients on Friday.
And Doctor, defense counsel asked you about the onset of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and you had said that the DSM-5 lists postpartum onset within 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you about other organizations going up to approximately a year, correct?
That's right.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization has a clinical descriptions and diagnostic requirements for behavioral and neurodevelopmental disorders that has a section on mental and behavioral disorders
Bleeding.
associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerium, P-U-E-R-P-E-R-I-M, which does that mean during or after birth?
Yes.
And that in that section by the World Health Organization, they state that mental and
Objection. She's not going to read that to him, and then he's going to agree with it. She can ask him if he's read
Well, let's hear the question first, and then
I've been away.
I'll assume there'll be an objection.
Are you aware that in that section it states that mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth,
Objection.
or the puerperium are syndromes associated with pregnancy or the puerperium commencing within about 6 weeks after delivery?
Objection overruled. I'll allow that if you know that, Doctor.
Yes.
And are you also aware that there's a section talking about mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium with psychotic symptoms that says onset of a syndrome involving significant mental and behavioral features occurring during pregnancy or the puerperium, i.e. up to about 6 weeks following delivery, is required for diagnosis?
That's my understanding.
And that's from the World Health Organization, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about whether blood testing would be appropriate for a patient, and you said that it would depend on the history of the patient, the symptoms, the medication. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything in the records about Lindsay Clancy that would have required blood testing?
No.
You were also asked about thyroid function and how sometimes you might want to test thyroid function in a postpartum woman. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you, are you aware that, reading from Exhibit 222, I believe, that Ms. Clancy's thyroid levels were checked when she visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room on November 16th, 2022, and her levels were within normal limits?
Yes.
I just moved to submit this page from Exhibit 222, showing the thyroid levels.
All right, so that's in. It's just a follow-up of a sheet that's in. I'll allow that.
Oh, you mean every time she wants to do it, it's okay. But every time the Commonwealth wants to do it, she says, no, it's already in there. But he's not going to object because he doesn't want to sound like a baby about it.
96. And doctor, just for the jury to know, in that page that's just been marked in his exhibit, the thyroid levels would be marked by TSH, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about Lamictal and the serious rash that could occur. You said that the serious rash is rare. How rare is it?
Approximately 1 in 1,000.
Well, it's not that rare.
You mentioned that millions of people take Lamictal with no problem at all, correct?
That's right.
And is there anything that
No.
providers do to be aware?
Wait, so if 1 million people are doing it, and that's what, 100,000 thousands? Is that right? Then 100,000 of them are getting the rash? I might have just messed that math up, and I think I might have left the dog out. I'll be right back.
Of the potential for the rash, and to explain that to patients, and to try to just basically keep an eye out to see if the patient's developing that symptom.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a medication that needs to be started at a low dose, 25 milligrams, and only gradually moving up. Finally, after a number of weeks, to a dose as much as 200 milligrams, perhaps even more. When the medication is given in a what we call titrated, slow process, the potential for this serious rash is greatly decreased. So it really is a medication that requires a slow titration. So the patient needs to be patient with that process, but it's now one of the most used mood stabilizers for bipolar disorder. That it really is a very important, valuable medicine for bipolar disorder.
And you said that it's important to start at a low dose. Did you say 25 milligrams?
Correct.
And do you recall what dose Dr. Tufts wrote the prescription for Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what was that?
25 milligrams. And
do you recall from the records whether the plan was, if she were to take it, to titrate in the manner you described?
Correct.
And putting aside whether or not someone chooses to take the medication because of a rash, is there any significance to the person, to a patient, being prescribed a medication and then not telling that provider that they chose not to take it?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it really limits the provider in making other decisions. If a decision is made that a patient is not going to take a certain category of medication, it's helpful to let that provider know and say, I've decided against it. What are some other alternatives?
Doctor, you were asked about lack of sleep potentially causing psychosis, correct?
Correct.
And sleep was definitely an issue for Ms. Clancy in the fall leading into December of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And looking back to the McLean records, would it be accurate to state that her sleep got progressively better while at McLean?
Yes.
And then directing your memory to the text messages that Ms. Clancy had with her mother from January 7th through January 22nd of 2023, would it be accurate to state that she told her mother she was sleeping better during that time?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked you if by all the evidence and witnesses that the defendant was a happy wife, mother, daughter, all of that, and you said no. What were you referring to when you said no?
Well, I was thinking about the paper that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, in which she expressed some of the concerns that she had, significant anxiety, but also, as I recall, insomnia was a concern of hers. And it was followed up with Jennifer McAllister, who worked with Dr. Tufts. And I think in Ms. McAllister's note, Ms. Clancy mentioned that she had waning confidence in being able to take care of her children as they were growing up. And that, I think, in a note of Dr. Tufts noted that she said that she found that Callan needed more attention, and that as the kids were growing older, that she was finding them more challenging.
Did she give any information did Ms. Clancy give any information about why it was more challenging as the kids got older?
I'm going to object. This is pretty far afield.
Yeah, sustained. It goes beyond cross.
Thank goodness. Wrap it up. Give it to your beau friend.
So, Doctor, defense counsel asked you about Dr. Tufts and her treatment of the defendant, and mentioned repeatedly how she'd only been in the practice on her own for a few months. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In reviewing Dr. Tufts' treatment of the defendant and the medications she prescribed and the methods she used in prescribing those medications, did you have any issues or concerns about the approach she took or what she prescribed?
No.
And what were your thoughts about her approach to treating this defendant?
Well, possibly because Dr. Tufts was new and had just come into practice, she was more available. And so I think she was able to see Ms. Clancy over video 14 times. And for example, when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean, the request from McLean was that she needed immediate outpatient follow-up. And so Dr. Tufts arranged it the following day. And so there were some weeks where Dr. Tufts saw Ms. Clancy more than once a week. And I will also say that when Ms. Clancy decided to go to nurse practitioner Paul and then saw Nurse Gelada, I think early December, it might have been December 1st, she then went to Dr. Tufts, and Dr. Tufts wrote a note saying that she felt uncomfortable making prescriptions while Ms. Clancy was going to another provider. But in that note, suggested that Lamictal could be helpful. So Dr. Tufts was very responsive to concerns of Ms. Clancy in terms of seeing her. Was seeing her weekly and saw her on the 23rd of January, and then had another appointment the next week and had talked about future treatments, possible treatments, esketamine, as well as TMS. So Perhaps the fact that she had just left her residency meant that she could be more responsive to seeing patients quickly, and she did that.
And speaking specifically to the prescribing, prescribing which medications she's prescribed, which doses, what different options she tried. Did you have an opinion based on your training and experience of Dr. Tuff's method with prescriptions?
Yes.
And what was that?
I felt that the prescribing was very reasonable.
How so?
Well, back in 2013, 2014, Ms. Clancy had taken Prozac and SSRI, and it was helpful. She also took Wellbutrin and propranolol. After Dawson was born, Ms. Clancy had some significant anxiety and actually went to a doctor and was prescribed Zoloft. So this would have been in 2019. But then decided, 2019, early 2020, but then decided not to take the Zoloft. Her anxiety symptoms resolved.
Yeah, I know.
It's a difficult time.
We need some
particularly as she
entertainment.
got older because of
This is
COVID.
bad.
But she decided that even though she had the prescription of Zoloft, she decided not to take it.
All right, I'll stop.
The anxiety that she experienced after Callan's birth was more significant and lasted longer. And so she went to Dr. Tuff's, who got a history of Ms. Clancy having taken the Prozac and done well on it, having seriously considered Zoloft to the extent that she got a prescription for it, decided not to take it. That Zoloft at 25 milligrams, which is the lowest dose, starting that, would be a reasonable choice. Really, perhaps the most reasonable choice of an antidepressant, given Ms. Clancy's history up to that point. I believe that there were only 7 pills taken. Ms. Clancy was directed to take 25 milligrams for a week and then increase to 50 milligrams, two tablets, but had, I think maybe after 5 days, taken that increase and increased from 25 to 50 milligrams, and then had the adverse reaction of insomnia, very significant insomnia.
And in terms of after seeing the effects from the Zoloft and stopping that prescription, the various prescriptions that Dr. Tuff's tried with the defendant, did you have an opinion based on your training experience about whether that trial and error process and what she prescribed and what she tried with the defendant, whether that was reasonable?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And was it reasonable?
Was it reasonable?
Yes.
Yes.
And how so?
Wait, you repeated the question back.
Well, Ms. Clancy, after having the insomnia, was very upset and concerned, as anyone would be. I think that was around October 21st. And so Dr. Tuff's assessed her and told her to stop the Zoloft and started her on Ativan, I understand, and Benadryl. And that medication was helpful for a while. But Ms. Clancy was concerned about Ativan, benzodiazepines being addictive, and concerned about getting hooked on these types of medications. And that is a concern over the long term. And so part of the process was to see if she could be treated effectively by decreasing the benzodiazepines, or maybe giving her a longer acting benzodiazepine. The medication buspirone, was prescribed by Dr. Tuff's, but Ms. Clancy, in a note.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can I have a standing objection to the rambling answers? This is redirect. I object.
Right. We can see counsel. I just want to put something on the record. Counsel.
Ooh, he's going to put something on the record. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Break here. We're going to go.
Oh,
Continue your answer.
Just for a second, I just want to, so members of the jury, we're going to go a little past the 1 o'clock, the usual time of the break here for certain scheduling reasons, okay?
So if you could just summarize briefly.
Briefly, I'm trying to get out of here.
What you said that you thought that Dr. Tuff's approach was reasonable. If you could just summarize briefly why you thought her approach was reasonable.
According to the notes and also the emails, communications with between Dr. Tuffs and Ms. Clancy, I found Dr. Tuffs to be very responsive to Ms. Clancy's symptoms and concerns in really trying to make adjustments according to how Ms. Clancy was doing.
Thank you. And you were asked by defense counsel about her visit to Women and Infants Hospital, and
He said yes.
about the
He said
defendant.
yes.
I believe what defense counsel asked you was that every time a doctor told the defendant to do something, she was on it immediately. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And
And
answering
do you
yes.
recall that in the Women and Infants records that
Leading-
they offered her 3 programs, an inpatient hospitalization, a partial hospitalization program, and an outpatient program, and the defendant said that she would talk to her provider for guidance about those programs?
That's an or, lady. And she did. She continued treating outpatient with her provider, which was one of the options.
Yes.
And do you recall reading in the notes and records of Dr. Tuff's nurse practitioner, Gelada, that she never discussed those 3 programs with her doctor or her nurse practitioner, correct?
That's my recollection.
Wasn't one of them wasn't one of them
She never discussed nurse practitioner, Gelada. The notes and records, the defendant said that she would talk to her provider for and 3 programs, an inpatient hospitalization, a partial hospitalization program, and an outpatient program. And the defendant said that she would talk to her
thought the
provider for
outpatient-
guidance about those programs.
Yes.
And do you recall
Am I wrong? Because I thought the outpatient was continued outpatient with her provider.
the hotline for the suicide hotline? You were asked about where in the records you saw that, and I would just like to approach also from Exhibit 222, the note from December 8th, 2022 of Letitia Dukes. And if you could just review this note here and then look up when you're finished.
All right, so maybe it was a outpatient, more intensive outpatient program. I don't know. We'll have to go back and figure it out. Yes, Tar Girl, it was. Red reading the Commonwealth's opening statement to this guy was absolutely brilliant.
Yes.
Doctor, is this the record that you were referring to that gave you the information about the defendant's call to the suicide hotline?
Yes.
And reading from this page from the exhibit, page 45, it states that patient contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. That's a suicidal ideation plan, correct?
Correct.
And then reading again, Aspire clinician recommended that the patient attend a day program. The clinician said he would be sending the patient resources. Clinician informed the patient that it would be beneficial to attend an IOP or a PHP to help the patient build coping skills and build community. What's an IOP and a PHP? Do you know?
PHP is partial hospitalization program, and IOP is,
Inpatient.
I believe, an inpatient program.
And so when the defendant called the suicide hotline, she told them she was having suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
But she told them she did not have a plan, correct?
Leading.
And they didn't just hang up on her. They sent her resources and recommended a day program and a partial hospitalization program or an inpatient program, correct?
Correct.
Move to submit these 2 pages, 45 and 46, as the next exhibit.
Those are hearsay.
They're, apart from exhibit 222.
All right, subject to the same objection, I'm going to, that may be admitted.
197.
You were asked a lot of questions about hormone changes after pregnancy and if that can affect, and stopping breastfeeding, and if that could affect someone's mental health. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said something about the timing matters. Why does the timing matter?
Well, after lactation and a postpartum period, and it may be, the decision for a woman to stop lactation can occur at various times, not just during a circumscribed 1 month period. But stopping lactation causes a decrease in prolactin levels, and an increase in estrogen and progesterone. And it really depends on when someone decides to stop breastfeeding. Those significant hormonal changes that are tied to breastfeeding or lactation. And so that's why timing, and the time is important to see at what point did breastfeeding stop, and at what point are we seeing symptoms.
Right away.
And doctor, with the defendant, the breastfeeding stopped sometime in October. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking ahead to January 24th, 2023, would you still be expecting to see hormonal problems from stopping breastfeeding in October in January, that many months later?
No.
Now, you were asked about the statements Patrick made regarding his interaction with the defendant when he found her outside in the snow. And is it correct that he told you he found her and said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself"?
Leading.
Yes.
And did he then say, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "They're in the basement."
Yes.
Did he then tell you that he then called 911?
Wait, what? Did he
I
ask
don't
a question?
recall exactly when he told me that he called
911.
911. What I recall is his statement about what she said to him.
And that was her statements to him when he immediately found her on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that at some point he made a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
And during that 911 call that you listened to, you didn't hear the defendant saying any words at that point, correct?
I did not.
Wait, but did we,
And as a physician, are you aware that someone who's been injured?
wait, but did we hear him ask the question on the 911 call? Because now you want us to believe he asked it twice? He asked it twice, did he?
On one call that you listened to, you didn't hear the defendant saying any words at that point, correct?
I did not.
And as a physician, are you aware that someone who's been injured can deteriorate over time?
Yes, particularly after an overdose.
And can they
Overdose.
be speaking in one moment and then unable to speak moments later?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked about the crushed up pills and whether there was any residue on the nightstand or anywhere in the house that the police saw, correct?
Yes.
And there was no residue in the photos, correct?
Not that I saw.
But you don't know when she crushed up the pills, do you?
I don't.
If she had crushed them up
Wow.
earlier in the day, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
Correct.
If she had crushed them up days before and put the empty bottles in a drawer, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
It's sustained.
Yes.
Tell the jury disregard.
There were many texts between the defendant and her mother in January, correct?
Yes.
And from January 7th until January 22nd, when Ms. Clancy's mother and father visited her at her home, the text messages clearly indicated that they were in two separate locations, correct?
Yes.
And in those text messages, the defendant repeatedly told her mother that she was doing a little bit better, sleeping's a little bit better, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about Dr. Resnick and how many articles and how many books he's written and how he's well known in this area, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Dr. Resnick's teachings about malingering and about psychosis?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Dr. Resnick teaches others that one of the red flags to look for in malingering?
You can ask him what he's read, not tell him what she wants him to say.
No, hold on. Let me hear the question first.
Are you aware that one of the red flags that Dr. Resnick teaches to look for in malingering and faking hearing voices is that someone automatically obeys a command?
Yes.
That's stricken at this time. Can I see counsel?
He's like, wrap it up. You said this was going to be quick. Bloop. Wait,
And we
sorry.
asked him.
Yeah, come on. The answer, I think, as I said, was stricken. Okay? Yeah, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Knock it off.
Now, you were asked about trying to do collateral interviews with the defendant's family, correct?
Yes.
And you had requested of our office to make arrangements to interview the defendant's parents and her sister, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that an email was sent to, were you aware that a phone message was left for Paula Musgrove asking if she and her husband would be willing to meet with you on June 11th, 2026, and that they did not return the call?
That's my understanding.
And are you aware that an email was sent to Alison Ozga, the defendant's sister, requesting that she meet with you? And her response to that email was, I am awaiting a response from Kevin advising me on participating in Dr. Saathoff's assessment. I will respond once I speak to him. Were you aware of that?
That was my understanding.
And were you aware that she did not respond after that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You weren't aware that Kevin was on a month-long federal trial during that period of time either, were you? That'd be me.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
You could say, maybe get a little closer to the microphone. I had problems.
Aware, sir, that during the time that Ozga, her sister, said she's waiting to hear from Kevin, and I'm the Kevin, that I was on trial on a month-long federal case out of my office. You didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Did you ever think to call me directly or at my secretary, my office manager, to ask about me reaching out to these people?
No.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you, doctor. Let me
Thank
sit
you.
down. Thank you.
God, guys. Let's see.
So members of the jury, they had the evidence.
Wait,
Commonwealth
sorry.
rests.
All right.
Rest. The Commonwealth
So
rest.
members of the jury, the Commonwealth is now rested their rebuttal case. So you have the evidence. All right. And so at this point, what I'm going to do is excuse you till tomorrow morning. All right. And tomorrow morning, you should be ready. We're going to have closing arguments and legal instructions in the morning. And then the jury will begin deliberating. All right. So that's tomorrow. So I would suggest go home, rest up, and be ready for tomorrow. And so you now have heard all the evidence. For the first time, I can say that you've heard all the evidence. But you haven't heard the arguments from the attorneys. You haven't even heard, like I said before, the law that you're to apply. So you still have to keep an open mind. All right? So those instructions that I gave you for the last 4 or 5 weeks, they're doubled down today. All right? Don't read anything. Don't talk about this. Don't watch anything. Don't discuss this with anyone. And keep an open mind. All right? Come this far with that open mind. Bring it with you tomorrow. All right? And so get a good night's sleep. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And we will get as soon as we can. Sometimes there's a little delay when we get to this next section. So we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can tomorrow morning. But if there's a little bit of a delay, as you probably already know, it's probably on me, right? But we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can, get you right back into this. So again, thank you so much for all your work, all your commitment, all your dedication, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
I mean, what about the possibility of telling
I
them
thought we'd
tomorrow?
do is maybe, I'll
You're
hear
making
from
a
the
judgment.
defendant in regards to any motions at this point.
There we go.
Then we take a break, probably till about 2:30, come back to the charge conference.
Oh, so you've already made up your mind. You're going to hear the defendant's motion, but come back and do the charge. So you already know you're going to deny it. You're not even saying, and depending on the ruling, we come back. Sounds like someone's got his mind made up.
Before you leave, I have that draft so you could to impose on your lunch hour. You could be looking at my instructions. With that, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor. I know it's not crafted by learned hand, but nevertheless, I did file a motion for required finding that I have to renew. So I'm renewing it and waive argument.
Okay.
We'd object to the motion.
All right. The motion at this point is denied. All right. And so we will be in recess till 2:30. And if counsel can just wait, and I'll get those copies. I should have brought them out with me. They're in my lobby. And then we'll be in recess. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Court, all rise.
A motion for the judge to find her basically not guilty without it going to the jury. Not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. All right, we are live. Got a lot of chats to go over. Maybe Bob will come in. I really wanted to stop for coffee when I left because I had to go to Walgreens. But then I got nervous that it was going to come back on and I couldn't stop. Now I'm hungry. What do you guys think here? What needs to happen? I need to go get some coffee and maybe something to eat and get back on here with you guys. Maybe in the interim, Bob will come on. I'm going to pause this because you know what's going to happen is Court TV is going to start playing. So here's what I'm going to do. Put up we're at lunch. I'll be back well before, let's see, Eastern time. Allie back. I'll be back in a half hour. Not even. Be back long before that, just in case. All right, I'll be right back. All right. I am back. I am back. Let's see. No. Yeah. I'm just going to keep it here. Okay. So, got me some coffee. Talked to my husband. Ready to go through y'all's stickers and supers and questions. But I'm hearing that people are still getting that bizarre like block, like that they can't get into the chat because somebody reported it for the suicide thing. I got a message that it's happening, still happening with us and also happening with Mel. So it sounds like somebody's targeting our channels and like falsely reporting it. Is did you guys have that issue? Those of you here, did you get that warning? Did you have to click through it? Were you able to get on? So I don't know. It's crazy. But I was wondering when I looked back at the numbers, we had like 20,000 less views the past 2 days. And the first time that we saw that thing come up was 2 days ago. So I wonder if it's causing the issue. Oh, well, a lot of you guys are still getting the warning and some of you aren't. I don't know. So, like the stream, apparently we're being like blocked or limited in our exposure in some sense. And don't forget, you can Venmo. Oh, I did tell Bob, get me any Venmos. He's going to try to come. He's going to try and go home for the jury instructions instead of there, so he can be here with us. Let me just remind him. Screenshot me Venmos too. Okay. So let's go. We got you. There's a lot of you out here. We got lots to say. I'm going to start in the beginning so that I do not miss anyone. I tend to start like at the bottom sometimes when we break so that it's like stuff we're like in the middle of just talking about. But all right, this is the last one I remember. Okay. Stitched and Solved said enough doubt for straight not guilty. I mean, not for me. I mean, she still admitted it. But hey, a good lawyer gives a jury whatever can help. Like if a little hint that, we don't even know who said what here, what did Patrick say? If that's something that even one of them wants to rely their hat on. Sorry, I forgot to bring like a little stir. I'm putting in my like stevia. I'm using my filthy finger. Disgusting right now in my coffee. Bob would be dying. He would be just like, that's so gross. I'm like, nah, man, I'm ready for Armageddon, dude. Building up my bacteria level. Yummy, delicious now. So I don't think so, Stitched and Solved, but thank you for your continued support for 4 months. I appreciate you so very much. And I'm serious with you guys, with the members. I mean, it's such a huge, huge deal, as far as supplementing money because, YouTube doesn't pay all that much. They'd like to take. All right, MSB Haven member for 5 months. You can click anywhere on the video to pause it. Love you. I mean, that was from 8 in the morning. Which part of the video were we talking about? Well, love you too, and thanks for your continued support. Music to My Soul says, how's our girl Cam feeling? She's still in bed, and I will send her love. She's actually watching because I went in there right before I went to Starbucks. Like, do you want anything? And she was listening. Okay. Hold on a sec. Stand by. Okay. One of the creators, I know most of you, communicating with one of our creator friends to see if we can do something for Verdict Watch. You know how we like to do here? We like to get other people involved. I'm not going to talk about who I'm discussing what with so people don't get too excited or ahead of themselves before we work anything out. So Cam's watching. Cam, the people love you and they send you healthy, healing vibes. And their love. Thanks, music to my soul. And thanks for your generosity. Jen Helmick Sackett says Chestnut Grill, their usual spot, closed on Tuesdays. Yeah, I think like a couple of you guys said that. That's crazy. You know, it was ridiculous anyway. But thanks for your generosity. Tiff says, "Oh girl, I have you on the 85-foot stream." No, that's why I'm keeping myself right in this little picture. Oh no, 85. I mean, I know you're being facetious, but I don't like the big screens. Thanks for your generosity. Sweet Lulu and Mad World with the jewels, and Denise with 1,000 jewels. Deshanta says, "Can that bow be any more obvious?" It's like, are you kidding me? We all know it. We all hate it. Jilly Bean, thank you. And then I starred this because I appreciate other people's opinions. Okay. And FSHN 4x4 is of the opinion that control combined with intellectual awareness does equate to the ability to conform 100%. I just don't know that to be true, but I do appreciate other people's perspectives. And we're not going to attack you here for your perspective. And we'd love to hear from everybody from all sides of this. I don't know. It's like I contemplated it, but control with as to what is the question. Control as to what? Control not to commit this crime? And I said it earlier, or control over how you commit it. It's got to be different than control over whether you commit it. You cannot tell me that's not what the legal, the law is. It would be like, but if you were able to control any aspect of how you carried out this crime, all right, where am I? I'm at that redhead and Jenny. Thanks for the jewels. And Emerald, new member. Gonna have to have some special member only verdict watch stuff too. I don't know, maybe not. It seems like maybe in the evening. Yeah. After the jury's gone, because everybody needs to be together for this. But welcome, Emerald. Family hug. Thanks, KS, for the jewel. Soap says that's the problem with consulting experts, seeking evidence only after you've made charging decisions and determined the theory of your case. Yeah. And it's like, you don't even give a shit. You don't even give a shit. Hold on a sec. So, I mean, they knew this, like before they gave their opening. They knew this shit. Thanks for your generosity. Diamond in the Rough's adventure. Sorry, parenting. Who's picking up Scarlett and communicating with other moms. So Diamond in the Rough's adventure says, do we know if Red tried to daubert any of these experts pre-trial? I don't know. If there's any cupcakes in here, they might know, because Melanie Little did follow from the beginning. So maybe there's something on her stream. And thank you, Jess. Bob says we got a Venmo from Jess. She said, from mother's perspective and evidence of psychosis important for the jury. Bob, something hit me last night that hasn't been brought out, and I believe it proves PPP. It could have a profound impact. Please read the email. Oh, this different person, same person. And Bob did read the email, and Bob did send it to Red. He sent everything you guys have sent to Reddington. Because I asked him, I was like, did you? And then Gail sent a Venmo. Thank you for your generosity. And Bob went through the ones from yesterday, so that's good. Let's keep going then. Well, let me make sure. See if their Court TV's done talking. All right. Let's just assume they're going to stand. They're not actually going to come back and start talking, which a lot of times they do. Hold on one sec. All right. Sorry, guys. Momming. So I don't know, but I would venture to guess to some extent, but he was also on a really long murder trial. So he might be in the mindset that he tries to do that like while the trial's going. Geek Butt says, it annoys me that a pharmacist is never called in cases like this. No one knows more than them. Farm tech here, LOL. Wasn't one of the defense experts, though, like not just a pharmacist, but a pharmacologist or whatever, some sort of pharma expert?
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Thank you for being with us on this Wednesday as we are in Plymouth, Massachusetts.
All right. I'm just going to take her down so that we don't get dinged somehow, some way. So somebody just let me know. I mean, I'll keep an eye on it and I'll bring it back up when it's not just them doing their chatting. But I appreciate, I 100% agree, and thanks for your generosity. Kim, neighbor, says, if this man has worked for the Department of Corrections, I was supposed to put up a poll. Oh, guys, I'm going to let Bob and Tracy figure it out. I can't think. If this man has worked for the Department of Corrections, he has been in the business of keeping people in prisons in prison. I see that as bias. Well, I mean, that's what Red was trying to establish. You're a government man. You're a government man. So thanks for your generosity. Alison Currington, forensic psychologist, microconsistency. Search Google on the break. Also, his need to answer everything turns on pontification. Forensic psychologist, microconsistency. Am I supposed to Google that? Let's see. Forensic psychology, micro. What was the rest of it? Consistency? I don't know. In forensic psychology, microconsistency refers to the detailed, fine-grained agreement or stability of specific elements within a witness's statement, suspect interrogation, or psychological evaluation over repetitive accounts. Looking at repetition and minor details, deception versus truth. All right, let's move on. Thanks for your generosity. Their court TV is still talking, so they're not back in the courtroom. Listening from the milking parlor again. Well, I love that. I love that. Heartless soul. Thank you. Thank you. Glad to have you. We got S. Waller with doubling up on the jewels. GA, Hello Kitty. Super random question, but what are judges writing down when someone is testifying? I keep seeing the judge jot down notes on and off. Look, the judge has to rule on post-trial motions, on this motion for a judgment that Kevin made at the end. Although I kind of thought he was going to cite to some of that. Like I was looking at him taking notes too, and I'm like, okay, well, he's remembering shit. So, he never knows what he's going to have to say. He's taking notes of what the witnesses say. He still has a job to do to rule on whether something was brought up in direct or not brought up in direct, whether it's outside of the scope, whether it's all those things. Thank you for your generosity. Tiff, thanks for your generosity. Buffering doctor. Denise, thanks for the jewels. Tar Girl, his slow responses remind me of Flash the Slosh from Zootopia. I mean, how come he wasn't doing it on redirect? Someone help me. Denise Michelle became a member. Welcome. Family hug. Love our members. We're still at 8:50 in the morning here. Concrete Jungle, who I kept calling Concert Jungle, but it's Concrete Jungle. He's not certified. How can he talk about meds? I mean, he should be certified. It's not a good look, but it's not like foreclosing him from mentioning it. I also wanted to go back to to thank KEG for her understanding that I missed her super yesterday and got her this morning. She was very appreciative of that. So I appreciate that. And it was, again, definitely not on purpose. Tracy Cooley says, how about the searches were to have him gone as little bit of time as possible? Asshats. I mean, that's what she said. Thanks, Tracy. KS Granny gifting 5 DD memberships. Thanks for that generosity and family hugs to whoever were the beneficiaries of that. My 3 sons, thanks for the jewels. Not that Nikki. How does anyone KLL without planning? What the fuck? I mean, there has to be some sort of planning. And you hear how the Commonwealth was like, oh, maybe she smashed them the night before 2 nights before. They're really getting this premeditated. They're like, oh, you know what? That proves she did it days before. But no, it also suggests the inference from that evidence is there was no pill crushing, which he relied on. So the question becomes, and I'm sure Red's going to get all of this in closing, it is the better place. I mean, if you're a very regimented lawyer, you're making notes and dotting I's and crossing T's that not everyone even sees coming, how you're going to tie that up and paint that in closing arguments. And it's much better than just calling the witness on it, where sometimes I'm like, do it now, call the witness on it. But it's better, like, you got just what you needed from him, put it in your pocket and whip it out at closing. So I'm sure there'll be some discussion of that at closing. I don't know why I went to closing from this, but I agree, Nikki. I mean, there's got to be some, I guess, planning in the sense that you have to make a decision as to what to do next. And then a different Nikki, Nikki Brill says, what? The bands were nearby and convenient, so that equals planning? Contradiction much? No, I mean, seriously, it's the exact opposite of planning. It is a weapon of convenience. This was meticulous. How meticulous was it? Why are you just sending the man out, on I'm going to call it a short trip as far as I'm concerned, like I ran like, I don't know, 2 miles away, maybe for this coffee. And it took me a half hour. And I think he was gone, worst case 45 minutes, but I still don't know about those extra 10 minutes. I think he sent a text, an email at 5:25. Thanks for your generosity. Denise, thanks for the jewels. Van Mert, thanks for the jewels. Crystal, clear as mud, thanks for the jewels. Docelli, butchery, just pure butchery on my end. Total fabrication. His findings come from his stitching together of nonsensical facts, the extra obligation for Patrick, etc., etc. This is terrifying. Jurors might buy this because he is FBI. Now, I do not want to get into any sort of political discussion. I don't want to get into which side of any aisle or even if an aisle exists right now. But in my mind, there is like equal distrust now for the federal government. And I'm going to switch over to the regular chat just to see if you guys feel the same way. Like, or maybe I should say, are there still people out there who you say FBI? Just tell me if you say FBI and you think, I don't necessarily trust them, or you're still like, oh, they deserve more trust than your average run-of-the-mill guy, So, and again, we're not making this political because I don't think it's political. No matter what side of anything you're on, people have had issues with the federal government. So we got some, I don't trust the governments. Let's see, the FBI has lost so much trust over the last 10 years. Not since Coffin Deffer. A Fed is always a Fed. I'm just saying, like, again, it's like, yeah, we've all seen, like, the FBI specifically, not be trustworthy on all sorts of fronts. Little trust for medical experts or the government. No feds. So anyway, yeah, you're still prone to get things wrong, Yeah. All right, I'm going back to the supers. Coming back over here. And thanks for your generosity, Doc or Doselli. I'm the worst. I'm going with Doselli. But thank you for your generosity. And what an adorable puppy. Mine, if I close my door, he eventually gives up and goes downstairs. And I think that's what happened right now. But with Cam home, she was leaving her door open in case he wanted to wander in there. Sim, Tosh, thank you for your generosity. Nicole says, Mr. Rambleton said yesterday that thoughts started after the phone call, but now he's saying it was in the middle of it. And that's what I'm not sure if he said or didn't say. Like in the middle of what is it? Of the time period that he was gone? That's what I wasn't sure. Is that what he said? Because I don't know that he said in the middle of the actions. But then again, he came back and said something weird. Thanks for your generosity. Hey, if we can't follow their case, good luck with the jury. Sue and Van Mert, thanks for your generosity with the jewels. I'm going Carmy or Carm. You know what? Can't hurt with Carm. Became a YouTube member. Welcome, family hug. Love our members. Shaq Finley says he's a profiler, used a Mad Lib. I mean, seriously. You know, those profiles were created back in like the 70s. And there's probably so many serial killers slipping through the cracks because they're like, they got this, they only use that old profile. They don't even realize how people evolve. And it's a whole different class of people out there doing this. They don't even know who they are yet. They haven't even created a profile. I don't know. Thanks for your generosity. LMC Cali girl. I can't stand how they just won't answer. Is it better to interview immediately following or 3 years later? Immediately following. Right. Allie, would you instruct your expert to dance around this one or just concede the point? I mean, yeah, I would definitely say just concede the point, which is what Dr. Kurt did. He conceded the point very easily, you know. Thanks for your generosity. LEB became a member. Welcome, LEB. Family hugs. Law girls. Thanks for the jewels. Shaq says he starts with the premise of criminality. Oh, because I think I was like, when we were going over, had he already done control, but he was in criminality. So yeah, he started with that premise. Thanks. Piney Woods Law and Crime. Good morning. I was in the shower towards the end of this guy's directed exam, but I so wanted to chat. I'd like to buy a question, Alex. I know it's hysterical. And thanks for your generosity. Sorry, my ears are starting to get sore under these things. I feel like taking off the... Maybe I should switch them. Let me try. All right. Make sure I can hear.
Responded.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're still not back. Okay. Huh? All right. So thanks for your generosity. LEB, our new member, says the Commonwealth sat 12 women on the jury and brought this man into the room. Bad choice, Sprague and Uckingham, Bow Lady. True Crime Queen, thanks for the jewels. Defense Attorney Meow says many benzos come in a pill that melts under the tongue. Extremely easy to crush. Yeah, and now we just don't even know, was there anything crushed? Who the hell said there was anything crushed? And somebody put up there, I might have started, so it might be coming, like you know, the Beachbody stuff, it's got those packets. Someone said there was stuff that came in lemon. Fucking kidding me. Thanks for your generosity. Bumblebee, thanks for the jewels. I read, or maybe I just put this up. Mama Eva, my daughter had seizures and her neuro wouldn't prescribe Lamictal without doing a skin biopsy first to test for allergies. Biopsy was positive. She is 1 in 1,000. And I know I said out of 1 million, that would be like 100,000 people, but there's 1,000 thousands in 1 million. So out of 1 million, you have 1,000 that die. Okay. So that doesn't sound like a little. I've heard worse, right? Thanks for your generosity, Mama Eva. She was 1 in 1,000 and couldn't take it. Seriously fatal. Shelly Giggs, new member. Welcome. Family hug. We got Flank and Hope with the jewels. Thank you. There's a Teletufts jewel. Oh, wait. Hope's wasn't a jewel. Hope said Teletufts. LOL. Yeah. Teletufts. That's a good one. I like it. Thanks for the generosity. I'm telling you that, like, I would not even put it on the TV. I was afraid my kids would like it. And it was just so horrifying. Like that was the most horrifying thing that I've ever seen. I'm like, this is so bizarre. It's makes like, but that little sound would come on, that little musical sound in the beginning. And I don't remember if it was Cameron or Scarlett. And she used to like, and I'd turn it off real quick. I can't remember if I let her hear the show, the song. It creeped me out. That creeped me out. Teletubbies. So, keep going. Sunny Day Steph says, my ex made calls to a realtor to list our house while in psychosis. Drove and worked for a bit too. Lindsay Clancy could do all normal things and be out of control. Yeah, and I feel like we kind of fleshed all that out on the defense, and now the prosecution witnesses want to be like, wait, no, days before she said normal words. Michaela, oh, and thanks for your generosity, Sunny Day Steph. Michaela says, a husband with a wife in this situation going through this who can drop his wife at a psych ward and go ski is hard for me to understand. To be perfectly honest, I find that one surprising too. You know, is it to what they already had this big thing planned and the whole family was supposed to go and she was supposed to go and the kid's super excited and she, you know, the kid was going to be so devastated. I mean, there could be something like that, right? Like, you know, like it was just to kind of like, because the kid was going to be so upset. I don't know. But I'll tell you, the chances that Bob could drop me off at a psych ward and just go about his day, I mean, he would be like, that would be, if he had to do it, like it would be driving him insane. I can't imagine him doing it, just knowing what, you know, how much he worries for me, his wife, who he loves dearly. I just can't believe it. But, you know, I just don't know the facts enough to like speak on it. But it was something that I'm thinking, what the fuck? You went where? It's like getting a call that you're, you know, like you got a family member in critical care in the hospital. You're just going to go about your day. But again, there could be some, you know, some other thing. Like this is the thing that they wait all year for. And the kid was, you know, I don't know. But don't think he's criminal, but at best clueless and unsupportive. There were some signs of that. And for all we know, he was having an affair. He didn't get married quick. There's some pictures of him, but, you know. And thanks for your generosity. Jaded for Justice, serious question. Is someone feeding him the answers from a headphone? I mean, it does. It's like, that's how long the delay was, Jaded for Justice. It was like, oh, you got it's like Roxanne. Steve Martin's on the other side of the wall, like he took so long. How did he take so long? And then he could say the words. Yesterday, he couldn't say words. It was really bizarre. I mean, and again, if you guys remember, I came up with like an excuse, like he's following some sort of technique that a doctor gave him to be like, do this first, and then you're going to be able to get the words out. But he wasn't doing it on redirect, and he was just talking. So yeah, I'm with you, Jaded, and thanks for your generosity. Sonia says, dogs can also be used to smell low blood sugar, epilepsy, alert for other megs, needs, provide comfort and reassurance. Yeah, they're amazing in so many ways. Makes me want to open the door up and call my dog back up here. But then he'd think I like had something special for him. And he'd be like, what the fuck did you call me in here for? But yeah, I think this goes back to there was a woman who was in the courthouse with a dog, clearly her emotional support dog, and the fact that she was wearing headphones tells us she is some sort of sensory issues. So I'm glad that she was able to work that out. And thanks for your generosity. Jennifer says, what can SI turn into unrelated? That's the point. Untreated. That's the point. Yeah. And what can postpartum depression turn into? What can it all turn into? Yeah. And then I starred this one. I see why. It says MSB Haven. She was responding to Kathleen 28, which I didn't see. Internet says he has a well-documented stutter speech impediment. Okay, so that's why I was like, I saw that. I thought it was maybe something more than that. But it still doesn't really make sense why you could answer questions on Recross. But I appreciate that. Thank you, MSB Haven. Lisa says, perfect witness for this because he published on PPP and women given drug to dry up breast milk. I love Red. He waited patiently. I don't think he knew until everybody out there on the interwebs, in the various creators things, like, Bob sent it to him from what one of you guys sent him. Well, lots of you guys out there in our chat had been talking about. So yeah, and thanks for your generosity, Lisa. Sonia came back and says, I was breastfeeding my 6-month-old and was like 3 months pregnant and my milk dried up. I was so depressed. I felt like a failure. I felt like my body let him down. I felt that in my soul. Sorry you went through that, but your point, well taken. And thanks for your generosity. Not that Nikki comes back and says, I'd really like Reddington to ask how anyone in psychosis does anything, let alone unaliving, without making decisions or having a plan. No, 100%. Like, it's like, so are you saying that none of those people, nobody that you ever said, well, I don't know if this guy ever said somebody was not criminally responsible. I can't remember, but how did they do anything? Because what you're describing, it's making it seem like no one can do anything. They're in psychosis. So how are these people accomplishing their crimes? It's like amazing. Thanks, not that, Nikki. Got some Wearmouth jewels, some Jenny with the jewels. Hannah comes back and says, does public get access to sidebar transcript after? Yeah, I think that the sidebars will be in the only time I've ever heard of a court withholding like the sidebars, I don't know if they did in Karen Reed, but it was in Richard Allen. Or was it Karen Reed? Or was it both? And Karen Reed's might have been because some of the sidebars dealt with like the federal stuff, like stuff that couldn't be released, stuff that was subject to a protective order. But in your normal course, it's just in the transcript. Always. It's not something special that you have to ask for or wait for. So my answer, Hannah, is yes, and thank you for your generosity. Leslie and Nana Puddin, Tennessee, became members. I was like, is that a Nana or is that one of the Nana's grandkids? But welcome and family hugs. G8 G8 risk girl. There's something there I'm missing. G8 RS girl. I don't know. But thank you for your generosity. Lisa Sunny Girl became a member. Thank you. Welcome. Family hug. Jilly Mitchett says, yeah, there's still no one in the courtroom, by the way. I'm looking at the art. I mean, is Court TV not gonna, I'm sure they're gonna give us the jury instructions. Why are they not back yet? I guess it was late by the time they went to lunch. That's all right. It's giving me time to get through these. Jilly Mitchett says Beach Body, here it is, makes several lemon flavored supplements. As a rep, she likely had tons of their products. How TF, oh, the fuck, did they not test the residue? It's like, what in the hell were they doing? Like, what in the actual hell were they doing? It makes no sense. They did no investigation. And thanks for your generosity. And G8 girl comes back at me here. Thanks for your generosity again. I think that's what maybe you were trying to do last time. Experts talking about how she downplayed her illness because she did normal things infuriates me. Yes, me too. Moms have to mom 24/7 no matter if we are sick. Yeah. It's like, no, but worse than that is like he tried to twist the picture into a false portrayal, essentially a lie. She took this picture of her and the kids and the snowman and essentially was lying to her family that she was doing well enough to build a snowman. It's like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? Like, do you even know what you're saying? Did the Steve Martin give you those words from behind the wall? Somebody in your ear? And thanks for your generosity. Then we got Crafty Chris and Tam with the jewels. We love the jewels. Thanks for the jewels. And then KEG, member for 6 months. Again, thank you so much. And happy 6-month anniversary. I feel terrible about what happened yesterday. But if she's found guilty, what can she use on appeal? My Lord, I feel like the list is big. But what stands out the most to me right now is the prosecutorial misconduct, the mischaracterization of the evidence, the introducing false facts, the like bullshit arguing. I mean, you starting your opening and you say this is what the evidence is going to show, and you know damn well that's not what the evidence is going to show. This is a sick joke. Like a sick joke. You can't. This is a courtroom. This isn't a game show. You don't just you don't just get to stand up and say whatever the fuck comes to mind. So that's to me what's standing out the most right now. I can't. I kind of would need to think back and go over it more. But like the mortal sin, the second mortal sin, the mischaracterization of all the things, the huffing, the puffing, the doze, I don't know that a judge would ever believe, about the bow. And they might think it's a slippery slope to start, dictating what a woman can and can't wear in a courtroom, like, oh, but I feel like the bow thing, like maybe they could, but that's bullshit to wear the bow. They know it's a subliminal message about the kids. If they knew it was if she admitted it was a subliminal message for the kids, would the court say that was something wrong with that? And that's the question. Maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. To me, it seems outrageous. Like, I stand for Cora. Here's my bow. Stick it on the unicorn in the corner. So that's what I got on my mind right now. I'm sure there's so many other things that I can think about. And then another jewel from Denise. Lisa, thank you, prosecutor. And that was back from 1138. So who knows which it was for now. but there was some stupid shit happening for sure. Good vibes with the drool, good vibe only with the drools. And Lisa comes back and says, that's why Red waited for this witness. So that's what Lisa's saying about waited for this witness. Yeah, I was actually, now that you say that, I was thinking of that too. It's like it could be that you wait till the end so she doesn't have time because, otherwise she sees you coming with the other experts. When you ask them questions, you wait till the last one and they don't have any time to respond. So, but I also think some of this is that he just became aware of it with the but I don't know, maybe he did already know it. Well, I guess we'll have to you guys will have to wait till when we have him on for Bob and his powwow after the trial. Probably after, well, we'll have to see because we might need more time to go by. I don't know. But thanks, Lisa. Michaela comes back again. Pharma has done a great job making us all insecure about applying logic to our health. It's never a result of the drugs, you conspiracy theorists, right? Yeah, we're all crazy. We're all conspiring against big pharma. I mean, it's true. It's crazy. That's why we say I think her researching ketamine was a good idea. Fuck big pharma. Sonia says all these. Oh wait, oh no, we're not back. Sorry. What the hell's going on? They're still not back. All right, all these psychologists and psychiatrists need to form their own support group from the PTSD after Red's Cross, right? None will ever give talks on withstanding hard cross-examination again. Yeah, I'm the last one you should ask. I suck at cross. That's what they're going to have to say from now on. I cannot withstand a Red Cross. Thanks for your generosity. Michelle Frost Burns says, you can use Commonwealth opening statement on a witness. Learned. I mean, you just can't say I'm reading from, I guess, the Commonwealth's opening. You have to save it and tell them that at closing. But that was so amazing. Bob's courtroom cough, midwife Shells, says it's pronounced per perium. I'm going to lose my shite if she says it again. I forget what she was saying, but I was wondering if it was right. So per perium. Thanks, midwife Shells. Sonia comes back, continuing generosity today. 1 in 1,000 for a rash isn't the same stat of PPD becoming PPS or becoming PPP. So postpartum depression becoming postpartum psychosis. Yet Lindsay got that. I know. It's crazy. K-Ray today says, why are these med professionals expecting Lindsay Clancy to think process in a reasonable way in the middle of a mental breakdown? It begs the question. I mean, thank you for your generosity. Tar Girl says, Red reading the Commonwealth's opening statement to this guy was absolutely brilliant. We all concur. Amy, Positive Pathways, 16 months. Thanks for your continued support. So IOP, intensive outpatient program. So appreciate that. I put it up back at 12:05 when it happened. Tiffany Abbey says that's when someone decides and weans off, though. What about abruptly ceasing? And I'm not sure. Did she abruptly cease? That's what I wasn't sure of. Did she do any weaning or wasn't it an abrupt ceasing? Cessation. Where is my husband person? Oh, wait. They might be back in. No, they're not back in the courtroom. Let me see what he said about when they're supposed to be back in this courtroom. Yeah, we're still getting that you're not alone. Weird warning. Mel doesn't think that it was someone like reporting us. She thinks it's the YouTube bots. Well, then that should be happening to everybody on the interwebs. Let me see what Bobby says. Hold on. All right. I asked Bob. Oh, he's texting back. Because I think he did tell me 2:30. 2:30 was when they were due back. So they should be back any minute. And then I didn't transfer over and watch the live chat to see if you guys answered if she was weaning or she just stopped. What's going on? What's happening here? See what you guys are saying. 2:30. Judge said 2:30. You guys, yeah, I mean, you guys know. Oh, Pamela, thank you. And thanks for your generosity. The virtual jurors, not all intensive outpatient programs are effective. I mean, not all inpatient ones are either, right? Music to My Soul says, if she felt like a puppet and wasn't making choices after hearing voice per Resnick, then didn't she take the actions that followed on autopilot, even if she didn't report hearing more instructions? I think so. It's just when you think about it, how do you autopilot some shit like that? Is like, I don't know. The mind is a mysterious thing. Nobody's saying, well, I'm going to get into that. Who do you think created Doctors and Medicines? The guy with the red tail? All right, let me go back to the supers where we dropped off here. Brian says, will the jury get a copy of Dr. Spinelli's report? No, that's not in evidence. No. They're allowed to talk about it because they relied on it. Holly B says, and thanks for your generosity. And thanks for yours, Brian. Red should be the new spokesperson for hormone replacement therapy. No hormones can equal psychosis for sensitive brains. I mean, like, I feel like they've established that Lindsay Clancy was very susceptible to a hormone shift. Daughter's calling. Stand by. So most of you know, but my daughter, our 14-year-old scout, so her and her best friend, they asked me to pick them up after school today, and her friend's mom's like, I'm here too, I can do it. I'm like, oh, it's okay, I'll do it. And Scout just calls, can we go to Chick-fil-A after lunch, after school? And I'm like, oh, so you want me to pick you up to get to do something that Kenna's mom won't let you do? I'm like, nope, I need the okay from the other kids' moms that they can have fast food after school instead of dinner, or for dinner, I guess I should say. But I've been doing a piss poor job of making dinners, so I gotta make dinner tonight. So Holly says, I know because I lived it. And again, that's where I was saying, haven't we shown that like Lindsay Clancy was sensitive to hormone changes, to medication, to all, like more than the average person. More than the average person. Maybe they should start checking levels instead of handing out SSRIs and antipsychotics to postpartum and perimenopausal patients. Absolutely. I mean, great point. And thanks for your generosity. Jessica L, member for 1 month. Melanie Little is getting the same issues in hers. Yeah, she texted me about it too. We're in communication. She thinks it's the bots, but I mean, we got this email like, we've heard that you're in danger. Bizarre. And it's affecting the stream. Like, I don't know if it's affecting Mel's. She gets like 10 times the 100 times. Yeah. The no, 10 times the, I can't do math today. The streams we get. So I wonder if it's been affecting hers as well. But it's crazy. It's crazy. I feel like someone's targeting us. I'm sticking with that. I know Mel told me she doesn't, but then it should be happening to every single person's stream that's streaming this trial. Everybody. And thanks for your continued support, Jessica. And then Darlene McKenney gifted 5 DD memberships. Thanks for your generosity and welcome family hugs to those who got it. And we got some jewels. Love the jewels. Fancy Drew, Bluebird. So my dog loves blueberries says, about big screens, I decided to watch one of my favorite farmer YouTube channels on my big screen and could see his nose hairs. I went back to watching on my phone. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like when Bob puts on TV, I'm like, oh, no. That's why I'm keeping myself little. I look like crap. I'm tired. I'm run down. You know, and I don't want anyone seeing my nose hairs. Actually, I have none, but you know what I mean. Whatever my equivalent is. That's hysterical. My dog loves blueberries. And thanks for your generosity. Thanking you again, Pam, for your generosity. Or Pamela, sorry. Defense attorney Meow says psychosis is faulty input. You can make plans and complete them, but it's the reasoning that makes it psychotic. Think people making tin foil hats. Exactly. Like were they told how to make the hat? What made them think wearing the hat? Who said to put on the hat? Whatever. They're psychotic and they think this hat's going to block out whatever signals people are sending to their brains to read their thoughts or whatever the case may be. But who told them how to make the hat? Where to get the tin foil? How to open a drawer? I mean, we've gone over this on direct. I mean, in the defense's case in chief, they have their normal, reasoning abilities or whatever the precise language was that they said, but you guys know. Thanks, defense attorney Meow. We got some more jewels. I'm here for cheese. I love my cheese. Katie, UK Carrie, June. Thank you guys. David Reese says, has anyone considered that she used the Maps apps to get the phone number and menu for the restaurant and pharmacy and did not search routes? A lot of people have said that. A lot of people do that. But I'm just going to remind us that in her second amended complaint and in every one of her complaints, and I'll read it now. I just pulled it up. It says, on January 24th, Lindsay woke severely depressed with suicidal thoughts. She gave the children breakfast. She took Cora to the pediatrician because Cora complained of a stomachache. Later, she went to the back. Oh, sorry. All right, whatever. She went to the backyard, built a snowman, and sent a picture to Patrick and and her mother. The suicidal hallucinations continued all day nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voice began saying, "You should harden the children." Lindsay thought about dinner and realized she had not prepared anything. She asked Patrick about takeout. She looked at a map to see how long it would take because she did not want to be alone and needed help. That's what Rosemary Scapiccio wrote in the complaint. And she's not writing that if her client didn't say it. So that's the story. But you are not alone in that, and thank you for your generosity. Kelly Whiteside, thanks for the jewels. Lena Justice Junkie says, not gonna lie, I also could not ever leave my kids alone with anyone, even the other parent, if they had expressed thoughts of hurting them. No, I agreed, but it's like I kind of blame the medical professionals for not warning the family. Like, hey, and I've said this before, like, this is not just bizarre thoughts. These bizarre thoughts can turn into action with the snap of a finger rapidly, as the last expert testified, our BAU guy. And so don't leave them alone, and they never did that. So it's like maybe the family was left with thinking, hey, don't worry, it's normal. A lot of people have these thoughts. Just keep an eye on her and, ask her if she has a plan. And they're minimizing it to people, so as to not frighten them. But there needs to be a little bit more of urgency behind this. But that's what I said too, like you couldn't have got me out of the house. I also said, well, if she looked because she didn't want to be alone, why didn't she just say the words like, hey, I'm checking to see how long you're going to be gone because I'm afraid to be alone. But at the same time, she had been dealing with these and able to push it to the side for all this time. So what would make her think that she's actually going to snap and act on it? But I appreciate you, Lena, and I don't fault you for having that feelings at all. Thank you for your generosity. Jeannie says, I had postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis 36 years ago and still suffer from depression. Still suffering all this time later. It's horrifying. It's like, once your brain, you go through that with your brain, but maybe talk to your doctors about the esketamine therapy, or microdosing psilocybin. There's supposed to be these things that are non-pharmaceuticals that might be able to help you restructure your brain. I am not a medical doctor. This is not medical advice. These are ideas that have come up through this trial, and people might want to talk to their doctors about. As a lawyer, I should give my own warnings. Preface my shit here. I am in no way, shape, or form able to give medical advice or to tell you that any of those things would in fact work, but it seems like something worth talking to a doctor about. And thank you so much for sharing and for your generosity, Jeannie. All right. Adrian says, hey, Allie, thanks for your coverage. As always, I have epilepsy, took Lamictal, or the Lamotrigine for years when I was younger. My friend's son is on it. The rash is such a serious side effect. Love, Adrienne from Scotland. Well, hello from Scotland, and thanks for your generosity. So amazing how all of us from different parts of the world can meet up and chat here so easily. Pesky Pirouette became a member. I recognize that name. Well, welcome. Family hug. Simply Me sent some jewels. Thank you. Darcy Lyon says, my adult daughter asked me if she caused me to have postpartum depression. My depression happened when she was 1. I never could breastfeed either because of meds. See, it's, even adults can have these thoughts like, well, is it my fault you had this? That's such a shame. Thanks for sharing, Darcy. Wild. Give your daughter extra hugs from all of us. Shazstar says, can Kevin Reddington ask about gender statistics for ligature strangulation since the BAU would have experience? And he has said Lindsay consciously chose the bands. That, good point. He probably could have, because the BAU, but you don't want to open the door too much to that BAU bullshit. I'm still looking down here. We still don't have, this is live. We still don't have anything. It's just Court TV playing old stuff. Thanks for your generosity. Shazstar comes back and says nurse caregivers overwhelmingly choose medications. I mean, we've heard medications are an important thing for this, you know? Here for Humanity, love the name, thanks for the jewels. Defense Attorney Meow, back at it again. Red should wear a bow to the verdict. I mean, Shazstar coming back again. The BAU lurch said Lindsay chose bands. Wouldn't a sailor and a guitar player have more of affinity for ropes and knots? I mean, we're not feeding into that. Did this happen again, or did I skip over the last time? Did Pamela come back with another 19? Thanks for your generosity. I feel like, did I read this? Music to My Soul said she felt like a puppet and wasn't making choices. Oh, yeah, I did read that. Thank you for your generosity. And Jeannie said, depression that is not psychosis. Right, but can't depression turn into psychosis, right? Postpartum depression. And this was from 136, so now it wasn't that long ago. I said postpartum psychosis, and she was saying, no, postpartum depression. Thank you for clarifying. And again, thanks for sharing. YSL Celt says, how the fuck do average people know when they're hearing unstoppable intrusive thoughts versus hearing voices? I don't know if I'm using the right description of my symptoms for F's sake. Right. 82 Shan with 1,000 jewels. DS Dog Mom, Sky Goddess with the jewels. S Waller with the super sticker. Thanks for your generosity. Kelly Steffi, thanks for your generosity. Frosty Seas, thank you, Allie, for saying my last name, Burns, correctly. Did I? Or is it Byron's? Burns. I'm sure that's what I said. Well, you're welcome. And hopefully I did it right now. Thanks, Frosty Seas. Sonia says, tonight's super chat brought to you by Woodstock Bourbon. It's 2:44 a.m. here. I mean, I was always a bourbon girl. But I've switched to tequila because people tell me it's the upper of alcohol as much as alcohol is obviously a downer, depressant, but that somehow it's less depressing with tequila. But I love me some bourbon. So thank you, bourbon, for bringing the supers, bringing Sonia with the supers. Regina, doubling up on the jewels. Angela, thank you guys. Sunny Day Steph says, intensive outpatient program and partial hospitalization program. They call it intensive and partial because you are not staying overnight at the mental hospital. Intensive outpatient full day, partial hospital a half a day, not treated with you psych. Right, not just treating with your psych is what she's saying. So that those are different. That maybe that it's not just like continue to treat with your psych. All right. Audra Lewis, Brenda Crowley, KK thanks for the jewels. Allie B in New Hampshire, I think, NH. Tell the bots you don't have a plan. They will surely leave you alone. So sad to me, right? Hey, YouTube, no plan here. Actually, no nothing here. But yeah, I get your point. Touche. And thanks for your generosity. Mallory Davis says, I would say anyone who speaks in a dialogue for their pet hear voices. I mean, I speak to my pet all the time. You guys see me. I'll just always tell him, tell him I love him. ask him what he's doing, tell him what I'm doing. I mean, Bob's not here. I'm basically talking to the dog. And Shaz Star says, Red should say, I bow out. Red should bow out, or the bow should bow out. Either way, I get you. And thanks for your generosity. All right, we're getting closer. At least it's been converted to the standby. All right, I'll be right back. Hold on. All right, my husband's trying to Uber back so he can get on with us. Thank Cheesehead lost on Bourbon Street. It's sad you're lost on Bourbon Street because you belong on Frenchman. So that's all I'm going to say. Thanks for the jewels. So whatever I just highlighted, now I lost it. I still think that that's what they've been saying, right? That continued outpatient with, I thought that was one of the options. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I should not promote hallucinogens as treatment. Like, all I'm saying is talk to your. I'm not promoting it as treatment. I'm saying talk to your doctors about it. And I should say nothing because I know nothing. So thanks, Sub Rosa says. I mean, I just know that it was one that the esketamine came up here. But yeah, people with bipolar or sensitive to psychosis. Yeah, I guess if you're sensitive to psychosis, they don't want you on any sort of hallucinogen. But depression, I don't know. Talk to your doctor. Yeah, let's not promote it anymore. Let's not say it. I'm using the pointer. That one, now I'm going to bang the gavel. Thanks, Sub Rosa. Sorry. I got us all, sidetracked here. Why didn't I see that on Sub Rosa's comment on the regular? Oh, because it wasn't. Okay. All right. Got it. Marilyn says, I didn't have a plan either until those last three experts. But bump. Mallory Davis, new member. Welcome. Family hug. Appreciate you. If you have sent a Zelle, Bob will. Or a Zelle or a Venmo or a Cash App, whatever the case may be. Oh my gosh. We still got Court TV. It's like, what's happening? The 2:30 mark is come and gone. I don't know, people. I don't know. No, thank you, Sub Rosa. Like I shouldn't just talk out my ass for sure. the virtual jurors looking at a different streamer, and they've got the seal. Yeah, nothing's happening yet. Nothing's happening yet. No, Bob has left. They're not in the courtroom. He doesn't expect this to go too long. He wanted to watch it with us. You know, there's no witnesses or jury to keep an eye out for, so he's headed to the house to watch this with us. But they're definitely not in the courtroom. The virtual juror checked his stream as well. No, they're going to show the charging conference. That's why virtual jurors seeing the seal still. They're just like, you know, maybe they got, you know. I'm here for cheese. Thank you, Allie and Cam, for your coverage. Oh, and Bob too. I should go check on Cam, see how she's feeling. Who said it's over for the day? No, I think the charging conference is going to be aired. There's people still waiting. Bob said there are people still waiting to go back in for the charge conference. I'll tell him to find out. All right, I'm going to go check on Cam. I'll be right back. All right. So Bob says I'm not grifting hard enough on Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, all that stuff. And, you know, with this like pop-up warning before people can enter our stream, watch our stream, it's affecting how the stream's doing. So if you guys know Zelle, I thought Cameron came in. YouTube takes 1/3 of everything that comes in. Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Apple Pay, take none. Take none. We'll take your money however you want to send it. Okay? We will take your money however you want to send it, even in the jewels. Love the jewels. Thanks, Dana Park. Let's see what you guys are saying over here. Yeah, right. We don't want YouTube to make that extra percentage. I don't even know. Like, they just created a platform. Like, why are they taking everything? Ah, boy. So, I mean, you might not have to wait for what Bob's going to say. If he gets his ass back home, back to the house, I don't know how long the drive is. Grace Face is like, well, it's a pretty good platform. I mean, all they did is make a platform. Screw them. Frosty C says everyone's streaming trial it's doing that too. FYI, it is? Okay. Well, then I guess it's not. You know, somebody reporting us or whatever. It is everybody. Okay. They are supposed to be going back on the record today. Let me just double check with Bob. Oh, they just got let into the courtroom. Okay, people. The public has just been let back into the courtroom. Come back if you're out there and you're interested in the jury instruction. Now, let's, as a little primer to the jury instruction, let me just share with you what the issue is going to be. So, we have the lack of criminal responsibility instruction. And this is the part that's of issue. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So it's right here. A defendant's lack of criminal responsibility must be because of a mental disease or defect. All that you need to determine is the issue is whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not have a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense. Okay. I mean that's a non-issue. But it goes on to say, intoxication caused by the voluntary consumption of alcohol or drugs by itself is not a mental disease or defect. Therefore, where defendant lacked the substantial capacity to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to law solely as a result of voluntary intoxication and not from a mental disease or defect, then he is criminally responsible for his conduct. But, okay, this is where this first sentence is equally as important as the next. But a mental disease or defect might be caused by or result from a defendant's past chronic use of alcohol or drugs. Now, look, it doesn't necessarily apply exactly, but to me it says it's the past use of any prescription medication. Period. Also, the consumption of alcohol or drugs may trigger or intensify, that is, make worse, a defendant's pre-existing mental disease or defect. Okay, this is everything that Reddington wants in, that the government wants out. If it did so here, the mental disease or defect then caused the defendant to lose the substantial capacity to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law, the defendant is not criminally responsible for his conduct. We're still not back in the courtroom, for God's sakes. People are back in, so it should be any second. It's upcoming right now. Incoming. All Kelly Whiteside says, I feel they need to update the timeline for postpartum depression. I had postpartum depression that turned into PMDD 2 years after my second baby. Perimenopause? No. Primary? I'm sorry. I'm the worst. By this point, I should know all these acronyms. It's like not general. I'm coming over here to live chat because you guys are. Oh, thank you. Premenstrual depressive disorder. Premenstrual. Be peri. Like PMS. Okay, gray space. Post-menstrual. Post-menstrual. Where did it go? Well, why don't I just wait to see what she says in the regular chat? Postpartum major depressive disorder. Premenstrual. It's got to be post, right? All right. See, there's lots of them. Kelly Whiteside, put it in the regular. It can't be premenstrual, right? It's got to be postmenstrual. Pre. All right. Okay. Who had a liquid lunch? Tracy. I mean, when people say they had a liquid lunch, they don't just mean liquid. They mean alcohol. So you out there tying one on? What's happening? Having fun? Or the mic's not really on. I'm on. My mic's on. I'm sure they'll fix it. Oh, Lauren's still in there. Well, I can't play them. Is the sound...
That's kind of what I expected. I know everybody's been on trial, so I thought that's kind of why I thought I'd give you the draft and we could just kind of walk through it. So my thought would be to first go through the Commonwealth's position, and then I'll hear from the defendant. Attorney Buckingham.
Thank you, Your Honor. In relation to your proposed, your draft instructions, I think that Your Honor's instruction regarding criminal responsibility is pretty much the cut and paste of the model instruction. So overall, there's no objection to it. However, the Commonwealth would just like to put on the record that we don't think that voluntary intoxication is the 3 points that were.
All right, so they're talking about the voluntary intoxication issue we just brought up. All of you are pointing out, look, the brain fog is real, like PMS, premenstrual, like in the days leading up to your menstrual cycle. I'm like thick. It's before the cycle starts, hence premenstrual. I mean, I know this, right? The brain fog is real. That's all I'm saying. The brain fog is real. I'm thinking like, I'm crazy. All right, let's go up.
Voluntary intoxication, the 3 points that were added in to Your Honor's draft are necessary, and I'll just cite to the Commonwealth versus Brown, 449 Mass 747, 2007 case, where it says that an instruction on voluntary intoxication is not required absent evidence of debilitating intoxication. Such evidence must support the inference that at the time of the killing, intoxication impaired the defendant's ability to form any requisite criminal intent. And so in this case, I understand counsel is going to argue, medications, and he's free to argue that to the jury. But as far as instruction goes, we're talking about criminal responsibility. We're talking about mental status at the time of the event on the day in question, January 24, 2023. There is no evidence to support that there was intoxication to a debilitating effect, as the Brown case indicates. I think what the best evidence the court has is that the defendant in her journals and in some statements that she made to the experts indicated that at the time of the offense, she was taking amitriptyline and one other medication that she had been on for quite some time. And Your Honor, now is evidence that, that it was a very low dose of amitriptyline. And there is nothing about
Can you
the
say
observed behavior of her on that day suggesting
with a straight
that
face?
there was any debilitating effects of the consumption of the prescription medications on that day. So we would ask that those sections not be included in the instruction. If Your Honor is inclined to include them in the instruction, we are asking that you add a qualifier into.
No qualifier.
It's what's listed as paragraph 3, where it starts to talk about.
Is that on page 3, kind of Roman numeral 3?
Yes.
Okay,
Roman
all right.
numeral 3.
Yeah.
Says the defendant who lost in substantial capacity I have just described involuntarily intoxicated by prescription drugs. We would just ask that you add on the day of the offense.
No.
To again, just be clear to the jury that we're talking about her consumption or the
No.
consumption of the medication on that day.
No, it's not about the consumption on that day.
I did notice a quick typo on page 4 under Roman numeral 4 in that first full paragraph.
It's whether she's under the intoxicating compounds on that day, not whether she consumed it on that day.
Where it's the consequences
Better not
of
add on that day.
of a finding. It says in the maybe 5th line, it starts, if the court concludes the defendant is
Stop
mentally
playing.
ill and that her discharge would create a substantial likelihood of serious harm to himself.
Okay.
It's just a pronoun.
Right. Okay, no, I appreciate that.
As far as the remaining charges, instructions on the charges of first degree with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty, the Commonwealth has no objection to that. I would just note another typo on page 7. Your Honor lists out the Castillo factors. On the 3rd factor, C and D appear to be on the same line, and there are just some numbers in there that I don't think make sense. This is the manner and degree and severity of the force used.
Oh, I got you. Yep.
And as far as the instruction on involuntary manslaughter, the Commonwealth would object to the involuntary manslaughter, and I would cite to the case of Commonwealth versus Garabedian, which is an older case, 399 Mass 304. It's from 1987, and it says that the defendant, in that case, the defendant argued that involuntary manslaughter was required because of evidence of involuntary chemical intoxication. That was a case where the guy was he sprayed chemicals on lawns, and he had an interaction with a homeowner and ended up getting into a physical altercation where they're strangling her, falling off a ledge, hitting her with a rock, and then strangling her with a shoelace. So in that particular case, the court held that an unlawful battery was quite likely to endanger life and hence could not be classified as involuntary manslaughter. So where it's a wanton and reckless conduct theory, I think that Garabedian is right on point to say that in situations like this, where we have the strangling of the individuals, of the babies, of the kids, unlawful battery is quite likely to endanger life, that it shouldn't be an instruction for involuntary manslaughter. So I'd rely on that case to argue that
I would agree that involuntary manslaughter doesn't seem to work here.
that is should not be included in the instructions. And there's one more point. Your Honor, at one point when we were arguing about particular pieces of evidence and duplicative evidence,
Yeah.
Your Honor did indicate giving some sort of instruction about the jury shouldn't consider the fact that there might be duplicative evidence as being giving any more weight or importance. And I know you do have a small line in that where it says in the what is evidence section about the strength or proof is not determined by the volume. But I do think, again, based on the particular way in which the evidence came in and how the parties chose to display the evidence, and the fact that we have text messages in several different forms that are presented, some of them the full record, some of them condensed records, that some instruction to them that indicates that they're to give no more weight to any one than the other, even if it does appear duplicative in the record. That something to that effect be added.
I think it says that on page 11.
And it hurts
'Cause
you.
I do remember that request. I put, if you look at under what is evidence, in this case, there may be certain documents or photographs that are entered multiple times. This does not mean that evidence is any more or less important than any other evidence. So I put that in there, and I understand the request to maybe put that in a separate paragraph, but I have addressed it that way. I'll consider not whether I give it a separate paragraph. I do understand the request, but at least that's why I put that in there. All right.
Request should be against you.
Anything else?
Commonwealth.
Okay. All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to review this stuff, Judge. If I may, just going through your proposed instructions, Roman numeral 1, introduction is fine. Criminal responsibility, paragraph 1 is fine. Going down on page 2, criminal responsibility, you indicate is a legal term. Not criminally responsible with a mental disease or defect, and then you make reference to lacking substantial capacity either to appreciate criminality or wrongfulness of the conduct or conform the conduct. That's fine. And then you define you don't define it, but you talk about mental disease and defect. I understand that the law is pretty clear that the court does not have to define mental disease or defect, but you've given them a framework within which to make that decision, which is acceptable to the defendant. There is one reference in there where, if I may, does not include abnormality, only by computer crew. So you say in that sentence, the phrase mental disease or defect is a
Let me find that.
I'm sorry, it's page 2.
Yeah.
Second paragraph down after that first sentence.
I got the phrase. Go ahead.
Yep. Mental disease or defect, in quotes, is a legal term, not a medical term. That's fine. It need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. Fine. The phrase, quote, mental disease or defect does not include abnormality. This is what I'm just looking at. Characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. So number one, I just would suggest, I don't think we have repeated criminal conduct here. I'm just wondering if it might just be a little confusing. It is for you to determine, in light of all the evidence, whether defendant has a mental disease or defect. If the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that defendant was criminally responsible. So I understand and have no problem with, I would think, all the way from it is for you to determine. My only question is in reference to where you put in the phrase about mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. I don't think that that's based on the evidence, so it might be hypothetical, but I just will not have that in. Next paragraph, if the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, then you must consider whether, as a result of mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate or the wrongfulness of conduct or conform. That's a fair statement of the law. To establish that the defendant had substantial capacity to conform her conduct, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any disease or defect that may have existed did not deprive defendant of her ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. And then you do indicate that that would relate to the word appreciate, understand, more than merely to know, and then criminality, and then you do get into means the legal significance of conduct, and wrongfulness means the moral significance, which is fine. I would ask that on the next paragraph you add in before wrong in the second sentence, Commonwealth must prove that the defendant knew and understood that her conduct was illegal or it was, and I would ask that you put in there morally wrong in front of wrong. And then the rest of that paragraph is fine from my point of view. Last sentence, the court notes, defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that her conduct was illegal or wrong. And again, I would just ask that you would insert the word morally wrong. That paragraph is fine. Roman numeral 2. A defendant's lack of criminal responsibility must be because of a mental disease or defect. That's fine, but then the court says all that you need to determine, and I just would ask respectfully that you delete the all that you need to determine. It seems to kind of, and I know that's in some of the instructions, but I think it kind of dilutes the gravity of the issue for the jury. It's almost minimizing the burden for the government, and it's unnecessary, so I would ask that that go out. And then you could say the jury has to determine the issue and then go into the rest of the instruction as you put it, rather than saying all you need to determine. Further in that paragraph, where defendant lacks substantial capacity to appreciate, again, that's appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the law solely as, okay, voluntary intoxication. Believe it or not, after 5 weeks, I think we agree. I would ask that the court not instruct on voluntary intoxication. I appreciate the fact that looking at the model charge, and I know when Your Honor is using that as a guide, they do make reference to voluntary intoxication. I just don't see that there's any evidence here of voluntary intoxication that would trigger a pre-existing mental disease or defect. I don't see that there's any issue such as a lot of the cases, as you all know, when you're dealing with a defendant who's snorting cocaine or shooting fentanyl or smoking weed. I know the recent case of Commonwealth versus Aldo Dunphy, D-U-N-P-H-E, is a guy that had a marijuana psychosis, dependency, and we don't have any of that here. We just have prescription medications that were provided to the defendant. So I would ask that the court not reference voluntary intoxication. I would ask, going down to Roman numeral.
So would you ask, so Roman numeral 2 on page 2, not give?
Yes.
And Commonwealth, that you would be in agreement with that?
Yes, but I think like 2 also follows with Roman numeral 3.
We got to 3. So I want to make sure that I just kind of want to make sure as I'm going through this, it's kind of dense, you know, as am I sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
So I just wanted to make sure. So Roman numeral 2, both parties are of the position not to give based on the evidence as it's developed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep,
All right.
thank you.
I'll consider that. I'll strongly consider that.
All right.
And then, so that takes us
I don't
to
understand.
paragraph 3.
In paragraph 3, if I'm not mistaken, I did skim it pretty quickly. I think it does also reference voluntary intoxication. And here you're specifying prescription drugs, and if the defendant knew or had reason to know that her intoxication would trigger or intensify a mental disease or defect, I don't think.
Red, that only comes in if the paragraph you just struck comes in. Like, if there's no voluntary intoxication, then this other stuff doesn't come in anyway. I think this is a big mistake. I think this is a huge mistake. Are you not arguing like the pharmacological side effects? You need this in here. It doesn't fit exactly, but it has all the things that I don't know. Trust in Rhett. That's all I can say. I'm just spitballing from the other side of the screen. Trust in Rhett.
That the evidence supports that. I agree with the Commonwealth. I would ask that Roman numeral 3.
All right, so by agreement, nobody's requesting paragraph 3, correct. And I'm highly likely not to give that.
All right. 4 is fine, Judge. Roman numeral 5.
4 goes to the same thing. It's just a reiteration of the final. So if
yeah, so that would go out. Yep.
4 is kind of a trailer to 3. Okay.
Roman numeral 5 is okay. Paragraph 3, 4. Okay, so again, if I may just say, without skimming them now, anytime it's referencing voluntary intoxication, maybe that could be deleted. Because I see in paragraph 4 on Roman numeral 5
All of
on
them.
page 3, it does
The rest of
reference
them all
again
do with that.
for voluntary intoxication from prescription drugs and that type of thing. So that would go out. Paragraph 6, talking about in the event that the defendant is indeed acquitted by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. I know the court has the obligation to instruct the jury as to what potential ramifications would flow from that. I believe that's a fair statement of the law. Instructions on murder in the first degree, deliberate premeditation, cruelty and atrocity, those are all fine. Second degree, that's fine. Involuntary manslaughter, I do think certainly the facts as presented and the evidence does justify the instruction as the court.
Let me hear you. What's the argument in regards to the involuntary manslaughter?
Well, the argument regarding the involuntary manslaughter is clearly that the defendant intended the conduct that resulted in the death of the deceased, and the conduct in the event that it was not such that her conduct was as a result of her suffering from a disease or defect, intentional, premeditated, and intended to be cruel and atrocious, that would reduce it down to manslaughter, and it would most certainly be wanton or reckless. I will be addressing voluntary as well, but I think it's clear that on the evidence that if the jury determines that defendant committed an act, defendant, as a result of the act, the victims were indeed died, that there's a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to the individuals as a result of the defendant's conduct, but yet we're not talking about a disease, a defect that rises to the level of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. You would then revert to, or default, if you will, to the standard of wanton and reckless conduct. And we know that wanton and reckless conduct under the Wolanski case, basically if a defendant does an intentional act that is not just negligent, it would have to rise to the criminal standard or the criminal level of being wanton or reckless. So I think that that would, in fact, justify an instruction on involuntary manslaughter. If you want, I can continue with the voluntary manslaughter that I would ask the court to instruct. And that would relate to the issue of diminished capacity. I know the court is very familiar with Commonwealth versus Gould. I believe it's 300 Mass 672. Supreme Court decision, Patterson versus New York, that talks about evidence of a defendant's emotional or intellectual or mental state of mind that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it could certainly rise to the level of extreme emotional disturbance, that would be manslaughter, not murder. And that would be under and consistent with the United States Constitution as well as the Massachusetts Constitution, because in addition to Commonwealth versus Gould, we have case law, as I'm sure I know your Honor is aware, that talks about diminished capacity. It talks about mental disease or defect. If in fact there's evidence of a mental disease or defect, mental impairment, but it does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, then under all of those cases I just cited, plus Garabedian at 399 Mass 34, as well as my old case of Thomas Toolin, 490 Mass 698, you can have evidence of mental disease or defect that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it would mitigate or reduce from the ability of the person to know that what they're doing is in fact cruel and atrocious, to know what they're doing does constitute premeditated malice, aforethought. We all know what the concept of malice is. You get the three prongs of malice. There's no doubt that mens rea is important on the concept of malice. And if a jury says, well, look, the evidence is that she was going to these doctors, that she was getting prescribed medication, she was taking the medication, she was in a postpartum depression stage. I don't buy the postpartum psychosis, but I think that clearly she was over-medicated or had medications that she was involved with, plus her postpartum depression. That would then justify them to say it reduces her ability to think, to react, to know as it relates to malice, which under those cases I cited would reduce to voluntary manslaughter. So that would be voluntary manslaughter. The willful wanton conduct would be involuntary manslaughter. Reasonable doubt, obviously, is fine. All the rest of the instructions that you gave, or that you would give, are fine. I would ask that the court consider the prospect, and by way of considering, involuntary intoxication. And I did cite a couple of cases, Commonwealth versus Wallace and Darsh, Piantadosi, as it relates to evidence of involuntary intoxication. And that would apply if, in fact, there's no intentional ingestion of cocaine or some type of illicit drug, but in fact, it's a prescription drug that she was ingesting consistent with the drug instructions, if you will. The drug laboratories and the pharmaceutical companies, they market these products. They have, some of them have black box warnings on them. We've talked about that a little bit in this trial, talked about the age cutoff, but nevertheless, it's scary stuff. You're talking the selective serotonin uptake inhibitors, you're talking about tricyclics, you're talking about antipsychotics. So if in fact this young lady did not have a disease or a defect that rose to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but as a result of the drugs that she was prescribed, not abusing, not mixing with illegal or illicit drugs, that would allow a jury to determine that it would be manslaughter based upon the involuntary intoxication. And finally, I would ask that the court entertain giving a Bowden charge in this case. We know that the case law under Commonwealth versus Bowden allows the court, upon evidence presented to a jury,
Third party?
of inadequate police investigation.
Inadequate police
Because if you
investigation?
recall, way back in the day on this case, I did move for a bifurcation, and my argument to the court was that defendants in lack of criminal responsibility cases are really hogtied, if you will, because to have the lack of criminal responsibility, you have to admit involvement in the crime. But yet, when you're trying the case with lack of criminal responsibility, the government still has the burden to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of, based on the evidence, that particular crime. And if there's evidence of a police investigation that is deficient, a jury does have a right to consider that as a basis of an acquittal. They can consider that for purposes of finding reasonable doubt based upon the lousy investigation. In this case, it wasn't just a lousy investigation. It wasn't even an atrocious investigation. It was no investigation. In this case, Judge, the police, I think we all would agree, even the government, they basically accepted the fact that she strangled the kids are in the basement, she's guilty, and we move on. They didn't investigate anything. They didn't test the screen. They didn't even take a picture of the screen. They didn't see if there's any blood on the screen. There's no crushers for the alleged crushing of the medications. There's no indication that there's powder that she was crushing the medication to ingest the medication. There's all sorts of questions regarding the blood spatter, the blood. The police never investigated. They come into the court, they talk about their investigation through the crime scene laboratory and state police. And every question that I would ask about the door, about the blood drop on the door, about the siding, they come to 6 months later or whatever, they take the siding, it's degraded, they can't even test it. I could go on and on and on with the horrific investigation in this case. So I think it would be fair for the court to instruct them on Bowden. That's it.
All right.
What's Bowden?
Commonwealth, I know there was one, there were two requests I think that were, you may not have been aware of, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to be heard. One is the Bowden instruction. Also, one is the voluntary manslaughter. Before I let you do that, if I'm looking at the instruction that I have as a possible instruction regarding involuntary manslaughter, Mr. Rankin, doesn't, if we took the word involuntary out of there, doesn't that instruction there apply to the argument that you're making, considering the last paragraph?
I'm sorry, which paragraph?
Yeah, up on page 8.
Okay.
We're talking about the manslaughter instruction.
Yes, I do.
it's been in the last paragraph, it talks about the ability to consider evidence from either a mental impairment or consumption of prescription drugs.
No, I agree with that, Your Honor. If we were to fashion that, I think that instruction would.
So just one instruction.
Voluntary, involuntary, it doesn't really matter.
That's what I wanted. That's kind of what I was thinking, just to go.
I agree with
If I give it, it would just be one instruction, and I wouldn't name it either involuntary or voluntary. It would just be if I give that. Okay. All right. And I think Attorney Buckingham, I don't know. I know the Commonwealth objects to that anyway, so I'm not asking for the assent on that. But what about the Bowden instruction?
So, Your Honor, we would object to the Bowden instruction. Again, counsel's free to argue whatever he wants about the police investigation in this case, but as far as failures of the investigation that have been identified in the course of the trial, I don't see that there is any. And everything that Attorney Reddington just said about what they didn't test, they didn't test the screen. Well, there's clear photographs of the screen and the condition of the screen, and that was very apparent. That was done on the day of the incident. It was documented. Witnesses testified about that. Witnesses gave statements about the window in and of itself. The blood on the outside of the house was observed. There's been adequate testimony about why it wasn't swabbed on that particular day. And there also has been adequate testimony about subsequent decisions to go back and get information or get the swabs from that area and what testing was done. And that there was testing done to identify that it was the defendant's blood that was on the outside. So I think that the evidence, the claims have been made, but the evidence shows that there has been an adequate police investigation. The only point of contention appears to be the drawer and the pill bottles. And there's been some claims made about things that were not done about those things. But again, I think there's been adequate testimony about why those things weren't flagged on that day of the incident. Police weren't aware of the fact that there was actually an ingestion of medications on that particular day. And when they did notify, or when they were aware, we had prescription bottles that were provided by Patrick Clancy, but those bottles in that drawer conveniently never got produced for testing or further analysis. So
they were produced.
I think, again, he's free to argue it. I don't think it rises to the level of an instruction. And just to kind of as a side note on a comment about involuntary instruction, I don't think there is one. So I would ask that the court not consider that, because I don't think there is an actual instruction about it. Again, counsel's free to argue that in the form of intent, in the form of whether, the Commonwealth has met its burden regarding criminal responsibility. But as far as I can find, there's no particular instruction on that. And if Your Honor were to provide an instruction,
there is.
Then according to the case law, if it's raised to that level, then we would have the burden of proving voluntary consumption, which would put all of that back into play that we've now just agreed.
All right. Well, I am going to give a manslaughter instruction in line with basically what's on page 8. I am not going to give a Bowden instruction. The defendant is free to argue that any deficiencies that he feels that are in the investigation, certainly free to argue. I will not give the voluntary intoxication instructions in regards to the criminal responsibilities. So I'll have a better draft in the morning, but I just kind of wanted to let you know what the instructions are so that you can prepare your closing arguments. And speaking of those closings, how much time do you think you may need on that?
I'm usually pretty quick. I would say half hour.
All right.
I was thinking more of an hour.
All right. I was thinking of all the testimony, all the exhibits. If the parties want an hour, you don't have to use it all. And like I said, I've seen all three of you try cases, so I know you'll be making progress. So if it gets to 1 hour and 1 minute, I'm not going to push the button. So just so we can kind of have some estimate. All right. Anything else we need to address, you think, before tomorrow?
No, thank you.
No.
All right. Well, Counsel, again, thanks for all your efforts in regards to this. So I'll have a full copy of this first thing in the morning, and we'll do arguments in charge, hopefully as soon as we are ready tomorrow morning.
There is one other minor matter that we've talked about. There is that police report, the security sergeant from the hospital, Brigham and Women's, that we're going to redact and just reduce to like a paragraph. She's the one that I summoned, but she's on maternity leave. And we could introduce that, just that one paragraph. And we're missing one exhibit, which is the Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, but we're going to look and see if the government has it.
We don't have it. I thought that, but we'll double check. I thought that defense had decided not to put in anything from that report because he was going to provide a proposed stipulation for that portions of that report, and then he didn't. So I didn't think that, and then we both rested, and then I rested again. So I didn't think that was coming in, but I'm happy to look over what defense is
just a
wants to
paragraph.
stipulate to.
All right. So why don't we do that? If there's a need to technically reopen the case so that the parties could put in what they thought they put in, if it's by agreement, if it's just in regards to some of those records, I think we could do that.
Okay.
So anything else?
No.
Oh, how about redactions? That was the other thing. Was it just that one report, a couple reports we're going to have to deal with?
I believe that everything that required redaction has been
Okay.
redacted.
All right.
Right, so, yeah, I'm not aware of anything we have.
All right. I'm just asking. All right. All right. So thank you very much. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning.
Thank
All
you,
right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right. So I don't know. I got to think about this. Like I'm just shocked that he decided to take out involuntary intoxication altogether and manslaughter. I mean, what happens? I'm confused because what do we get? Up to 20 years? I don't know. Trust in red. I got to look back at the statutes and stuff because I don't know. Lena Justice Junkie says it's premenstrual dysphoric disorder. I have it too. Thank you. That's the DM. Hold on. Sorry, stream started playing in my ear. So I appreciate that, and thanks for your generosity. And Doselli says, I'm a psychologist. The third option was continuing outpatient treatment with her provider. She chose this and saw Tufts the next day. It was not recommended for intensive outpatient program. So, and that's what I remember. That of the three, she was given three options and she followed the third. Thank you, Doselli, and thank you for your generosity. Sub Rosa says, wish Red wearing a huge bow walking around, walking to court. Yeah, right. Thanks for your generosity. Sapphire and Faded Jean says, menopause, 24/7 brain fog, but you don't care anymore. Yeah, basically, but I care. I don't know when it goes away. It's still technically peri, so because it just likes to fuck with me right around the year mark and be like, haha, you thought you were done. Very interesting says, and thanks for your generosity. Very interesting says, is there a totally innocent option, or is that where jury nullification comes into play? There is a totally innocent option as far as on the verdict sheet. You've got guilty, not guilty. That's, you know, kind of totally innocent, or not guilty by lack of criminal responsibility. But that would be jury nullification because the defense has proven, I think, because the defense has proven or has in essence agreed that she committed the act, but he's going to be arguing it. So, I mean, I guess technically it's not jury nullification if he's able to argue it, but thanks for your generosity. Kelly Whiteside says premenstrual dysphoric disorder. Hey, coming in from right wherever. Wait.
Hi.
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 I miss you, babe.
I miss you so much.
You made it back right at the end.
Of course.
Reddington specifically said he did not want the involuntary intoxication instruction.
Huh. Well, how did that instruction read?
Okay. Got you.
I mean, well, he won on not having the voluntary intoxication.
I mean, that's what I mean. Voluntary intoxication.
Oh.
I don't know what you say he won. They didn't want it. I thought he should want it.
Wait, I thought they were asking for it.
No, they were trying to say no. And that if he puts it in, she wants him to add the words on that day that she was intoxicated, consumed substances on that day. It's like, I'm shocked, but trust in Red.
Wait, he wanted it in? That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, he didn't want it in either. But it
so
should have
neither of them wanted it in.
Right, but I think the defense should have wanted it. Here's what it says. We just went over it, but
what about, did he get the manslaughter
got
instruction?
the manslaughter. I just don't know how that helps when it's up to 20 years.
I don't know either. I don't know either.
So here's what it says. Okay. Wait, is this the right one? Because there might be an earlier one. Yeah, it's the right one. So intoxication caused by the voluntary consumption of alcohol or drugs by itself is not a mental disease or defect. Therefore, where a defendant lacked the substantial capacity to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the law solely as a result of voluntary intoxication, I'm echoing, and not from a mental disease or defect, then he is criminally responsible for his conduct. But a mental disease or defect might be caused by or the result from the defendant's past chronic use of alcohol or drugs. Also, the consumption of alcohol or drugs may trigger or intensify, that is, make worse, a defendant's pre-existing mental disease or defect. If it did so here, the mental disease or defect then caused the defendant to lose substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of his conduct or conform the requirements of law, the defendant is not criminally responsible for his conduct. And then you have this other one. You must also keep in mind that where a defendant at the time the crime is committed had a mental disease or defect that by itself caused him to lack the substantial capacity I've just described, he is not criminally responsible for his conduct, regardless of whether he used or did not use drugs, alcohol, or drugs. That is true even if he did use alcohol or drugs, and alcohol or drugs made the symptoms of his mental disease or defect worse. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. What was his argument for?
He just said he agreed, and it doesn't need to be in here, and take all of these out. That So.
All right, so I couldn't really hear it when I was in the Uber. Were there any surprises in terms
That
of
was the only surprise to me.
Well, we knew they were. I mean, that was the only thing that they really brought up in the initial charging conference. That quick one they had.
No, but let me do the last two questions, and then you can start talking about what you saw today. Kelly White says premenstrual dysphoric disorder, severe mood swings, thoughts, etc., but every single month before your period. Horrible. That's horrible. Hostile workplace exposed. Hi, Kathy. Welcome, and thanks for your generosity. Thanks for the Motta rants coverage and for spotlighting mental illness and lack of mental health experts, let alone someone to treat us. Late diagnosed neurodivergence, AUDHD at 55. Yes, we remember.
Hey,
Sorry
Kathy.
what you've gone through.
No.
Squinty Bubbles, and thanks for your generosity. Squinty Bubbles says, did Red get that exhibit in that the Commonwealth was reading? Yeah, that, remember he said he wanted to get, did he get it in? He
Are we
did.
talking about, we're talking about the article, right?
Right.
I think so. I think
And then
he
they
got
did
it
just
in.
ask to open up to get something in that might have been forgotten.
Yeah.
All right, so I gotta hop off for a second and like
I just got here.
stretch, so you can talk for a little bit about your day.
I mean, where are you going? I want to
I
talk
just
to
wanna,
you.
I want to like get out of this chair and stretch for a minute. Oh, my man misses me. All right,
I
I'll
do
stay
miss you.
put.
It's been like, yeah, just like I've literally been out for 2 minutes.
I was just gonna come right back. I'm just gonna stretch.
I
a
don't
little
think
bit.
so. I think it would have been like 20 minutes.
Probably.
Some shit like that. All right. Well, before you go, and
No, I'm good. I'm good.
So, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I thought that they ended with some real help to the defense personally.
Oh, like explain.
The hormone stuff, the the what was the other stuff, like the whole did this stuff the Commonwealth said in their opening? Would you agree with that?
He
Well,
didn't like. So I didn't catch that. Did he say that it was from the opening? I knew it was from the opening, but did he say it?
he started
loud?
to, and then they had the sidebar, and the judge didn't let him say it again, so he just read it.
Oh, so he did say it the first time. You think the jury caught it? Because I didn't hear it in the courtroom. I just knew that it was from the opening.
He'll wrap it up in the jury might not have heard it. I don't know, but I'm sure he'll connect the dots at closing. But who's that person's face on your cup?
What? They're all Karen Reed crazy out here. It's Bill Reed. Margaret gave me, like, I've had this coffee cup the whole time I've been here. Because I didn't bring mine. So it's always Bill. Bill wants me to be hydrated. Yeah, I thought it was a fabulous way to end the cross of him. I mean, and I thought the answer was like, what did he say? It minimized what happened here. It really
minimized her, what was going on with her.
Yeah. Which it did, I mean, it was, I agree. I think that at the end, Red was able to really swing both witnesses, last two witnesses on cross to the defense, where they were helpful to the defense. And I thought that, because I didn't think, I thought Heilbrunn was smug, but I didn't feel that way about Saathoff. Like, is that how you pronounce his name? Like, I thought he was fine as a witness, kind of weird.
Yeah, some people were saying that there's, like, on the internet says he's got a speech or a stutter, a speech impediment or a stutter. But how come
that's why he's deliberate in his speaking.
But how come he could answer when the Commonwealth was asking him questions right away without that long delay?
I don't know. Like, I was like, yesterday, I hated the long delays. I was so ready to get out of the courtroom by the time.
He changed, somehow was able to switch
He was
it up.
quicker today, right?
But when the defense would ask a question, there'd be a long pause before he started speaking words.
He did that a couple times with a couple of her questions too, like a real long pause. But I remember, like, I was curious. I was going to ask you about that. Do you think that that's just him, like, trying to look contemplative?
I don't know, but was the jury sleeping at any point? What were they doing?
And I mean, he'd sit there for a minute before he'd say anything. No, the jury was not sleeping. They were over it, though. When they started to get into the whole pharmaceutical thing, when she did on Recross, or redirect rather. It was ridiculous. They were done. They were over it. They're like, we've heard this 5 times now. Like, we're good. Yeah, I think they're ready for closings and deliberation.
All right, I promise I'll be 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. So, yeah, Margaret didn't go today. So I Ubered. I was contemplating, I have to be honest, with not going today just because I know we're going to have to get there really early tomorrow because the courtroom's packed. I don't know if you guys are seeing it when they're swiveling the camera around, and there was actually more media than there were citizens, like in the back of the room. There were so many that they allowed overflow into the last row on Lindsay's side, which I'm sure is going to have to take place tomorrow. It's going to be, I anticipate it's going to be crazy for the closings. So, because I was late, I have still not confirmed. I've still not confirmed whether or not these are 30-minute closings. So I find that so hard to believe. A case this lengthy, 30 minutes is nothing. You know, it kind of sounds like it might be a long time, but in reality, it's just not.
It's an hour. He just said it. He gave him
an hour per? Makes much more sense. All right. I still don't like time limits on closings, but I think that Red will be able to maximize that. Who do you think's going to do it? I'm guessing Sprague does it for the Commonwealth. What do you think? Are you still there? Oh, I guess I was just like kind of fake there. So I got there right at like 5 of 9, but I was able to basically get my same spot, which was nice. I sat next to Sue today. It was very, very nice. Sue's pretty awesome, Sue O'Connell. And then as far as the jury, I mean, they came in and they looked like they were over it. You know, they really did. It's been a long trial, a lot of short days. It was time. When the judge was really trying to get that examination done. That's why he went long past the typical 1 o'clock lunch break. But so Sue thinks that there's a juror in the first row, female, that based on her observations, she thinks like loves Red. Just loves Reddington. But I can't remember who told me this. Their observation, and after the trial's done, I'm going to tell you there's a guy in the back row, the second row. I think he's 4 people in, and he looks exactly like somebody. Like, it's uncanny how much he looks like this person. And yesterday, Ted Rollins, like he had floated into town, and he's like, Bob, he's like, that guy in the second row, does he remind you of anybody? And I'm like, yeah, he reminds me exactly of somebody. And he's like, it's crazy. I'll tell you guys, because I don't want to put anything out about like really what the jurors look like, because it's not proper. But it's crazy when the thing's done, it's done. I will definitely tell you, because it's uncanny. It's uncanny. It's crazy. Other than that, in terms of kind of trying to get a vibe on the jury, I think that 2 people told me that they thought that the 2 guys in the back, there's 2 guys, I forget, Michael Bryant has a description for them. They both have beards, and I think they both have ponytails. And I forget who I was talking to. It might have been there's a film crew there that's making a Netflix documentary. And her thought was that the two guys were like stone cold guilty. You know, they're going to be of the mindset that whatever the case may be with Lindsay's state of mind and her mental health, they don't give a shit. You know, the people I'm always talking about, they're not going to care. Guilty, put her in prison. She ended her kids' lives. And that's it. I don't know if I agree with her, though. I don't know if I like the one guy who looks exactly like a person. He was the one that I was describing 2 days ago, that when Mac was being super slippery the second day, when he was on Monday, when he was on the Zoom, that this guy put his head down and just like shook his head like that. So I don't know if she caught that, but but that's a moment in time. You know, there's ebbs and flows in a trial, so it's really hard to predict which way they're going to go, and then the prediction of how long do we think that this deliberations are going to go. Like, I haven't decided if I'm just going to fly home Friday, which is what I think I should do. I want to see my family. Plus, I want to give the Margaret and Aram their house back, because I've been here invading it for a long time. And I'm just afraid this thing could go. This deliberation could go for a long time. Or in the alternative, I think we could see some similar, even more impactful, like notes from the jury wherein they're saying, look, we're never changing our mind on this. This isn't a question of we're debating whether or not she was psychotic. But I don't know how that plays off if they're clearly, like, they're not going to be able to write that. They'd have to be very generic. See, here's the thing. Somebody brought it up, and I think they were right. I forget who said it last night. I was like, well, it's like if I'm in Hull, like, I'm not going to say, like, stationed by the courthouse. So if it's true that they're going to bring Lindsay back to Tewksbury, because what they've been doing in a lot of major verdicts recently is they've been saying, okay, instead of like rush back to the courtroom, they'll say verdict is going to be read at like 1 o'clock. And it's usually like an hour and some change before they do it. If that's the case, then obviously we could make it back, but it'd be a mad rush to the courthouse to get in there for it. What do you guys think? Would you be like, would that be disappointing if I left? And I think Margaret's birthday is on Saturday. They probably want to be able to celebrate without me lurking around. Yeah, I'm looking at some of the comments. I don't know. But I agree with Allie. I thought that Red was able to kind of flip him on the especially on the breastfeeding stopping. He left the bathroom door. I'll have to tell her bathroom door's open. Bathroom door's open. And that's the internet. Win for the internet. So multiple people had sent me desperate emails like, you have to get this to Red. Allie was like, you have to get this to Red. You have to get this, the breastfeeding stopping and everything that comes along with that to Red. And so we were able to get it over to him, and clearly he got into it, and it was like, I don't know what it felt like to you guys watching him try to struggle through answering questions that he clearly didn't know the answers to. With respect,
he sounded pretty good today.
Who?
Red. Oh, you meant the witness struggling through. I mean, he seemed like at some point he just said he was agreeing. I don't even know why, but I want to go backwards. I think you need to stay. As much as I desperately want you to come home, I think those man on the streets during verdict watch are going to be important.
Yeah.
I don't know. What were the people saying when you asked them?
I don't know. I didn't see what they said.
They're saying, yeah, go home and watch
It's
the
like
ladies.
I should
Your
poll
choice,
it. I'm
what
gonna
feels
poll it
right.
right now. I'm polling it.
Don't poll it.
I'm
Because
polling
we're
it.
going to make our own decision.
We will make our own
What if you
decision. I'm
decide
polling
that
it
you
for it.
should stay and everybody else tells you should go home?
Well, you know, there's only one boss of me, and it's you. So if you tell me
I mean, and you.
it's time, oh yeah, obviously me, but if you tell me it's time, bring your ass home, then I'm coming home. That's it. As if it goes day.
Wait, you just muted yourself.
What happens if it goes days?
I think it could. Mel and I were talking about it because we're trying to figure out if we might have time to do some verdict watch stuff. And she thinks it'll go into next week.
That's what a lot of people think.
I can't imagine them being done on Friday. Thursday, they're going to get the charge. Friday, they'll keep talking. They might have a question. They might send out the first. They'll get the charge, telling them to keep going. And then we'll, you know, it's going to be Monday, maybe Tuesday. Who knows?
Oh my God. I think you're used to me.
You're muted.
Dang it. It's this stupid mic. Every time I accidentally touch the mic.
I'm not used to you being gone. And I guess, I mean, man on the street's not all that, it's not that important.
Well, what I'm saying
Come
is
home.
I don't think people are going to be hanging. If it goes day. Oh, what is it? Did Timmy fall in the well? Come here. You want to come up? Come up.
Right. You don't think it's going to be like the way it was for Karen Reed or the way it was for Richard Allen.
I know what you're trying to get at.
Right?
What?
You don't think it's going to be like people sitting out there like for Richard Allen or Karen Reed?
No. I don't.
Well, then, yeah, come home.
I really don't. I don't think that. Maybe some. Like maybe Friday. Hey, no, you don't get any of that. Little trouble.
Yeah, just come home.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go to, I think the firehouse, fire station number 7. Station number 7.
Wait, for what?
They've got, let me see.
All right, started the poll vote.
People deciding your future. Fire.
Look at Cora B. She really. This is what she does. They call it the Simba pose. Except she'll stand like looking over onto the street on the side of the house. She gets in this pose.
What?
With just 2 feet looking over.
Let me see.
All right, got some. Let's see where the votes are at. Let's see what's going on here.
Hose station number 7. Hose station number 7.
Well, why
Hose
would we
station
go
7.
now? Because like the following weekend is Chill's birthday.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. I mean, we could do both if we wanted. It's like, what's his face is there?
Who?
You know, the drummer guy.
Stanton?
No. Wait.
Oh, Colfreshy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Meh. I don't know.
Hey, so anyway, just come home, I guess.
All right, let me hold on. Let's see where the poll's at right now.
I'm going to vote come home.
Wait, is the poll up even? I feel like something happened with the poll.
It says, should I stay or should I go now?
Oh, why am I not seeing the poll?
There's 41% is saying stay. So I guess the other 60 is saying home.
Wait, you're only seeing one of the responses?
That's all I saw. Yeah,
That doesn't make any sense.
58% says go home.
Oh. How many votes?
3 million.
3 million votes. Yeah, if you're late to the party,
587.
if you're late to the party, the Commonwealth rested today, and then there was a long break, and then Allie guided you guys through the charge conference, and they got that done. So all that's left are closings, jury gets read the instructions, and deliberations. So
Yeah.
2
And
hours.
Danny from Australia says, thanks, DD, for highlighting and covering this case. Australia made it into the courtroom today.
Yeah.
You don't remember when they quoted some sort of study, Australian something?
Yeah.
Fire lawyer says, on involuntary intoxication, Bishop held in part, defendant had no reason to anticipate the intoxicating effects of the medication. Maybe that is the issue. Yeah, but I still think that's I mean, I think that it should come in because I think they're arguing that there was a intoxicating effect of the medication that she should not have had any reason to anticipate would cause her to get so, out of control. But thank you for your generosity and thank you for quoting Bishop.
Man, I thought I'm so happy that he was able to get into the breastfeeding and hormone stuff.
Yep, the people, yeah, it was amazing. The people want you to get on your phone, or we can watch you from here, go over the dune and put your feet in the ocean. You haven't been in, have you? Except that one time?
Sunday. I haven't been I should be super tan and I'm like pale, like some kind of ghost.
Pathetic. So Kim Young says, Bob, run over the dune.
Like, what am I supposed to do?
Kim says, run over the dune for us at some point and take a dip in the Atlantic. Time to cool off. Love your family.
Hey, you are being naughty. No.
Snoozy girl. Thanks for the jewels. And Music to My Soul says, I'm so annoyed that closings and Rosemary's hearing will be happening simultaneously now. Maybe we can watch Rosemary on replay during verdict watch for sure. That
was going to be the plan. Motion granted.
Motion granted. Babe, sometimes I swing around the back scratcher. I really like it.
When you get angry?
And I want to put it in my hand. I get worked up.
That's when you get mad?
Yeah, and I get mad.
Mad?
Mad. Yeah. I miss you.
Yeah. I was really close to not going today. Like I woke up, I popped up at like
not
6.
Feeling well?
No,
tired.
I'm tired, man. Like, cause we got up at
5 something
yesterday, and like I didn't fall asleep and I still wake up at like 6. I popped up. I'm like, oh my god, just wanted to try to sleep till like 7, and I couldn't do it. Oh,
well, you better get there early tomorrow, though.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you get shut out at closings and you're fucking up.
That would be fucked up. That would be fucked up.
Thanks, good. Music to My Soul, for your generosity. Oh, Iceman comment, babe. What do you say?
What up, doe?
Just had to say what up, doe. I know you were missing it, Bob. LOL.
You know it. You know
it. And got a new member, Chrissy Wade.
Aww. Family hug. Welcome, Chrissy.
So I'm thinking for verdict watch, you should reach out to some people. We don't need to discuss all the people you might reach out to like out loud, but all the people.
What, to come on?
Yeah, to see if we can do some sort of,
collabs.
Yeah, collab.
Yeah, well, verdict text watch. Me who you want me to try to talk to.
Okay.
I mean, it's obviously not going to be Kevin, so don't send me.
No,
Kevin.
Why would I? I mean, creators.
Get the lawyer on.
I'm going to send you that because I think he should be out there talking during verdict watch.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, could come
this is kind of where I'm at. Like, if it makes it to, because it could be very quick.
It could be, but it's not like there's going to be somebody walking out of the courtroom that everyone's cheering for, the courthouse,
Yeah.
Unless, of course, people come back not guilty. God, what if that was the holdup? It'd be like Karen Reed in reverse. The people that wanted to say not guilty to everything when other people wanted to say guilty to the DUI, and you got somebody actually holding out for like official NG when everybody else is going NG, that would be the worst possible outcome. Are you hearing me?
Yeah. Well, I was texting with Pat. Yeah, no, it would be.
That'd be horrible.
Be awful.
I just don't know about this manslaughter thing. It's got me freaked out a little
That's
bit.
not, no one's going manslaughter on this thing.
And why are we putting it in there?
I have no idea why he asked for it. Just as like, plus, like you said, it's like 20 years on that thing. You're still going to prison. Like, why even give them another option to put her in prison? Right?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. If it's like in Illinois, it's not day for, well, it might be day for day on manslaughter.
Could be.
That's 10 years.
Well, interestingly, somebody asked a good question. I think the answer is yes. DK had asked Defense Diaries, would her time at Duxbury be served, would be time served if found guilty on the manslaughter charge, giving her 3.5 years credit? I would think so. She's in custody.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm
No doubt.
here. I'm going off screen for a second.
While he's going off screen. Oh, bye, babe. All right, let me see if there's, oh, look at that. Gentigrity, like integrity, gentigrity. Gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you for your generosity and welcome family hugs for those new members. Yeah, I think, here's the thing though. I guess maybe he stays Friday. I don't know. We'll talk about it. It's 50-50, so it's sticking to us to decide.
So maybe what I
And
do.
Bob can leave. He could definitely go stay at a hotel. Obviously.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, if the people are getting, you probably should do that no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, they would never say anything, but just common sense dictates. You can't,
Yeah, just tell them, I'm ready to go to a hotel because I like hotels.
Hotels are awesome. I mean, there's really not many great hotels over there either.
I'm not coming out to Boston. I can't deal with the masses and the people. Oh, that's Bob's deal. Shaking hands and kissing babies.
Oh yeah, shaking baby and kissing hands.
I'm taking you off. You're eating. Wait, I'm putting you on. Just turn your camera off.
Okay.
Somebody said, oh, wait. Okay. Somebody said earlier when they were watching one of their favorite YouTubers on the TV screen, they could see up his nose. They could see his nose hairs. I'm like, okay, I'm never going big screen again. Never going big screen again.
On the big screen, they could see his nose hairs.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, wow. Boy.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot. The big screen is big.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, everyone's like,
Huge.
can't make a shaking babies joke. That's true.
Oh yeah, that's true. Bad timing. Very bad timing.
Not good. Not good.
I don't know what the fuck's going on. Oh, I'm on top chat.
I mean.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Stay is taking the lead, 51%.
Yeah.
1,100 votes in.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's a virtual tie. Well, what I was thinking I could do,
I mean,
maybe I stay through Friday.
That's what I was just saying. Maybe
And
that.
then-
So, Law Nerd RN says, any chance Red will give a DD interview?
I feel pretty confident about it.
Yeah.
Like,
It might have to be, I don't know how much time might have to pass, though. And you could always obviously just like keep the subject matter, that solves the
vague.
problem. Yeah. Stay for
Well, I mean,
what?
I think it
Stay
depends
until
in the-
there's a verdict is what Bob's talking about.
Yeah.
Wait, where'd it go? Wait,
You should
I was trying to let it. This always happens when the chat's moving too fast. There. Marie Martins. I was trying to highlight that was my answer to that. Jacqueline 11, new member. What'd she get?
Family hug. Welcome, Jacqueline.
SS6 and some jewels. We love the jewels. Thanks for the jewels.
We do.
And Tammy Martin says, Bob, will you be at oral argument September 21st for Richard? We both will.
We both will, yeah.
Unless oral arguments will be aired, and then maybe I should play it live for the people.
I don't know if they will. I think I'll be able to find that out ahead of time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I haven't been doing like little private interviews with Red because I respect the fact that he's in the middle of working a trial, and it's like I know.
Yeah, he'll talk to you when he can. Creative Photos for You says, if guilty, can the judge order she stay at Duxbury until no SI? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, we need a bunch of new stuff. We'll start a thing for new cameras and new microphones.
Well, this is a great mic. It's just I think I can turn that off because it's great. Because the ice cream man.
Is he in a vehicle?
Yeah, he's on a. They don't have like your guy down the shore that has a little hand cart that he pushes along the sand.
Or they just carry it on their backs. That's the way when I was growing up. They just carry that thing.
Well, he parks right
on their shoulder.
He parks right by the dune, the sandbar, and then
plays
people
the music.
just walk over. Yeah, he draws them in. So I
Awesome.
got to meet E. Chase. E. Chase came to the, and her man came to the
meet up.
Yeah, it was great to meet you. It was awesome.
Nice. So wait, to answer Creative's photo, I think the answer is no. It's up to the Department of Corrections, you know. I guess if there was something specific, but I don't know the answer for sure, but I don't think so is I guess my answer. Angie Cool Chick, thanks for the jewels. Just a girl from the 6, someone else Bob met. Go home, see your family. So happy I got to meet you. And thanks for your continued support for 7 months. I know he's back there. He can hear you or hear us. I'll wait for Bob. Oh,
I had to go knock out the ice cream man. He kept playing his backup noise.
I muted you while your mouth is full.
Oh, sorry.
You unmuted you.
It's not full anymore.
Okay. Christy Bacon says, Bob, you're fine to go home. Go tomorrow PM. Staying in someone's house that long is a time. People expect a lot. LOL.
For real. It's a very...
Yeah, if he stays another day, he's staying in a hotel.
Wow, somebody ran up from the ocean trying to get the ice cream man. She's
hey,
like,
could you turn off your shit?
Apparently when like the first time I was streaming out here, like Margaret went and yelled at the ice cream guy. She's like, no recording, because it usually says when it pulls up, it's like, hi, I'm the ice cream man, or some weird recording. Yeah.
JMac RN became a member. What'd she get? A family hug, because that's what she gets, right, babe?
Oh, family hug.
BMD Nuts says, Bob, go home. Allie needs a family hug.
I need a family hug. She's been with the family.
He means me giving you a hug.
Oh.
You giving me a hug.
Oh, yeah. But I need the hug from you, actually, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And from all of us. All your girls here.
Yes, all my girls.
Yes. Birdie.
And maybe my dad.
And Jess. And Kimberly with the jewels. And Sue with the jewels. Love the jewels. Thank you, guys. So I don't know, like, can you tell us anything did the jury respond more to anything from today? Like, did they perk up when they asked about the hormone stuff? Did you see any changes?
No.
Do you have any good
I really didn't. And I was really, really watching the jury today. I mean, you could just tell when they were coming in in the beginning of the morning, it was like the slog. You know, they're like, oh, it's kind of like, all right. But they know there's light at the end of the tunnel in terms of the case being over. But I'm telling you, when I did see like the equivalent of eye rolls is when they started getting into the schedule of her prescriptions again
They're like,
on
"Gosh, we heard this."
redirect. It was
Yeah.
like they were like, oh my God. Oh, you know, it was a lot of this move. Sitting back in the chair, kind of stretch, you know, that thing where you're like irritated and you're like,
Yeah.
"Mm."
Yeah.
But in terms of no, because they don't know. Like the internet's been screaming about get red, the hormone, the massive hormone upheaval that happens when you stop breastfeeding. Like we
Yeah, but I
all
didn't know if they found that
They don't.
interesting though. Not that they don't need to know that we've all been talking about it, but it still seemed pretty compelling.
it was compelling. And I like, do you think, what was your take? Do you think he kind of like was able to, I don't even know what you call it. I guess just,
I thought his answers were all agreeing with everything that Red said. That is possible. That could happen.
well,
Maybe
a couple of
sometimes
them, yeah.
a lot of them.
Well, he didn't answer the one question. He just would, which I thought made him lose credibility, which was considering, you know, if do you think it was important, or would you think it was
for criminal
important to
responsibility.
incorporate these things that we're talking about with respect to the stopping the breastfeeding and the you know, the upheaval with, because what I was asking, do you think that he was adequately answering, because he was clearly just winging it?
I thought
that
it helped with defense. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
You
because
know, like-
he doesn't know shit about any of that.
Right. Well, but he was saying, and he was agreeing enough as far as I'm concerned. Seemed like a lot of agreeing.
Well, I think it's easier to agree than to disagree when, you know, he theoretically could have turned around and hammered him knowing the answer. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Or not. I mean, he knows some of that from the lactation thing. I don't know.
yeah.
I thought it was very helpful. Amanda says, really appreciate the care and dedication you both are putting into covering the Lindsay Clancy trial. Bob being there and Allie covering from home gives such valuable perspectives. Beautiful couple. Love and thank you. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Amanda.
And babe,
Appreciate that.
check the Cash Apps, the Venmos, the Zells. I know we've, you know, I tried to grift like you told me to, so I don't know if it
It
worked.
didn't work. Well, I sent you the screen grabs
covered
for
that.
Jess and Gail, right?
Yep.
And then Marlene sent 10 on Venmo.
Thanks, Marlene.
Saying YouTube, thank you for putting in the work.
Thank
And
you.
then, let's see.
While you're doing that, I'll read.
And then Angela sent 25 on Cash App, said thank you for your coverage.
Thank you, Angela.
Family hugs.
Family hugs.
Oh, I want to go back because somebody hit me up last night. They're like, I sent 2 Venmos and I didn't hear you mention them. So I want to go back and, because I checked and confirmed I got them, and I had.
We probably should have ended this and started a new stream.
Yeah, because I got news for you. Like if we're doing another one later, because I'm doing I agreed to an 11 p.m. hit on News Nation. Because the Courtney that works with them, their booker was she's been hounding me to do it, and I've just not been up for it after the streams. All right, so let me see. I want to make sure to give the love out on this one. It was this is it.
And I got to pick. the
Okay,
kids up.
so Sunny Day Steph had sent 10 back on the 24th.
Oh Lord.
Well, I mean, I think it might have slipped through the cracks from when I was ending the live,
Oh yeah, that's happened sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, and it came in like after, or I just missed it because I got a bunch that day. But let me read her comment. So Sunny Day Steph said, I shared on the first mental health live, just wanted to attest to one-time command hallucinations being real. No red room, but loud command. Was he going to be tortured by demons? In turn, that's why he ran into the interstate to evade. So
I remember
if you
that
remember,
story,
yeah,
right. Yep.
Stuff came on with us.
Yeah.
LC could have had the same experience.
Yeah.
100%.
100%.
Yeah, it's Steph. Thank you for that. For the comment.
Yeah, she
And
had an ex-boyfriend or an ex-husband or a loved one that
who like survived. He ran into like oncoming traffic.
yeah, survived from
crazy
one
that
command hallucination, and he acted on it.
Yeah, that he was able to survive it. He was able to survive it.
Angel the Aussie says, I vote Allie go to Bob and have a few beach days together. Yeah, too much going on here at home. School and volleyball and softball and can't happen. It's much easier in the summertime. KK9 and Betty and Kim, thanks for the jewels. Kimberly Walker became a member. What'd she get?
Oh, family hug.
Yeah, welcome.
Kimberly.
We appreciate you. Darcy Lyon, she's been very generous throughout this trial. I admire you both for caring for your dad, Bob Sr. We also take care of our dad. Hugs to all of you and chat. Well, hugs right back at you. MBW, happy 16 month. Thank you for your continued support. Yeah, life is good. I'll put back up MBW.
Oh, sorry.
What a day. What fools. Go home, Bob. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just another.
That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Nook's going to be like, he probably won't talk to you for 2 days.
He's not going to even remember me. He's going to be like, who are you? Are you that guy that walks?
No.
How have the walks been coming? Don't lie.
We took a walk yesterday.
Good. Poor guy.
Oh, no. Thanks for continued support, MBW. Just another witch, 80 head witch, 80 HD, just another 8.
ADHD witch.
Oh, got it. And
what why would I go to New York? Like, what the hell is going on in New York? Is there something happening in New York?
And Lisa, thanks for the jewels.
Ocean granted. Clever.
Yep, that is clever. Michaela says, by removing all mention of drugs, removes any scenario where the defendant takes meds and is still responsible, thus leaving the jury ability to use common sense and concludes meds cause psychosis and not guilty by reason of insanity. In my opinion, I don't know, my opinion, leaving it on there allows them to say she took these meds, the meds made her crazy, and that this law specifically says, the law the judge gave us specifically says, if the meds made the condition worse, that she's not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, reason of insanity, same thing, right? Thank you, though.
Oh, we got a $20 Venmo from Suzanne. Great job, love your show. Thank you, Suzanne.
Oh, thank
really
you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And thank you, Michaela, for your generosity. M says, thanks, Allie and Bob. Alibaba.
Alibaba and the
and
40 thieves. Alibaba and the 40 thieves.
You are the bestest couple. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Some troll was coming after me. I had to call Allie into it. He's like, oh,
I was just like,
always on your lives demeaning your wife. I'm like, really?
I was just like, ignore that guy. But then he called somebody who commented a cow, and I was like, what the is wrong with you? You just, under the guise of a man mistreating a woman, spoke some stupid words about my husband, and then you called someone a cow, and then that's where I really chimed in and spoke up.
Oh,
yeah.
Here you go. Elise threw us a $25 Venmo. Met Elise at the meetup.
Oh.
And the menopause mafia, I'm like, you need to make shirts immediately. They were like, yeah, you know, I'm like, you need to make shirts immediately. I'm like, that would be great merch.
Right.
So menopause mafia says, go home to Allie. LOL, nice to meet you. It was great to meet you too, Elise. And thank you.
Yeah, I think he's coming home.
Make the
that's
merch. Make the merch. That would
maybe
sell.
Friday, though.
That would definitely sell.
That would sell.
For sure.
We got some jewels from J Mac. Jaded
The
for Justice
jewels.
says, "Oh, did you watch Ian's short about crushing up the pills? Did you see it?" Bob
No.
hasn't had a second, and I didn't.
I
get
have
the
not had a
second.
second. I haven't watched anybody else's content.
We'll
at
watch
all.
it though. We love
Yeah,
Ian.
we'll watch it. We love Ian.
Yes,
I'm sure it's
Uncle
funny.
the Bailey. Uncle the Bailey.
Runkle of the Bailey.
Uncle of the Bailey.
Wizard.
Well, let's say goodbye to the people for now, and then we
Okay.
can talk about whether they're going to start another one later.
Well, I think if we do another one later, I'm going to do a members only.
We'll do it as a quick and then a shift over, but quick and then a shift
I
over.
don't like it. Well, actually, when it's members only, I can't see how many people are on there either. But I can
Right.
see the comments. That was the problem with that.
All right.
All right.
Thank
So,
you,
like,
people.
what are your closing statements before we go? So,
No, we'll talk about them on the next live because I need time to think.
what?
Yeah.
Well, what about pre-closing arguments and then post-closing arguments?
Yeah,
All
I
right, here.
hear you.
Well, mine's going to be real quick.
What? Can you? All right.
Yes. I
No.
don't
Go ahead.
understand what you're like. I don't understand why you're adamant about it. You have
Because-
a thought about it.
Yeah, but it's too late now, so just do it.
No.
I was trying to
I'm not gonna
save
do it.
something for the evening
Oh,
live.
yeah, you're right. We'll do that. You're right. They call that a teaser in the business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, I got to pick up Scout. And I need to check on Cam, and I got to get
All
something
right,
to
all right,
eat.
all right. I hear it. Heard. All right. We love you guys, mods. Will you thank everybody for your stream today?
All right. Well, thank you, mods. Thank you, all of you who are here with us, me today, and all of you who have subscribed. That's so appreciated. All the members, old and new. Thank you so much. Everyone who has donated on all the ways, all the mods. We love you. Thank you. And
We do. We
tell
do.
them why, babe.
Well, before I tell you why, make sure you like, share, subscribe. You guys blasted us past 76,000, which is amazing. And I think we're at like 76, almost 76,300. So the climb to 80 is happening thanks to you guys. And speaking of thanking you guys, just know without you guys, I'd just be an old man
Sitting around talking to his wife.
and missing her. All right. Love you. Bye.
Bye.